Well, good morning. Almost noon now. Sorry, friends, I wasn't able to come back in the morning like I wanted to. Just when I thought, you know what, computer's ready, I'm ready. Massive trucks backed up and beep, 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 and construction crews spilled out of it. And there was a huge amount of banging sounds and nail guns. And then a crane came over and started dropping stuff, and there was no way that I could broadcast with that amount of noise going on. It was pretty nuts. So there's been a brief pause in it right now. I don't know if it's going to resume or what's going to happen. Hey guys. So I tried to get away from it. It was extremely loud. Tried to work in the other rooms. Had my noise canceling headset on. I played the Windy Fire meeting that I missed yesterday and decided to record it so I could just upload it. Because I know a lot of people don't have Facebook, but they need that information. And hey, Cognito, how are you? Yeah, I now have a drilled pounding headache in my skull thanks to all the crazy noise that's going on. So I'm sipping some tea and just I'm like a horse with my ears flat on my head. Like, oh really, really? Ah, so hey, Cognito, how you doing? So we'll start this, and it's real important to have this up today on Red Flag Day. Glad I'm up by 11. This is about the time when winds usually pick up on fires, and we do have a red flag thing going on in the eastern Sierras. So here we go. I want to start off with the easiest fires first, the ones that are either out or mostly a done deal. So this is the circle fire that did erupt in Stanislaus National Forest, but thank goodness on top of a hill. And like Dusty was saying, they had road access. They hit it with aircraft immediately. They had a moderate rate of spread to slow, and they pounced on it, and happy to report, I don't see no fire. Do you? Yay. It was a little concerning, the amount of dead trees everywhere, that it could have gotten bad, but it happened at a time when the wind wasn't really bad. Imagine if it had happened today. So Cognito says I'm a trooper to get through this season. Yeah, guys, it's day 76 of my stream, and I'm sorry, I am kind of falling apart at this point. Real frankly, I need a couple of days off, and then I saw a red flag, and I went, no, no, I wanted a couple of days off. I've only had 7 days off since July 14th. This is 76 days, mostly speaking for about 14 hours a day, every day. And this has been a little brutal, but I'm happy to provide the service. I'm so grateful for all you guys being here. Not only supporting me so I could take off work to do this, but guiding me through the situation, like Cognito and the other firefighters and my awesome mods who are volunteering that even when I'm asleep to provide evacuation info and hook up people with links and information even when I am asleep and unconscious. So I'm proud of the little thing we made here. Pretty much the only source of almost 24-hour info on the fires on the West Coast of the major events. And if anybody comes in here and has a question about a specific one, then my people or myself can look it up for you. So the circle fire, yay, it's out. I'm even going to close that tab. The next one we should be looking at, that's our current device peak actually, that's easy to do is the one at Shasta, and the Fawn is looking way better. Like here you can see the retardant splashes all over. This is the Highline Trail Cam. Can't even see the dang fire at the moment. Thankfully I watched KCRA News this morning, and thanks for patting me on the head, Cognito, and thanks for being there for me last year. You gotta come in more often. You're awesome. Cognito was out there being citizen reporter during the Tamarack, and taking videos for us and letting us know what the fuel loads are like and showing us the helicopters. He's super cool. Cogito's nickname is Iceman because I have no idea how to say his name. Latin. My mods have been brilliant. Yes, they have. They've been really cool. And I was overwhelmed by the amount of support and volunteers. These mods are more than mods; they're citizen volunteers to help people through this crisis. So the good news about the Shasta situation here at the Fawn fire is it's looking like they announced on KCRA today. The actual fire officials, they don't expect any more. Here's its time lapse. We're doing easy ones first. Look how mild and gentle that is on the south sides of the hill. This is looking for the southwest to the northeast, and you can still see some of the little dozers and such buzzing around sometimes in the frame, but you can't really see much of the fire. It's just sort of smoldering on the hillside. I'm barely seeing any smoke on any of the cams this morning. It's clear enough to see stars going by, and they do not expect that the fire is going to spread outside the lines they already have. They're not going to call that containment yet, because that means they're super confident. Right now, they're fairly confident that the fire is not going to continue to spread east like it was the last few days. It's going to stay put where they put it, because they painted the retardant cage around it, completely red hillsides. And they are forecast to have the least amount of winds as far as the other fires are concerned. You can see the clouds rolling in and this storm front coming in from the Pacific. But one of the strange things about California weather is you'd expect a storm coming from the northwest to sweep in from the north, but in reality, it'll kind of not find its way in through the coast range. It'll mostly kind of create air pressure and push it in through the San Francisco Bay area. And then that onshore winds, that's what they call it, is going to be pushing into the Bay Area. And so it'll hit the Caldor and the Dixie from the southwest, blowing those fires to the northeast if they get past containment lines. That's the way the fire will want to travel. So that's looking awesome. This it's hard to even see but what a difference, it's hard to even see what's going on, even smoke-wise, with what's going on over at Shasta. So the Fawn fire is looking good. They're still assessing the damage and the horrible destruction of the neighborhoods around there. I'm still really angry, but that happened. This is one of those where I'm making personal phone calls to my relatives saying, get out, run. And that really makes me mad if this was indeed arson, as the district attorney has charged that lady with. So we'll revisit that later. We'll follow that, as more information comes out for the public. The Windy is the star of the show today in the Caldor. They expect the most problems here because the Windy has been pretty much a fuels-driven fire, and today we're going to get a taste of like 30, 35 mile an hour wind gusts or higher, mostly on the peaks. So good morning, everybody here. Yeah, KDOC. It is a very concerning growing list of red flag counties. So we're just praying we're not going to get any new starts. It's going to be a tough kind of 48 hours for the fire situations everywhere from the Dixie. Let's use a fancy marking pen. The Dixie, the Caldor, and even though the Windy is down there, it's what do you want to call that? Sub red flag? Let's just call that orange flag or something. There's supposed to be 45 and 50 mile an hour wind gusts during this wind event at certain times, according to some models. So, red flag is a very, very specific thing where they have to have dryness, a certain wind speed, and a certain level of humidity. Well, whatever that sound that horses make with their mouth, if the purpose is to tell the public if there's fire danger, then I think they should be a little bit looser with their terminology and not so much of a stickler on if it's 1% too humid, then it can't be a red flag. Because guess what? Fire crews already know what's dangerous for them. It's the public that would benefit from being told about fire danger with a simple term like a red flag. But that's just me, in my opinion. So we have a bumpy ride. So what we want to start out with is, seeing if the Tobias Peak camera is indeed alive. Throughout the night, lookout tower, not just a camera. We did watch the shed burn to the ground, the outbuilding right next to this historic lookout tower from 1933 or 1936. The Windy Fire has moved over to Tobias Peak. I did watch the video while I couldn't speak. I then uploaded it. It is yeah, it is. It is was sad. Sad is that they were reporting that it looks like in the Sugarloaf area there was some structure loss and damage, but the community asked about it last night at the meeting and they couldn't really explain what's going on. And they said, we think that the Tobias Peak lookout is still standing due to the cameras on it. And so this is its time lapse. And well, yeah, it is standing, but fingers crossed that it keeps standing, because we almost lost it the other night. So, Alan T says it was built in 35 and manned in 36. There you go. There seemed to have been an older one that was like made out of rocks. I'm not sure about what that one was, if it was more of a snow shelter for crews or what. Yeah, Bob, that's a good assessment. The time lapse looks like a scene out of hell. And so there's a similar kind of scene for the Tobias Peak lookout too. And as I was working on the computer and other things behind the scenes, I was kind of keeping an eye on that, and it stayed pretty relatively nonchalant as fires go. In fact, a lot less scary than it was yesterday. Well, yesterday was when it roared through and actually consumed most of the fuel anyway. So, yeah, what is in the chat says we watched the Dixie fire spread like crazy and burn down entire towns without a red flag warning. Very true, and that's why we're a little bit critical. We're not critical to be like, oh, they're doing it wrong. We're trying to troubleshoot a way that they can connect better with the public to get more public cooperation and just, be clearer with the public. We're not here to just be like, hey, they suck. Absolutely not. They just kind of could improve on their communication with the public if they want public cooperation and understanding. So we were constantly puzzling out how we could make the situation better, not just sit back and cry. So hopefully they will be open to feedback. So that was the situation of Tobias Peak 1 overnight in general. And is this the same time lapse? Yeah, this is an older time lapse from dusk yesterday. Even though the fire had burned through the night and almost killed the Tobias Peak lookout, not last night, night before. During the day, the wind came back the opposite direction, and you could see all the amount of unburned fuels in the bushes still on the ground. It's not out of danger. So today, and you could see the aluminum foil stuff flapping in the breeze in the lower left-hand corner. That's not secured, and they did not make it back to the lookout to see if it was okay. Basically, we got confirmation it was unstaffed, which is good because it's a death trap, frankly, for anybody who would try to sit there and defend it. There's nowhere to go. It's the top of a hill in a mega fire, so you couldn't even dig yourself a hole if you wanted to because it's on top of a rock. So sometimes the last-ditch effort is firefighters will whip out their their shovels and dig a small trench and try to lay in it in their shake and bake. And well, that there'd be no such luxury here. So that's an older time lapse that I had. We can celebrate the fact it's alive, but bear in mind that if the wind ever picks up from a different direction, it may not make it. Hey Jay, hey Cynthia Mansfield. Cynthia says, remember to hit the like button and share the video. People are going to need this info when the winds kick in. Thank you. That's a good reminder. If you want to know when I go live, hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell. And one day it's going to be a fundraiser. So even if you don't want to tune in, you can check what the title is, and one day it'll say fundraiser. I've been wanting to do that, but the rate that the fires are just continuing, I don't want to leave a community out, you know. I'd rather just have one day of fundraising extravaganza. I would hate for there to be a fire the day afterwards and a new community burned down, and then we have to try to help them too. So we'll just kind of see how this plays out. So, hey Dusty, how are you? But glad to have you and Incognito and others here. Thanks so much, mods, for getting ready for this kind of a serious day. I'm hoping the construction doesn't resume with such pizzazz outside. That was some pounding nightmare stuff. I've got a splitting headache I'm trying to shake now due to it. I had tried to take a bath to try to kind of get rid of the headache I had pre-forming, and all it did was I got water in my ear, and that pounding outside from the hammering and the dropping the, I don't know what that kind of construction material it was with a crane, that just slammed into my eardrum, and so I'm just kind of trying to deal with it. If anybody has a home remedy, how to get water out of your ear, I'm all ears. Just like, oh my God, I even said that. I didn't mean that to be a pun, but I'm listening is what I'm trying to say. I've been shaking my head around, but that doesn't seem to work. So I'm just fingers crossed. If they come back with that super construction noise, I'm probably going to go bonkers. This is at Tobias Peak Lookout at the moment. Once again, oh, here, I think I have a ready-made time lapse. Well, that's when the poor shed died. That was from yesterday, after dawn. Rip shed. You know, this is where the poor shed was. And I believe there was a snag here. And it seemed to light on fire and then fall right directly at the base of the shed right here. And then it was doomed at that point. I'm not quite sure. But I didn't realize that ready-made time-lapse was there. We've been watching it ever since night before last, where we thought it was going to die in the midst of this craziness. I want to watch the Caldor meeting because the Caldor has the potential to really flare up with potential for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts at places like Echo Summit. That's going to be a challenging day for them, and they almost look like nervous wrecks in front of the camera before. Like yesterday's 5 p.m. meeting, I was kind of blinking like, man, they're agitated. It was a little bit disturbing to see. Yeah, Shasta 73 says the Shirley Cam has a lot of ash on it, but it's south of Tobias Peak. Right, and the thing is it's coming for, I watched it was a whole 45 minutes. I uploaded the whole video for people without Facebook, the Windy Fires meeting, but the real condensed version of information we get out of it, I want to play it for you guys a little bit later, is that it's the southwest winds are going to be pushing it towards the northeast and to the east, but it's moving in other types of behavior like backing and flanking. Oops, that's the wrong color pen. It's going towards the Kern River drainage and towards Kern County in an eventual kind of roundabout way. The poor community of Sugarloaf, I think the mountain park or the Sawmill historical area. Last night's community meeting at 6, they said that structures were lost. They arrived just in time to see some of them becoming engulfed, as best I could gather from that meeting. But they said that they don't have um, a firm count on the amount of lost and the amount of damage. So we can wait for reports today on that and see if they had a morning report. I'm going to start with the Caldors. You can see right now within the last 15 minutes that there's been a lot of activity on the windy down in this particular area. Now remember, so it is climbing this peak right now. Which one is this? What's its name? Greenhorn, I guess. Making its way towards the Kern River. The Modus and Veers is out of date, but you can see the less accurate but more up-to-date GOES 17 satellite detections. Now, since the wind is mostly going to push the fire to the northeast and the east, this might give them some time to prep this area and try to salvage the situation and do structure protection over here at the Sugarloaf area. So we can only hope that they're able to do that. It might be time to light some backfires and do a Hail Mary pass in case before the wind shifts direction comes the other way. If they can make some scorched earth, right here in front of the communities, then when eventually the wind shifts back, then maybe it won't pass that line. That would be their best idea. They may have saved Camp Nelson, fingers crossed, with that kind of strategy. We were wondering if there was going to be the powder keg effect if it reached the SQF complex burn scar, because the amount of dead trees and landscape there is still enormous. And they had some reassurance for us that many of the bushes were not very tall and that there weren't that many fuels on the ground. That wasn't too reassuring. Considering that a mega fire, if it was in mega fire status at the time it arrived, it wouldn't need fuels on the ground. It would just sort of roar past and just kind of ignite the snags. But what they had was a sweet opportunity in the last few days to light fires south and west of Camp Nelson, and they did burn off the rest of the needles that had dumped down on the ground, and so they have a good defense of Camp Nelson at the moment. That's pretty good. And oh man, Randy McKendrick says it's raining pretty good in Del Norte, but that isn't news. I mean, it is to me. I've been trying to do a million things here at once. So yeah, tell me what the weather's like. KCRA said today that the Tahoe area might get a little bit, but mostly Quincy is going to get the rain, which, yay. Hopefully that'll help rain out that stupid Greenhorn area and Grizzly Peak spot that's still a stubborn jerk up there that keeps that's still putting people in Genesee Valley and Taylorsville area on edge. So, but they're going to experience high wind before rain. We can take a look at Windy, the forecaster thing. Right now, I'm happy to report we don't see a heat detection at Tahoe, despite the insano winds that are supposed to come here today. The nice thing is it's cold. It comes with more humidity. It's coming from the ocean, coming from the delta and blowing straight over here. And the humidity being higher, the wind being colder, means that there's less receptivity, less likeliness that the embers will still be hot and when they land, less likeliness that the fuel will combust when an ember lands in it. So fingers crossed for that and the little Rubicon spot that's there. Let's go and find our video. This is CAL FIRE Amador. A red flag warning is now in effect through Tuesday morning due to strong gusty winds and low humidity for the northern Sierra Mountains. To Lake Tahoe area to Mono County. Wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour possible. And well, they said 60 yesterday, so that is quite concerning. So let's see about their morning operations briefing and see if they have any good info for us. Especially interested in the weather. So, what? took us to another page. What? Okay, whoopsie. I apparently clicked on the wrong thing. So it says briefing, AM operations briefing. Join via Facebook Live. Oh, okay, I guess they just put it down here.
And tomorrow, Team 13 will be coming in. They'll start filing in today, and they will be shadowing tomorrow. We have team transition on Wednesday morning at 0700. So as you meet our Team 13 friends, please welcome them and help them increase their situational awareness to take over the fire. Our incident objectives have not changed. Please review those with your crews. With our current situation, Luis Gomez.
Good morning. So we had a early notice of something in off of Highway 50, so we sent the ambulance strike team in there, took care of that. But nothing really occurred along Highway 50, and then nothing was showing up on up high on the heat. Along 88 or 89 corridor, Christmas Valley, nothing is showing in there. And then out through Division, Quebec. It was really nice and calm last night. The wind did start picking up at the time that it was predicted and was given to us. Highest gust we heard last night was up to 20. Didn't get too cold. And then we did get notification of a piece of heat out in Division Romeo near the line. We're going to let day shift know about that. So other than that, it was a pretty nice night for night shift.
All right, good morning, everyone. Sean Palmquist, Incident Meteorologist Trainee. To start off with, we do have a red flag warning in effect through 0500 Tuesday, and that is for the increasing southwest winds we're going to be getting. That's going to lead to critical fire weather conditions today and tonight. So overnight on the fire, as Night Op said, we did start to pick up some southwest winds. Currently, we're seeing some wind gusts 20 to 30 over the highest ridges. Humidity recoveries overnight were in the poor to moderate range. Some of the more protected areas saw a little bit better recoveries and cooler temperatures. Heading into today, as the upper trough starts to move on shore and break down that upper ridge, we will see those southwest winds increasing. We're looking at gusts 30 to 45 miles per hour by this afternoon. And then heading into tonight, as an associated cold front starts to move towards us, those winds are going to increase even further. We're looking at wind gusts from out of the southwest, anywhere from 40 to 50, up to 60 miles per hour on the most exposed peaks. And then we're looking at a frontal passage anywhere between 0400, 0700 tomorrow morning. With the front coming in, we are expecting those relative humidities to be on the way up. So that's along with the wind. So we're looking at pretty good recoveries tonight. We also could see a few showers. However, it's going to be spotty. We're looking at 1/10 of an inch or less, so pretty light. Behind the front on Tuesday, we're looking at winds decreasing very quickly and much cooler conditions for Tuesday. So highs in the 40s and 50s. I'll be around afterwards if you have any questions. Thanks.
Okay, that's not as bad as it was looking the last couple of days with their forecast. Looks like, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts might happen at the highest peaks. But the last night reporting that there were not even 30-ish mile-an-hour wind gusts, that kind of seems like what we saw in the cams. That wind gusts were apparent, but it wasn't whipping, it wasn't insano like it was nights ago where we saw the cables thing get out of control and the other storm move in. So it's still going to be a tough day for them, but not quite as dire as they were predicting before.
How about that? All right.
Now, the thing that's very promising is they're having good humidity recovery at night. That can make a lot of difference.
Cool.
Good morning. My name is Robert Scott. I'm fire behavior. And listening to the IMED talk, he talked about red flag warnings today. So I've got two things with that. The red flag warning is for high winds. And when you have high winds in the fire environment, things happen faster. The fire moves quicker, it transitions more rapidly between surface fire and crown fire, and it increases the spotting distances. The second thing that the wind does is it creates a new fuel bed. This time of year in Northern California, these pine trees that we have here, and especially the underburn fuels from the previous 3 weeks of the fire, have created a new fuel bed on the ground. That is a fine fuel bed, and the fire will very rapidly take seed in that fuel bed and begin to move across the landscape. And so what does that mean in terms of where the fire is now? You folks that are working out in Ida, Mike, and Oscar, you're going to see up at those upper elevations, you're going to see increased winds and any kind of heat along the line. In addition to that fuel bed, could challenge the lines as the fire moves towards it. It's a similar condition up in Quebec at Little Round Top. There's a little bit of a saddle right there. There is a possibility that fire could begin to move around in those the pine litter and find areas that have previously not been burned. Green Islands, or even make it to the line and spot across it. My phone number is at the top of the page in the fire behavior forecast. If you'd like to call and talk about fire behavior, or my forecast is unrepresentative, call me and we can talk about it. Thank you and have a safe shift.
Okay, what he basically said is that this time of year, the pine and the fir trees dump their needles just kind of like just like a normal maple tree or a deciduous tree would would drop its leaves. And they're heat stressed this year, so they've begun to do it faster. And so instead of just like the occasional, pine needles on the ground, it's more like whenever it's windy, entire branches just dump everything that they have, and that can put thousands of pounds and inches deep of pine needles on the ground, and the pine cones and the weak little sticks that come with it too. I mean, a lot of the branches here with the tender, dry trees, branches that normally wouldn't break off when the wind will. They were already weakened by by last week's crazy wind event, so they'll just dump right off and create new fuels on the ground. And that's the whole thing about the whole raking thing. Don't assume if you ever see anybody's house that has like a fire near it or a cabin, you see a bunch of needles in the yard. All these infuriating comments on YouTube are like, well, they should have raked. No wonder so many places burned down. They probably did. And you know what? Anytime you get wind, you get thousands of pounds of needles in your yard again. It's just the never-ending thing. In a drought time like this, it's way worse. And that's the thing, is you can have groomed your yard perfectly. A lot of the people of Paradise did, for example. But when these 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts or 35 or 45 come up, and they don't just occasionally blow, they just slam the trees and then they let up, and then they slam the trees and they let up. It's like smacking them with a gigantic baseball bat like that Paul Bunyan would be wielding or something. Thousands of pounds come off each one at a time. And so, this horrible thing about fire, is you could have done all that. And you might think I'm ready to defend my house with a garden hose or whatnot. But if you tried, well, to your dismay, you would see a couple 100 pounds of pine needles slam onto your roof, get in your gutters, and then where are you? And then embers landing on it. So that's just something I wanted to point out. That's what they're talking about with needle casts.
Good morning, everyone. Safety Paul here. A few highlights for you. Fuel geysering. Still getting reports from different fires on fuel geysering, either out of domars, chainsaws, jerry cans, and such. So be cognizant of that as you're opening your fuel can or saw. That changes in elevation, temperatures, and all that could lead to that. There is a YouTube mitigation measure posted there on how to mitigate that.
What? What's fuel geysering? So are they? Wow, I've heard about that before. Same thing. Like if you shake up a beer or something, or have a bumpy road, you go up to the high elevations. You shake up Coke cans. They just explode when you open them. Because of the pressure difference. Have you guys heard of that? What can you firefighters explain? Are they opening up their fuel cans and having them come out like a shaken up Coke can? Or like Mentos in Coke? Is that what's happening?
Ash pit hazards. We've had, luckily, very minor burns, but a burn nonetheless that hurts. Watch your step. There are plenty of hot spots out there as you're mopping up. Watch where you put your footing. Maybe utilize that fog spray a bit before you dial in and straight stream ash pits and stump holes.
Okay, that's sounding a little bit like Chinese with the jargon. But looking back at chat, Bob Fraser says pressurized fuel spews out upon opening a saw or a can. Yes. Really, opening the chainsaw. Dusty says it's a problem with chainsaws. When they run long, the entire case gets hot, including the fuel tank. Steel saws were a prime source. Whoa. What was he just saying? He's talking about getting burned? People getting burned, that sucks.
And or saw that changes in elevation, temperatures, and all that could lead to that. There is a YouTube mitigation measure posted there on how to mitigate that. Ash pit hazards. We've had, luckily, very minor burns, but a burn nonetheless that hurts. Watch your step. There are plenty of hot spots out there as you're mopping up. Watch where you put your footing. Maybe utilize that fog spray a bit before you dial in and straight stream ash pits and stump holes.
Okay, he said maybe add some Foss spray. Is that like the Foss check retardant? And do a straight stream and dial it in. Is he talking about hose it down first with at least something wet before you test the? Because there's a disturbing video that shows how wildland firefighters try to check if the ash is hot. They take off a glove and go and put their hand in it. Oh, they should be equipped with FLIR or something, but I hear that's a thing. And I'm not sure what he's talking about with the ash pits. There's a little bit of jargon there. Yeah, good morning, Smitty. That's true.
Your fuel can or saw that changes in elevation, temperatures, and all that could lead to that. There is a YouTube mitigation measure posted there on how to mitigate that. Ash pit hazards. We've had, luckily, very minor burns, but a burn nonetheless that hurts. Watch your step. There are plenty of hot spots out there as you're mopping up. Watch where you put your footing. Maybe utilize that fog spray a bit before you dial in and straight stream ash pits and stump holes. And then rig checkout. You know, I know you're not in your apparatus bay like back at home, but do that walk around, check for security of bins, look for any portable radios, hard hats, cell phones that might be left on the tailboard, and then wind up on the middle of the boulevard. So with that, go forth, do safe things, and next up, the man with the plan, Michael.
Oh, okay, that was a little jargony. I guess he's just giving advice on how to not get burned when you're checking ash. Bob Fraser says it's a thing called cold drilling. Wow. Okay. So maybe we should find that video. That would suck. Take your chainsaw up to a higher elevation and then open up the cap, and the vapor pressure change like spews it all over you. Yikes. Morris says the ash pit is where a stump is burned out. I see. Bob says fog spray. Oh, that's the word he was saying. I'm struggling to understand with that microphone. Spray and mist. Gotcha. Yeah, if you have a fire hose, you can turn the nozzle and you can make it into a mist, or you can make it into it's kind of like you have with a garden hose. You can make it a mist, sprinkle, or dump water on a situation. So fog spray is spray at a mist. Straight stream, you can blow up coals at you or the others. That makes sense. Make it nice and gentle so that you don't blow the coals in your eyes and blast them at people. Man, yeah, that sounds like good advice. You're making vanilla coffee again, Husky Eagle? Add extra sugar for mine.
Page. Hey, yo, thank you, Paulie. Thank you. Good morning, Caldor Fire. Woo! Thank you, guys. So, like I brought up the other day, I'm a sports fan. I'm a big sports fan, and it hurts me to say this today after a humiliating loss, in my opinion. I'm a Steelers fan. And one reason I love the Steelers is their coach, their head coach, Mike Tomlin. He has this saying that the first time I heard it really resonated with me, and I'm going to share it with you guys today. The standard is the standard. The standard is the standard. Doesn't matter what agency we work for, what department, we all have standards. And in our job out here, a couple of the biggest standards that we live by, the 10 standard firefighting orders, right? 18 situations that shall watch out. Another standard that we have in our pockets, in our IAP, something that's very important, something that I've heard our medical and safety folks talked a lot about over the last 2 weeks, is the 8-line. And we've had a lot of conversations about how better to support you guys with the 8-line, how to make this a lot easier for yourselves, how we can do our job better to support you all. I just want to challenge you all today, just like we learned the 10 standard firefighting orders, the 18s. Let's make sure we're really learning the 8-line. That is a big part of our job. It's probably one of the most important parts of our job because it affects all of us. So with that being said, I'll go over our operational organization today, talk about priorities. So for operations, you have Jim Snow and myself. Deputy Operations, Al Ward and Chris St. Pierre. Night Ops, Mike Kuntz and Luis Gomez. Branch 1 over at the El Dorado camp. Andy Warden, Racker, and JT Soar. That you guys were hearing about red flag warning. Priority number 2 is going to be up in Division India. Mike, really want to pay attention to the heat that we have up there between south of the Desolation Wilderness, and then pay attention to that stuff out there at Echo Lake still. That's a big priority for us. And then Division Romeo, any of the heat sources down there off of the Highway 88 corridor remain a big priority for us. So you guys have a great shift today. Thank you guys so much. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, that was real fast. That's super important. He's talking about the red flag and what the priorities are. He's talking about 88 corridor. If you're not that familiar with the region, that's the 88 thing. Sorry, I did do that wrong. But you know 88 that way. And he seemed to be gesturing over by Forney and Echo Lake. So let's take a look.
And then strategic planning, Greg Overacker and JT Soar. Break. Priorities for today. Priority number 1 is going to be Division Quebec. Continue to secure in advance of these winds that you guys were hearing about. Red flag warning. Priority number 2 is going to be up in Division India.
Okay, Quebec, number 1 priority, Quebec. And that is the Caples Lake, can we call that a boogaloo? A circus down there at the wild crazy fire lion taming event. That's where if the southwest winds would try to push it, it would try to make an escape and jump 88, or either climb the east end of Sierra Tahoe or go towards Christmas Valley. So that's their number 1 priority.
Mike, really want to pay attention to the heat that we have up there between south of the Desolation Wilderness, and then pay attention to that stuff out there at Echo Lake still. That's a big priority for us. And then
now that's the high altitude stuff. Echo Lake and the Desolation Wilderness is a nice speed bump between the fire and South Lake Tahoe, but it's still high altitude, and if it were to hopscotch around Desolation, it could eventually get into the cliff-like area to the west of South Lake Tahoe and to the southwest of it. So that's very rational. That's their number 2 priority.
Division Romeo, any of the heat sources down there off of the Highway 88 corridor remain a big priority for us. So you guys have a great shift today. Thank you guys so much. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
And Romeo is down there by Tragedy Springs, and that remains a kind of a difficult spot down there. It's just crazy terrain. That's where if you they can't really dozer line each side of the road, because if they did, they'd just have a steep drop off. A bulldozer that went off the cliff at Tragedy Springs is one of those places where a lot of people can't drive there, or they have to be blindfolded and given some sedatives. Because if you looked out at the passenger window, if you were going to the northeast on 88 there, you basically see a steep drop off that's like about 3,000 or 4,000 feet straight down almost. So can you imagine a bulldozer like falling off the side of the cliff there? It'd probably be the size of a microwave oven by the time it hit the bottom. So there's no way to expand the line. They could just sort of try to masticate trees on the uphill side of it, but it's been hard to contain for that reason.
Good morning, my name is Joanne Overecker. I'm Air Operations, and my job is to support the man with the plan. So we have 4 heavies, 3 mediums, and 3 lights today.
4 heavies, 3 mediums, and 3 lights. I like that. I like talking about it that way, then the public knows what they're talking about. Instead of saying VLATs and type 1s, type 2s, type 3s. Basically, it's a medium, large, medium, and small aircraft.
We have an air attack and helical. Just be advised, we've been picking up on initial attacks. They'll come in full air attack, but we'll keep helical available, and also we can get another air attack in. Just want to talk a little bit. You've heard about the winds today. Again, the threshold for the winds for lights is 30 miles an hour, and for mediums and heavies, about 40 miles an hour. So if you need any recons or water drops, get those in early before the winds shut us down. Also, Firewatch 5.1 will be up and available to help look for spots. Just another thing I want to really drive home. Chief Page talked about the 9-line, just on your medevacs, have Plan B available. Once the winds get really high, don't count on medevacs with the aircraft. Have a safe day.
That's pretty ominous. So once the winds are above around 35, 40 miles an hour, just probably most aircraft is not going to be able to work. And she kind of reminded them that don't count on an air evacuation. Now, if you've ever been to Tahoe and driven around, just even on a good day, even without snags falling and falling rocks onto the road, and fire crews everywhere, and having to stop for charged hose line across the road and that kind of thing, even on a good day, it takes forever to drive anywhere. It's just steep terrain. You go. You do brake checks and that would be a very long trip out of the mountains to get to a valley hospital. It would be a seriously bad thing to be injured today.
Good morning, Mike Green Communication. There is no new clone today. However, there's a change on the 205. That change does reflect the fact that we dropped down to 1 air-to-ground command and 1 air-to-ground TAC. So we did lose that second air-to-ground TAC, so that is not available today. A business item, if you are, since we're getting close to transition, if you've checked out any radios and you have a counterpart that you're going to pass that off to, please make sure you come in and do that pass off with us so that we can get your name off the card. So a couple weeks down the road, if we're looking for the radio, we're not calling you trying to figure out where that's at. Break. And the last item, for safety with the winds, just understand that these winds do have the potential to impact our repeater system, especially the higher elevation fly-in sites that we have. So please, when you go out this morning, make a little backup plan. Page 28 in your IAP, we have that map provided for you that shows all the repeater locations. Look at the divisions you're working in, find your main repeater, but find the ones that surround it in case we have an issue so that you have a backup plan. And the final backup plan is we do on the East and West 205, we do have a phone number. So if you are having any issues with comms, you can always give us a call and we can exchange information that way. Stay safe, you guys. Thanks.
And that's also ominous. It's like, hey, today we have a great potential for people to get hurt. Because of the high winds and the fire can move fast. But also remember, we probably can't medically evacuate you by air. Oh, and by the way, the wind may also disrupt comms, so they may not be able to call for help. They may have to just kind of drive somewhere to call for help. because the winds might destroy the repeaters again. Ugh.
Hey, good morning. Brandon Benawate, one of the medical unit leaders, along with my partner, Nick's companion, in there in the back. For your medical message this morning, when things get crazy in planning, we use a saying called, we're building a plane as we're flying it. And if you think about that, it's impossible, right? And if you were to imagine that you're leaving this fire and you're going to go on vacation, and we go to the airport and the stewardess meets you at the plane and says, good morning, Mr. Benawate. We'll just follow me to your chair. It's almost done being installed. We hope it's one of the ones with a seatbelt in it. We realize there's no windows in all the holes in the side of the plane, but if you look out the left-hand side, we're very proud that that wing is attached, and we're going to attach the right-hand wing along our way. Don't worry, we think you're going to get there safely, and we're sure that we're going to get you there safely, but we're not super sure. And thank you for flying insane airlines, right? Well, the same thing with our medical plan is that we cannot build a medical plan while a medical emergency is happening. And so for us, if we hope that things are going to work out okay at the end without having that plan, it very well means somebody's life. So please take a moment, look over your 206, make a medical plan with your crews, make sure that everyone knows what that medical plan is, and go over the 8-line. And if you're ever wondering why sometimes we call it the 8-line or the 9-line, the 9-line is a legacy term for the 8-line. They're the one and the same thing. So please have that plan in place this morning. For your 204s, they are valid. There was a couple ride-ins this morning in Division Quebec. We talked about the ride-ins, and then Garth in Division Romeo, you're going to have one EMT showing up about mid-morning after the intake and in-brief. Thank you guys very much for all the hard work that you're doing. If you need medical supplies, down in El Dorado, you have the mobile medical supply trailer, the Adventure Medics there. And here in ICP, at the bottom of the gondola, you have the Madison Fire. Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Well, that was awesome.
Hey, how's everyone doing? My name is Greg Flory. I'm the COVID advisor here. That was kind of a tough act to follow. So if you look back there, there's a sign that says COVID.
You could say that. I'm going to play that again. If you guys didn't understand what that was, it was a safety message. Kind of not quite a Mike Wink kind of level caliber of delivery, but kind of cool that it was understated, and then you kind of had to prick up your ears, like, what did he just say? So he was kind of giving an illustration of how if you don't plan, then you plan for failure. That's one of the best stories I've ever heard. But I'll play that again at the end here.
We're not stashing it there. I'm just a COVID advisor that's inside that building. So if you guys need any help, let me know. So most of you have seen the fire triangle before, right? So there's also a disease triangle. So you have the host, which is us. We have the actual antigen or the pathogen and the agent, which is COVID that we're dealing with right now. And then we have the environment. So the things that we can do in that triangle is for our environment, like right now, most of you are sleeping in hotels. You're isolated away from other people. Well, when you're out, things that we can do is educate ourselves, educate our crews. Most of you that are standing here are leaders, right? So you got to go back and you got to relay the message to your team. Also, if you're new here, we do have COVID testing available, both antigen testing and PCR. Our primary meetings is Monday through Friday. There's a up there behind the Barton Clinic, 6:30 to 12:30. They're available. Our alternate plan is the MMST can provide testing, and Barton sometimes helps out. Also, yesterday, Miss Tammy was standing back there taking videos, but at the Barton Clinic, she gave out 15 vaccines yesterday. 15. Our IC, Mr. Mike, he took his booster. So if our leaders can do it, and we're leaders, one of the ways that we can do it, I talked about the agent or the pathogen, is to eradicate it. So a vaccination is the way to do it. So if you need me, I'm here. Ben left yesterday. So if you need anything from me, just give me a call. I'll help you out. All right? Thanks. Have a great day. Stay safe.
Morning, Scott Ashback, Team 12 Logistics. I'm
I'm going to talk about my two favorite subjects, hotels and bears. We were visited by a pretty large bear last night. You guys have been doing pretty good keeping your trash down and lunches in your trucks and stuff like that, so thank you very much. Just keep that up. I don't think he was very successful trying to get into a lot of the garbage bins, but they do own the place and they act like it, so be careful with that. On the hotel side of things, when you're going up to that front desk and you're extending, you're getting a new hotel, by the way, you don't have to go to Harvey's, you can go to any of the other hotels. You got to search for that per diem rate. Per diem rate in this location is $135, so please don't forget to make sure that every night that you're going to be there, it's going to be that per diem rate. Stay safe. Have a good shift.
Thank you, Scott. Hey, information would like to pass on to get your time up, get your CTRs in, and any documentation that's needed for finance. Just a reminder, training specialist is virtual. Identify those trainees. Check out that QR code in your IEP to get that moving. And in addition from communications, if you are new in camp and need radio cloning or assistance with your radios, please see the comm unit. They're right down in the yurt behind the trailers there. Reminders for business items, 0700 briefing continues, 1900 night briefing, 1000 cooperator meeting today. Remember, your division breakouts are laid out. Now closing comments from the REC, Mike Noble.
Hey, thank you, Ken. Caldor. Hey, so the fight continues, right? We're getting closer and closer, but there's a lot of things we're still fighting through, right? We're fighting through another wind event, right? We're fighting through COVID, and we're fighting through the long season, you know, trying to maintain that discipline, that focus. So we're continuing that fight. So I'm gonna leave you with this. One of my favorite movies is The Untouchables, right? And at the end of a long battle between Elliot Ness and Al Capone, Al Capone finally gets convicted. So they're in the courtroom, and basically Kevin Costner leans over to Al Pacino, or you know who I'm talking about, and he says, "Don't stop fighting till the fighting is done," right? And so go out there today, maintain your diligence and your safety practices. Chief Page talked about it. Keep focused on your fundamentals. Those standard firefighting orders, the 18 situations shall watch out, LCES, and all the other tools that you use to keep yourself safe. So go out there, keep up the good fight, take care of yourself, take care of those around you, and we'll see you tomorrow here for the next shift. Have a good day.
Okay, so the quick summary of the Caldor is they've had wind throughout the night, but it was a lot milder than they thought. It was mostly kind of capped out at 30 miles an hour, which is awesome. It could have been in the 45s. It's windy right now. It'll stay windy throughout the day. They'll have some helicopters and tankers working when they can, but they expect that once about 35-40 mile an hour wind gusts start, then they will go home, unable to work in that kind of wind. I mean, you could drop retardant, but if it's just going to spread in the wind and paint rocks, then there's no point. Or rain down as some sort of a fine mist and splash the fire crews and make them all wet instead of the fire, then there's really no point. It's also extremely dangerous to be in high winds in the Sierras at low altitude in any kind of airplane or aircraft. So they had some sobering messages, and then a really funny one. And I'm going to go back and play the funny one. The sobering message is that today they could have 60 mile an hour wind gusts, potentially at the highest peaks. And places like Echo Lakes, it's one of the highest peaks. Echo Summit is right, next to it. So they have three main priorities. The biggest one being Quebec, which is by the Caples. Circus. I'm going to call it a circus. They're trying to do lion taming still. Southwest winds will try to push the fire to the northeast or to the east. And they got their hands full on their contingency line and trying to deal with it. But they had a nice, favorable nighttime with higher humidity and lower winds in forecast. They're having good humidity recoveries at night, which is great. It's lower temperatures and it's also more moist air. So if an ember does travel long distances, it's more likely to be cold and dead by the time it lands than, say, in the past on those fires. So it's not going to be easy, but it's not going to be insane hard to deal with today. They just had a bunch of sobering messages, such as, remember, potential for injury and the fire racing and running at crews and such is pretty high today. We could have some long-range spotting. And also remember, if you get hurt, there's not going to be an air evacuation because of the high winds. So, keep on your toes. It would be a bad day to get hurt. Now, the safety message was hilarious. It was delivered in a pretty deadpan thing. And so I kind of didn't catch it at the moment. I was reading chat, and then I kind of went, what? So who was delivering the safety message? I think this gentleman. That was pretty funny. Let's see.
Hey, how's everyone doing? My name is Greg Flory. I'm the COVID advisor here. That was kind of a tough act to follow. So.
Okay, so it was the guy previous. Okay, so he kind of takes the stage. He's like, well, so if anybody was asleep, they woke up by the time he was done. So let's go back to where he came back. Okay. What? Smitty? What are you saying? What are you saying? Tobias Peak Lookout is okay. See? Are you trying to say that it's gone? Smitty, don't mess around with me like that. That's our current view. It's doing all right. Tobias Peak Lookout made it. The shed did not make it. We watched the shed burn to the ground. Rip the shed. Okay, don't upstage me here. You just kind of freaked me out. I want people to enjoy this. This is what's hilarious. Here's the safety message. This is one way to say, if you don't plan, you plan for failure.
Hey, good morning. Brandon Benawate, one of the medical unit leaders, along with my partner, Nick's companion, in there in the back. For your medical message this morning, when things get crazy in planning, we use a saying called, we're building a plane as we're flying it. And if you think about that, it's impossible, right? And if you were to imagine that you're leaving this fire and you're going to go on vacation, and we go to the airport and the stewardess meets you at the plane and says, good morning, Mr. Benawate. We'll just follow me to your chair. It's almost done being installed. We hope it's one of the ones with a seatbelt in it. We realize there's no windows in all the holes in the side of the plane, but if you look out the left-hand side, we're very proud that wing is attached, and we're going to attach the right-hand wing along our way. Don't worry, we think you're going to get there safely, and we're sure that we're going to get you there safely, but we're not super sure. And thank you for flying insane airlines, right? Well, the same thing with our medical plan is that we cannot build a medical plan while a medical emergency is happening. And so for us, if we hope that things are going to work out okay at the end without having that plan, it very well means somebody's life.
That woke people up. That was a good speech, if not delivered perfectly. Thank you for flying insane airlines. If I could take a stab at that. That was a good script. Thank you for flying insane airlines. Right this way, over towards your. Well, okay, there should be a chair there, but there isn't. We might be able to arrange that. Well, you could try to find a seat. That mostly the plane is full, but hopefully back there somewhere you'll find something with a seatbelt. At this time there are no windows in the airplane, but we would like to point out the positives, such as the left wing is attached, and so they're starting up the engines. Oh, that's wonderful that they started today. They sometimes don't and kind of fail in the middle of the flight. But yes, do quiet down. Do take your seats, or we'll just kind of find somewhere in the back to kind of squish yourself in. And we hope that you all arrive safely. Am I going to be on the flight? No, not at all. I'm getting off now. But you guys have a good time. Bye. That'll get the crew's attention. Basically, the idea is if you don't plan for things to work out, then they won't. So he's talking about how the fire crews should go ahead and actually discuss the safety briefing with their crews, which apparently they skip much of the time. So yeah, I just wanted to pass that. That was a really cool speech. And it's a highlight of the day. We need comedy sometime. So yeah, the Tobias Peak one. Sorry, Smitty, that you didn't see the message I had. It was the shed. The shed at Tobias Peak has met its maker, and see, there's the collapsed rubble of it. I don't know that it was old. I was kind of worried that it was an old outbuilding, but it kind of looked like a tough shed, really. And so that's where it used to be, and that kind of, it seemed to be like a snag was just sort of sitting here and lit on fire, and it may have just kind of dramatically fallen at the base and showered the whole shed with sparks. It wasn't wrapped anyway, but it was completely doomed the moment that a big log at the base of it was on fire. So we were just remarking about how they probably could have just kind of cut that thing down and pushed it down the hill, and then that shed would have made it. But well, who knows? So this is the current view of Tobias Peak Lookout. It's alive right now, but will it be in the next couple of days? We don't know. So there was I keep going back to the time lapse throughout the night. It was last night that it's just continuing to smolder and burn around the area, but it was the night before last that the fire arrived from the northwest and kind of went over the north edge of the slope, kind of went to the south a little bit, and the north side of the mountain, it burned all the way over, and bushes that were allowed to grow right up next to the lookout. We looked at older photos. We were there in 1999 and 2011 as well. Those whooshed up and showered the entire thing with sparks, and we saw the protective aluminum wrap rip right off the building and kind of flap around in the wind because they did not secure it with the chicken wire as the aircraft cable that they were supposed to, and as the instructions say. And it was just complete luck and the grace of God that this historic lookout survived. Because that wrap just ripped right off it, just like it did at Dyer Mountain. And the lookout to the north at Mule Peak burned to the ground a week prior. So they kind of knew it was coming and had ample time to protect the repeaters and get the bushes away from the structure. Don't know where it went wrong there, but we did see the shed, the outbuilding, burned to the ground with probably a dead snag falling right on it. It's just pretty inexcusable, but that's our tax dollars at work. The current view of Tobias Peak. Now, looking at the current heat signatures, not seeing much going on at the Caldor, which is kind of surprising considering they're going to have some insano heat winds today. In general, I might make a crude drawing. The cold front thing is kind of pushing in winds like this, and that's how it's affecting the red flag on the Dixie, Caldor, and whatnot. And there's only two places in California where winds can easily find their way in, and that's San Francisco Bay and down over by Santa Ana, Pasadena. So you can see the windy fire right there is right in front of the blow dryer, so to speak, from the ocean. And they're more moist winds, but not moist enough to make a difference. So, excuse me. The windy is really, really active right now. The 6 p.m. meeting, which was 49 minutes long, part of the reason I went to this broadcast a little bit late this morning was I recorded the whole thing and then uploaded it. You can see it on the channel. You can kind of skip some of the more boring parts. And there was some sobering talk about they did lose some structures in the Sugarloaf area where this yellow is. Now, Tobias Peak lookout is, isn't it right here? Let me make sure I know what I'm talking about. Tobias Pass, Tobias Meadow, Tobias, where's Tobias Peak? Now just type it in. Right there. So you can kind of clearly see that it's smoking and smoldering. The way that the fire seemed to have come was like this. And just because there's no current heat detection doesn't mean the fire isn't there and smoldering all over. Remember, a heat detection color code is just when there is a flare-up that has to be much bigger than the current signature. It's a detection of new amounts of heat, not just current ones. Red is within the last 20 minutes, whenever the flyover happened, and yellow is last, 1 to 6 hours. Orange is 10 to 60 minutes ago. So it is going. But I must remind everybody that we have no idea the actual wind speed and direction in these microclimates. Each one of these little canyons is its own little climate with its own little wind speed and wind direction. This is just general and kind of useless because A, megafires make their own weather, and B, the microclimates in each little individual valley and canyon and peak. The problem also is that we found out there's like 4, maybe 5 weather stations in this entire region of California. It was kind of remarkable, and the closest one to Tobias Peak is actually at Lake Isabella at Woodford Heights, like here, like right here. And so whenever you look at like Tobias Peak weather, it's usually reading at Lake Isabella, which is a lower elevation and like 10 miles away to the south, which doesn't make any sense. But like the kind of weather stations are like that. So anything like in between, we have no idea really what the wind speed is. If they had a gauge at Tobias Peak Lookout or Mule Peak, they're not functional. In fact, I don't know if they even had a weather station. So, yeah, Dusty says, from what the camera showed, there was heavy ground fuel, including large woody material right up against the base of the shed. Yeah. And Dusty, I think that was a snag that fell on it. It may have been fallen logs. We can go back to archives of my own broadcast, which might show it. Maybe they're archived somewhere on Alert Wildfire, but I'm not really sure. I'm very curious to see if there was just, a big log at the base of the shed, which is a fire hazard, or if there was a standing dead tree by the shed, which is also a fire hazard. We don't really know, but what the Windy is forecast to do is go the Kern River drainage. It's really close to there already. Here it is. It's the Kern River is one of those odd rivers that flow north and south, and very few of those exist anymore. It's kind of an ice age thing, like the ancient geological past of California was like that. But that's where you find gold. Find any of those dried up beds. It's kind of from the era of the glacier melt. Glaciers are no longer there. So that's very active Windy right now. We can kind of look at our multicams, kind of see if anything is visible. There's Sierra Tahoe, by the way, and you can see some things going on. We'll look at that in a second. The Buck Rock, we saw some flames at night. We'll go back and do a time lapse. Bear Mountain, Fresno, socked in with smoke. Kenzie Ridge, completely socked in smoke. This is our cams on the KMP. Blue Mountain Kern, just completely socked in with smoke. But once the wind picks up and it blows away the inversion, meaning the smoke layer, then we shall start seeing some action. King George air is starting to clear. Tobias Peak, bespattered lens, but yeah, I don't know if it's exactly starting to clear there. Shirley Peak has a bespattered lens as well, and we'll go through these time lapses. Okay. Bob Fraser says the Eel River flows north. Yeah, so does the Willamette, but that's incredibly rare. So, well, my point about not knowing where the smoke is that you look at the cams. You look at the satellite views to see where is the smoke column going, and then you'll know where the fire is generally going. Generally, but we have no idea, like in individual valleys, which way the wind is blowing, and that's what can take fire crews and such by surprise. That was one of the major surprises was on the for me anyway. When we were first looking at the Caldor, and it really confused the public, was the fact that for most of the time, the wind on the early stages of the Caldor was basically like this direction, south with a slight bent to the east, and yet where the wind got kind of trapped down in here, it decided to go to the west down these two different drainages, like so, the Consumnes River and whatever that one is. At the same time, wind got stuck in the wind tunnel that is the 50 corridor, and it was going like so to Sierra Tahoe and Khyber's, even though the upper level winds, the upper atmosphere winds, were going from the southwest to the northeast. It just goes to show how you can never know exactly what's going on. So fire crews might say, oh yeah, the wind's going that way today, we're cool. And yet coming at them like a shark, like jaws underneath the water, coming straight at them down some sort of a canyon might be the fire. They can't see through the smoke. The best thing would be to have aircraft over it telling them, hey, look out below because the fire's going that way. Or look out, the satellite says the fire's going that way. That's what fire crews face down there at the Windy. So look at the cams. The cams can be the best help. So let's look at Caldor cams real quick, and then we'll look back at Tobias Peak cams. This is current Tobias Peak image. And somebody in chat was saying it was already starting to lift. Looking real clear over at Pollock Pines and some places on the Caldor. This is the Big Hill. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse at the Caldor here. Okay. It's finally raining at Fort Jones. Wow, Randy, that's good. That's southeast of Janesville and Milford, right? Or am I totally wrong? Is that Reno area? But today, Quincy's supposed to get rain. That would be awesome. We'll look at Windy, the thing in a second. So this is looking at the Caldor time lapse. Okay. Am I wrong? Where is Fort Jones? Oh, the McCash Fire area. I'm sorry. There's a different fort that's southeast of Milford at Susanville. We were looking at the cam, and it was similar. Congratulations there. Yeah. So we can look at the McCash Monument. If you came here for looking at Shasta, they don't expect it to get out beyond their lines. They think they've stopped the progress of the Fawn, thank God. So the Big Hill cam is looking at a smoke that started around noon. So just now, some smoke has really started to show up. And I don't know if it turned and zoomed in, or if it just zoomed in somewhere. But we can see its current direction. It's looking almost due east to slightly south, and Sierra Tahoe is stationed the same way. This might be looking at what's going on kind of well, north of Strawberry. So let's look at it from the opposite direction from Sierra Tahoe and do we can do a 12-hour time lapse, I guess. I don't know which button I actually just pushed. You can see it getting quite windy, and look at that horrible, devastated landscape. So that's their second priority here. Third priority was Tragedy Springs. So let's make sure that was a 3-hour time lapse. Let's just do a 6. That little stubborn spot, we've been watching it for weeks. A couple of these are just hanging out up there. The good news is it's the Desolation Wilderness. That could be a speed bump. A lot of the embers might just land on bare rock, but like we keep pointing out, there are fuel ladders like this that could take it to the top and get it closer and closer towards overhanging South Lake Tahoe. So it's not a good situation, but at least they've known about it, and they're going to try to get aircraft and stuff hanging out today. That's why these cams are looking at it, and it is kind of far away. We have just kind of all over the place, little areas, little dots of heat up there. So the Caldor is something we're going to watch, and also I was going to make the point, that's why there's crab claws. These drainages push a drainage, a canyon, same thing, acts like a wind tunnel which pushes a fire faster in one direction than the main fire. So the main fire made it to about here, and the others outpaced it, making a crab claw, just because the fire was running down the canyon. It's like sticking your finger in a garden hose and intensifying the wind whenever it gets into a canyon. So we can look at our heat detections. Still ain't seeing much. Cool, in fact, seeing nothing on the Caldor. So let's go back and look at the windy. Now, I could play part of the Windy's 6 p.m. meeting last night. We did watch the Caldor's morning briefing. There was something going on with the Dixie morning update, I believe. Oh, there is one for the K&P. I do want to know about the Dixie. That's the one in the red flag zone. So Ashland National Forest issued some maps. We have something we can read, but do we have a video? Operational update for this morning. Okay, cool. That one's 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Let's watch.
Monday, September 27th. So we'll start here in branch 13, and down here in Butte Meadows, in Division Juliet and Kilo, we're in there patrolling, making sure everything's secure. Come up here to Division Lima and into the park here. We still have some uncontrolled line in there, the big green island burning out, and so we're watching that, making sure everything stays where it belongs there. We're up in, we're also working suppression repair up in the park and around Old Station and Division Papa, and getting some good work done, working on some of the dozer line in there. Coming around the top here, with the winds today, we're going to see a little bit of, could see a little bit of increased activity. So we got our crews in here patrolling, mopping up, trying to make sure everything stays within its footprint here. And then over here in Division Whiskey, down here, we're doing some suppression repair in Bogard and also down here in Silver Lake. And the crews will be in there all day working. And the suppression crews will be mopping up and still watching for any spots or burning in the pine needles that have fallen. And then down here in branch 18, they're still continuing their work in Westwood, in Chester, and answering service calls in there for folks that are seeing smokes out in the burn area. And then also wanted to talk about the forest closure. So it's been shrunk over the life of the fire here. So this purple line right here is where the force closure is at this time. And thank you for watching, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, so looking back at chat, it's autoplay. No, don't autoplay. So looking back at chat, they're saying that there might be a heat signature on the Dixie right now. Let's take a look. That's probably, pretty anticipated. I had an email this morning that was reading the bulletin about the high winds expected on the Dixie and what we could expect. It would be south of the 44, which this is the 44, isn't it? Yeah, Old Station Road is 44. So they expect some things to pop up. So if we look at the imagery, though, this has kind of been their trouble spot, kind of around the lava beds. So it's not the fantastic lava beds, which are over there, but there are some others. I'm just not sure what all has burned here already when we look at the global imagery. So this had been one of their just persistent trouble spots in between the fantastic lava beds and, gosh, what was that called again? The West Prospect Peak / Badger Mountain area. So if I remember right, let's go back to that was the West zone update. We probably have an East zone update as well. Usually at night, but sometimes we have morning ones. Yeah, I was reading this thing. There's an evening update from yesterday. Sorry, that's Devastation Pictures. That's Spanish. I got it in my email. I thought that it would be here. You see like a Spanish version. Here it is. So West Zone update for the Dixie for today, the 27th. This was issued around 7 in the morning. Actually, just 2 hours ago. Okay, let's make this bigger. Currently, 94% containment on the Dixie. 963,276 acres officially. 1,913 personnel. Yesterday, the Dixie fire was less active than expected. Firefighters continued to patrol and conduct suppression and repair work around all areas of the West Zone, around the perimeter. Reburn from needle casts in the interior of the fire has been occurring in recent days, resulting in more smoke production. Meaning a bunch of wind that they're experiencing and the fact that it's fall. Needles fall off trees just like leaves in the fall. And boy, they're dumping like crazy because they're all heat stressed and dead and drought filled. So the idea that reburn from needle cast in the interior of the fire area has been occurring in recent days, resulting in more smoke production. Containment lines were reinforced in the northeast portion of the fire as crews were positioned to quickly respond to an increase in the fire activity or any new fires. The reason why they reposition themselves in the northeast corner is that the southwest winds of today and tomorrow are going to be pushing the fire towards the northeast. Containment lines were reinforced there, and fire crews were positioned to quickly respond to increases in fire activity or anything new. Swing shift resources staggered their start with the day shift and remained on the line late into the night, providing additional firefighting capacity to monitor the fire in the Pine Creek Valley area. They mentioned that a little bit in the why they were doing a swing shift. I think it's great. They told some crews to just sleep in so that they could stay working into the night to supplement the crews the night shift, and keep a lot of people there, because in the late evenings is sometimes when the winds are still going pretty dang strong. And that's why having meetings at 5 or 6 or 7 at night doesn't matter, and the information is already outdated to the public on a windy day, because we generally don't see winds die down until 11 p.m. 8 to 11 p.m. And boy, with this storm, they're not dying down, period. They're just going throughout last night. this morning, this afternoon, this evening, tonight, tomorrow, all the way through tomorrow. And they don't really quit until 8 in the morning on Wednesday. So they can't have that gap where the night shift and the day shift sort of come to replace each other. So that was a good strategy to add a swing shift to it. Today, with forecast gusty winds and the low humidity, a red flag warning was issued for all of Northeast California. The combination of gusty winds and low humidity can cause fire to rapidly grow in size and intensity. These elevated fire conditions could result in additional reburn in the recently fallen needle cast in the interior of the fire. And so don't freak out if you see smokes inside the fire lines where the fire has been before. And that kind of goes for the entirety of the Dixie. The stumps and stuff are still on fire, probably in places like the Feather River Canyon. It's gonna be a long time before they're completely done. Probably it'll finish them off. Finishing them off will take heavy rains or snows, and they'll kind of wish up, and they'll find more needles that have fallen, and you'll see more smokes. So you should only freak out if it's beyond containment lines, These elevated fire weather conditions could result in additional reburn in the recently fallen needle casts and the interior of the fire. Interior islands and unburned fuels in the Badger Mountain, West Prospect, and Prospect Peak area will continue to burn, producing visible smoke, and the heat signature we just saw right there. I'm glad that this bulletin explains what we're seeing. It's totally expected. So crews will patrol and secure contained lines and mop up any remaining pockets of heat near the fire perimeters. Remember, that's the only stuff you got to worry about. Is they're only going to try to put out every little heat signature by the lines. Anything that's really, really deep in the center is not a threat, and they'll just let it go. So suppression repair work will continue across the fire, although initial attack response to new or increased fire activity will be a priority. Air resources will be available to make service calls and support resources on the ground. Firefighters will continue to be vigilant and aggressive in their execution of the full suppression strategy for the Dixie. Weather. Strong southwest winds with gusts up to 35 miles are expected today. Today is expected to be the final day of a 72-hour drying trend in the area. Late Monday into Tuesday, a frontal system will move through, bringing a chance for some wetting rains, especially around Quincy, I hear. This weather system will allow for a period of cooler temps with higher humidity. Yeah! Winds will shift out of the east-northeast late Tuesday and Wednesday. So that's it. That's all they need. If the weather just cooperates with them, they're kind of, bases are loaded. And is this a slam, a grand slam? Is the ball heading out past the outfield? Is it heading out of the park? Because they're all running. If it is heading out the park, meaning do we get really wetting rains, then we could finally have this thing 100% contained. I mean, they're so close. It's 94%. If we do get the wetting rains, that might just mean the Dixie might be over. It has to be really wet, though. And there can't be any spots running past and taken off elsewhere. But even if they did, if we got the wetting rains behind it, that wouldn't be as bad of a problem, would it? So just fingers crossed, 94% containment on the Dixie. Oh my God. Did we ever think we'd see this? It's not out. It's not out. It's still dangerous. Just, it's looking good. We gotta be cautiously optimistic. It's looking good. So with the East Zone update, yesterday fire activity on the east side of the Dixie increased, though not as much as expected given the weather, meaning it's windy as heck. The initial attack group responded to reburns in a few areas within the fire footprint, and helicopters conducted bucket work in Genesee Valley. A new fire caused by a spark from equipment, yikes, crossed the line in Division Whiskey Whiskey X-Ray X-Ray, but was contained last night. Crews continued mop-up and hotspots along the Grizzly Ridge, where they also removed hazard trees and rehabbed dozer and hand lines. They also removed unnecessary hose and other equipment. Why am I reading it? This is microprint. There we go. Firefighters completed most suppression repair west of the Pacific Crest Trail and continued towards Meadow Valley, Quincy, and Taylorsville. Repair continued in Mount Huff, Lake Davis, and Antelope Lake. On Last Chance Road, crews moved heavy equipment into place to move debris over dozer lines to begin the suppression repair process. They also used chippers to break down debris that was created during fire suppression ops, where trees were cut to make the fire break. The chipped material is often spread over fire lines during suppression repair. Today, a red flag warning is in effect from 11 to 11 due to forecast high winds and low humidity. Once again, firefighters will work to keep fire inside containment lines by mitigating hazard trees and cooling hot spots along Grizzly Ridge and other areas where the embers have potential to carry the fire outside the line. And that's the thing, Grizzly Ridge. If Quincy's going to get rain, we really, really hope it's going to be at Grizzly Ridge, the Greenhorn area, and that stupid Devil's Punch Bowl. That is just a big, constantly anxiety producing stubborn spot where it's been extremely difficult to deal with. And it's like an axe hanging over the head of Taylorsville, Genesee Valley, and even Quincy. So it's at high elevation, which is pretty inaccessible. So we kind of need the rain to help out. So once again, firefighters will work to keep fire inside the lines by mitigating hazard trees, meaning cutting those suckers down and cooling hot spots along Grizzly Ridge and other areas where the embers have potential to carry that fire outside of the line. A hazard tree, remember, is either dead or dying, so don't mourn its loss. It's not going to make it. It's leaning, it's damaged, it's diseased, or is frankly dead already. Suppression repair along the Pacific Coast Trail to the east and other areas will continue. Crews will use a grader to finish the road project. At around noon, crews will leave the field and go into staging for safety reasons, meaning, let's not hang out in front of the mega fire and high winds, Let's not hang out underneath danger trees and high winds. So around noon, crews will leave the field and go into staging for safety reasons and respond to any initial attacks. A large, medium, and light helicopter remain assigned to the incident to respond as needed. Weather. Today is going to be warmer, drier, and very windy with gusts up to 40 miles an hour in the high ridges and 30 in the valleys. Light showers will move in tonight and continue tomorrow morning. Dry air will return by tomorrow night. And we're just praying for rain over that stupid Devil's Punch Bowl grizzly greenhorn jerk that's hanging up there. Now we can check the radar and such and see if any helicopters are hanging out. Let me log into flight radar off screen. There we go. Then we'll look back at chat. Then we'll check some cams. Although we haven't really been able to see anything going on with the Dixie in quite some time. There we go. I would like to thank everybody who has supported me. I got some PayPal donations and somebody sent me a gift card on my email. Thank you. This is day 76, guys, of the Dixie fire and of my broadcast. It's actually day 77 of the Dixie fire. I went live the next day. I'm really kind of exhausted. I'm just not gonna lie. I am barely hanging on. I was really hoping for some days off, but this red flag stuff got in the way. Without your kind donations, I would not be able to be here and take off work for 5 days now? But thank you for keeping me fed and keeping the lights on. I didn't accept donations last year, thinking it was kind of inappropriate. But I thought the fires would be over in 2 weeks, but no, or at least the crisis would be over in 2 weeks. But I eventually stopped streaming after like 30 or 35 days, with my voice completely shot and exhausted because I stayed up for like 2 days in a row, again and again and again during that crisis, thinking it's going to be over, right? And I realized after a time I lost 1/12 of my yearly income because I didn't work last year. And so I reluctantly accepted them this year, and I'm really humbled and really happy that I can be with you here thanks to the donations. And so I'm very, very, very grateful. And also with anybody who shared the stream. I didn't ever expect I'd get more than 6,600 subscribers. Thank you guys, and thank you for sharing the link to the channel with people who might need it. That's the number one way people find the channel. Like 88% of traffic or something is directly coming here from links, spreading the channel on social media. So thank you guys for all that, and for like hitting the like button and making every video become trending. Because, well, YouTube doesn't share videos with the info, doesn't share info with the people that need it. It just basically has a stupid algorithm that shares videos that are already popular with people looking for the fire info. So it's very difficult to type in live fire coverage and actually get it on YouTube. So unless the video is trending. So thank you so much for doing that. Even hitting that little button helps us reach people. We see air attack that's over the Caldor. I think. Never mind. That's a Beach 58 Baron. That's not an air attack. That's Southwest Airlines. Yeah, I have a filter on for only craft under 20,000 feet. So I don't know that there's any aircraft for firefighting over the Caldor. There's a Bonanza. There's a Doctor Killer. It's actually 57 years old. It's dang. Let's go look at Dixie. It's dark mode because I got a splitting headache. It's starting to get slightly better, but yeah, that's air attack right there. And you can see he's doing the silly string pattern, which means it's basically circling over the hot spots and areas of concern. And so where that apparently is, he took off from Chester. It's probably, what is that? East of Mineral. That's I like blue mode because it hurts my eyes. The other thing, well, east of Childs Meadows, up over the hill. Road map. Yeah, it's kind of wildernessy over there. So he was focusing on that area, went over towards Kelly Mountain, went to the north and checked out the Prospect Peak area by 44, went up at north of Old Station and was checking out the Hat Creek and this plateau-y thing. I can't remember what that's called. Northeast of Old Station, and did a couple curlicues by Black Butte and Sunrise Peak, and is now looking around the Red Cinder area. And so they're looking at things, but we don't see any other craft. It just really might be too windy for anything on the Caldor and Dixie to be particularly effective. We can go down and look. The Windy Fire might be the same deal, but we do have some craft and a helicopter. There's air attack, and a Sikorsky Blackhawk that's 42 years old, hanging out in between Red Fir and the Giant Grove on the K&P. So that's due east of Heartland. And we'll go find their videos in a second. I was hoping there could be some sort of aircraft on the Windy, but you know, they might be able to work the western edge if the smoke clears out. So that is a Beach King at 16,450 feet. Kind of making a silly string have flight pattern too. Yeah, it's hard to see. California Hot Springs, Tobias. I mean, kind of everywhere. It's kind of a comprehensive tour of the Windy all the way over to the reservations, Slate Mountain, Camp Nelson, Ponderosa, Peppermint, the Guernsey Mill area, the Sugarloaf area, Frog Mountain Campground, Baker Peak, Baker Point, and it's still going. So we just don't see any other aircraft, unfortunately, on the Windy. Smitty says, hydrate. Remember you were busy this morning? Yeah. I should get something. Terry says, hi. I'm back. Add to the feed the old cat and pay some bills on the line and read some email. Cool. Jan says, like I started listening 75 days ago, cutting and clearing fire fuels, and thank goodness there's no smoke and it's only 80 degrees, praying for rain. Yep. Yeah, we all are. Yep. So, going back up, Big Dog says, don't ban me. What did you do, Big Dog? Did you fail to dispense hugs? Because you are, other than Big Daddy, you are you are the minister of hugging. So you better do your duty. Anybody needing hug, report to Big Dog and or Big Daddy if he comes back. Let's see. Big Al says the woman suspected of starting the Fawn fire pled not guilty today. Okay. That's interesting. We do have to admit innocent till proven guilty. Sometimes things just look bad, but you know what? It looks really bad for her. So, yeah, thank you, Jen. I would say my pleasure, but it really, that's not right about this. I happy to be of service, I guess. Let's see, looking back up, did anybody have any questions for me that I may have skipped as I read all that stuff? We're going to look at a couple videos. We're going to look at a couple more Dixie videos, K&P videos. Maybe they have a morning windy video, although I doubt it. We can look at the highlights of the windy meeting last night because they talked about the weather event of today. We're going to do the time lapse as well and then keep checking on Dixie and Caldor to see if the winds have picked up and what's going on. So going back up, Dusty is saying, like the faster late evening downslope winds on the Hurlong Escarpment. Yes, exactly. That was going back to my point about how if they ever have like a mid-afternoon or evening update for fires, they're obsolete the moment they take to the air. The evening wind on the Hurlong Junction area, what Susie was talking about was like there's a nighttime downdraft that comes over the Sierras towards Hurlong, and that explains why the fire roared over the ridge line at night. And they had just shut down the public information line at 8 p.m. and that fire roared over at 9 p.m. So people came in here and on Facebook and were panicking, like, is it going to race over to Hurlong, the town? Is it going to cross 395? It did spot over 395, and there was nobody to call and find out what the heck's going on. And the evening meetings had all concluded, and they really should have kept their information line open till midnight. That would have really helped. So just remember, by the time they're doing their evening updates, the wind is usually still going till 8 or 11. So Teen Homesteader is saying, on the K&P, looks like we're starting to lose visibility at Buck Rock. Okay, let's check our cams. Let's look at K&P real quick and see if we have a video. But cam check first. Bear Mountain Fresno is blah. Pea soup. McKenzie Ridge is blah. Pea soup. Buck Rock too. looking due east is clear, but Buck Rock 1 is the one looking south at the KMP. Let's just do a 12-hour. Here. You can see the fire doing its thing. Remember, we're looking almost due south, right? Slightly southeast. The wind, that, like they kept saying in the windy fire update, it's not really a wind-driven fire. It's fuels-driven. It's kind of mild, honestly. I mean, it's there, but not serious. This is an idea. It shows you that the wind was higher on the peaks, but that's not particularly windy. Just look at the vegetation, just kind of rocking kind of gently. And Buck Rock 2 is on a peak, and it doesn't need wind to be insano. It just needs to find these extremely dry sequoia, unfortunately ancient trees, many of which are dead. Looks like we had some birds in front of the camp. But we lost visibility, which sometimes I stayed up at night to watch these. No, it's a helicopter. Hi there, helicopter. So there's that Sikorsky, that 50-something-year-old Sikorsky. Cool. Hopefully they can do something. But look at the smoke. I don't know that they're going to be able to do a lot. Maybe on certain edges. But even when there's 17-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the Windy and KMP can act like gigantic monsters that were driven by 65s. So when we do get high winds, oh my God, is it going to be insane? So Dusty is saying the canyon effect on winds is part of it, but it's also about those canyons' steep terrain, the heavy fuels, the lack of road access, and the hazards for firefighters to do direct attack. Yeah, I think it's very wise that they got the heck out, away from Tobias Peak. And at noon today, which is, well, it's almost 1, they're retreating on the east side of the Dixie to safe spots because the fire-weakened trees will just shatter apart and fall on the landscape. And even if it doesn't fall directly on the crews, a hazard tree, what if you have to leave because the fire is behind you and then you see the road is blocked ahead because like 5 trees blocked you and you can't get out? It's another one of the reasons that they're quite worried about that situation. So that's our Buck Rock 2 cam on the KMP. Colville Mountain is smoked in. Rocky Hill is pretty hazy. Blue Ridge 2. We could try time lapse. Oh, that's the one that rotates. The other one's facing the wrong direction. Let's just do a time lapse of Blue Ridge 1, excuse me. It wasn't particularly compelling last night as I worked on my computer, and I was keeping an eye on Tobias Peak. It just was kind of an orange glow, but everything seems to have lived. Hey Antoine, hello. Big Dog says hugs for all, especially fire victims. Oh, thank you, Big Dog. You're awesome. And hey Bigfoot Hunter. Hey, how are you? The article was dated today, but her court date was last Friday, and that's when she pled not guilty. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I just saw something on KCRA this morning about it. The media and the law enforcement is nailing her to the wall, making her look very guilty before a trial, which honestly disturbs me. To have a fair trial, you can't go telling the public somebody's basically very, very, very guilty. So, A, you want to get a fair trial, but B, you don't want a mistrial, and you don't want to have the weird shenanigans happen, like, oh, we have to locate the trial in a different state because California's opinion is already they want to crucify, so the defendant. You know that shenanigans like that are just awful. if there's enough evidence to convict somebody, that's going to be enough. And it looks bad enough already to be injured by a fire that was started right next to you. So, and to supposedly be caught with fire-making material on your person. I think it was a cigarette lighter. But that's the Blue Ridge 2 cam. That was a pretty mild activity. You can check out Tobias Peak and do a time lapse. Sierra Tahoe is still kind of fixated on some smokes. Looks like it's very clear air. The smoke is blown away because of high winds. So we keep checking on stuff. Now let's look at Leak Springs. They had very favorable, like mild winds over the night. Last night too. Well, not last night, but the night before last too, which is so wonderful. Tiger Lily, hey, how are you? Big hugs. Thank you so much for the kind donation. Keep me going through this. I accept food gift cards, guys. You could send them to my email, which is the link of the video. I definitely could use more food. The super chat sticker thing is down because YouTube wants me to send some documents to them, tax stuff, and like verify my identity, and it's going to be difficult because I am actually a lizard person, and I try not to give identifying documents that way. Sorry guys, it's a running gag that I get accused of being a lizard person with a psyops thing, because apparently the real reason for the fires, according to the conspiracy theorists that come in the chat, is a war between the lizard people and the mole people who live underground. And the lizard people are from the moon, and apparently what we do is we use space lasers to try to kill the mole people, and well, the fires are just collateral. And therefore I am until part of a big evil shadow government run by lizard people hybrids. And well, of course that makes faking my identity as a human really difficult sometimes. You gotta wait for my skin to shed and look like a human again. And just kidding. But yeah, you wouldn't believe the kind of crazy stuff people come in here and say. But it's boring. I gotta submit documents, and then they'll turn on my super chat. Illuminati confirmed, absolutely. So we have Leak Springs is showing the cables, a hotspot there. The cables circus, but this is so much more mild than it could be. They really got lucky overnight with the winds not being as bad as they thought. So, fingers crossed for the whole Caldor situation. Havoc says, that sounds like the most insane cracked up thing made up by a bunch of insane maniacs. I'm not arguing. Not arguing. Yep. So, the lizard people are supposed to be aliens. The mole people are supposed to be, I don't know, I think maybe somebody watched The Time Machine and they're thinking they're like the Molochs. That was a classic movie, man. That still stands up, the 1960s movie. So here's the other Sierra Tahoe cam, and we can do a 15-minute time lapse. We'll get back down to our other videos. We might have a Dixie East Zone video, I don't know. We can watch highlights of what the sobering stuff that's gone on in the Windy. The Windy is what we're really concerned about today. Terry says the right and rats are 30 feet high. Just joking. Oh my gosh. Tall Walls says buenas tardes, amigos. What does that mean? Some folks just live in another reality paradigm. Yeah. Yeah. Confirmed. Although I do admit that it's a very funny, in some ways, it's a very funny theory that I think maybe started out as a joke. Some of the biggest people in power and like gazillionaires have strange lizard-like reptile eyes. I have to admit mine is similar. Mine are similar. I got hazel eyes with the golden flakes and the kind of blue behind it and then the green in front. But hey, that's just what hazel eyes are. But Mark Zuckerberg, you look at his eyes, you kind of go, whoa, that definitely is reptilian-like. Same thing with Elon Musk's eyes. It's just kind of, you know. But if you keep it on the joke level, it's kind of hysterical. But when people kind of give me death threats and think that I should be killed for being a lizard, then it's not as funny. But let's see, Tobias Peak. Let's see if we can see which direction the smoke is going. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Huh. Which way is it facing? Okay, it is facing southwest. Okay. It's hard for me to kind of wrap myself. It's usually facing north, so that really confused me. So if it's facing southwest. Replay, come on. Where's the play? Well, it's not exactly going towards the camera, so it's not really your typical southwest wind now, is it? It's kind of trying to form a pyrocumulus right here. It may be successful. You see this right here? The other smoke layer is obscuring that. But that's moving pretty fast. There's a 3-hour time lapse. 15 minutes gives you a better idea about how fast things are going. But that's a unusual kind of direction. Let's do a 15-minute. And then we'll check some weather stuff. Okay. Zuckerberg is definitely an alien. What says? Don't say that. I'll get kicked off Facebook, guys. I need that to do the fire stream. You're sabotaging my channel because you knew that I read out loud everything on chat. You set me up. What? You set me up. Somebody's gonna clip that, send it to him, and you know. Okay, I better just hurry up and say, I respect him so much. He's the coolest guy on earth. And, yeah, I totally respect Facebook. I love it. And, I have no complaints. In fact, it's my favorite thing in the world. There. Okay. Now, it totally violates your privacy. It's awful in some ways. But it's very good in some ways. The whole, informing people of disasters. I just wish the disaster channels, you didn't have to log in. That's unbelievable. So, help me with my spatial orientation. If the camera is looking to the southwest, then the wind is going that way. That means that that's west, and it's kind of like an east. No, yeah. No, I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's go to. I'm sorry, guys. I got a headache and I'm not functioning that well. So if it's looking that way and smoke's blowing to the left of the screen, then that means it's kind of going up the hill. Okay, just whatever. Well, let's look at Windy and see what Windy has to say about the wind direction. Let's go down here to the. Nope. Yep. Okay. Because I'm just kind of scratching my head at that. Okay, I'll just stick the flag right there. Let's do some mile per hour. 42 mile an hour wind gusts starting about now. Yikes. Oh yeah, we are definitely in the red here, which is beyond the 40s. The deeper pinkish colors are 50s, which is east of Lake Isabella. And okay, that still doesn't make a lot of sense with what we were seeing. Remember microclimates. So until about 6 p.m., there's still a driving like 10 mile an hour sustained wind. I mean, this is speculation. Remember how there's very few wind gauges around here, very few weather stations. The nearest one being down at Lake Isabella. So we can plant our flag around here. But this is a big mystery spot that has no wind gauges. So this is always just something that is essentially guesstimated. They're filling in the blank based on the other gauges, but they're usually at low elevation. Nice back pedal. Yeah, I try here. Okay, so toe the party line. Well, he's one of my lizard brethren. I can't betray my own kind. You know, that's kind of a taboo on that. They'll cut my tail off. It'll regrow eventually, but that's a big shameful thing, you know. Okay. Sleep deprivation confirmed. That's all you need to know about why my jokes are so bad. We don't have too much in the way of sustained winds throughout the rest of the day after 6. However, we still have really nothing short of 25 mile an hour wind gusts, and they go back up to a 35 and 36 by the end of the day by anybody's reckoning. But remember, fires make their own weather. When it gets cooking, it's gonna go and make its own and do its own thing. So teasing, okay, all right, that's okay. Then I won't ban you. Terry's afraid of rats. I don't know about you, but if I see a rat, I run. But if I see a 30-foot high one, I'd run very fast. 30-foot high, 30-foot tall rats. That would be a good Godzilla versus 30-foot tall rat movie. I'd watch that. Going back up to chat. Let's look at Ventusky. I like that one better. See, that's kind of surface winds that Windy generally focuses on, and I forgot the way to reach the slider that changes elevation. If we go to elevation, that really helps the situation. It changes everything. So if we go to wind speed, this is like surface winds. And we can hit the play button, and it'll kind of show you how the winds are coming in through San Francisco Bay and in through the ocean down there by Pasadena / Santa Ana. And that's what's fueling the windy. But it's the same front. It's the same system off the coast. And remember, there's only 2 places that wind can find its way in from the coast easily. But it's the same system. So, that's our animation thing. Now, let's go back, rewind to about 2 p.m.-ish. Now, I love this animation because this looks very mild, right? And this tells a better story about how swirly it is in here. Sometimes winds make their way through the actual mountains, but it's just harder for them. The fiercer, faster winds are going to come in right through the gap, so to speak, by LA. See how it's a little bit more green right there. There are little itty-bitty mountain passes, but nothing quite like that. I'm really low on blood sugar. I need to get some food here. But this is the swirly bob. We're having that happen. So just due east of Porterville, it's kind of where the Windy Fire is at. Kind of around like so, really. And when we saw the camera facing this way, the winds were going towards the left side of it, which, okay, that does kind of fall in line. But here's the magic. They are different directions at different elevations. See? Aha! There you go. At the 8,800 foot mark, which is the very tall peaks, completely different wind direction. A south wind. So we're going to have all kinds of unpredictable crazy today on the windy and the KNP. It's good that where the fire is traveling is going to depend on the elevation. The fires in the valleys is going to be moving totally differently than the fires on the peaks. The fires on the peaks can do the long-range spotting. The fires in the valleys will do stuff like uphill runs. So that's all kinds of insanely dangerous for the fire crews to be at today, just depending on what elevation they're at. So, okay, going back, Wiltho Tower, hey, hello, not unheard of for boaters on Lake Isabella to disappear. The nighttime winds are notoriously erratic and unpredictable. Really? Oh, that's sad. But the same thing happens with Lake Oroville. My brother had a scare when the fog descends on Lake Oroville, like after you've done a day of fishing and you forget just how long of a trip it is to get back to the boat ramp. They went to trolling motor speeds because the fog descended, and even though there's a little light on the boat, they were going extremely slow because they could hit a log or something and sink. And there's no swimming to shore in the center of Lake Oroville. That's pretty far. I mean, you could, but boy, you probably would get exhausted. And it's snow melt. It's a dang cold lake, and drown. And so when the fog descended, my uncle was at the prow of the boat and was just kind of going at a steady pace in a certain direction, and my brother starts getting really anxious. This is a long time ago. Like, are you sure you know where you're going? Are you sure? Because they could have been going to the center of the lake for all you knew. It's like, mm-hmm. But a couple hours passed and it was still open water, and it's like, are you sure you know where you're going? Mm-hmm. And after 2 more hours, they're still not at the shore. Uh-oh. Do we have an internet hiccup? They eventually cut it and sat there in the middle of the lake because they got discombobulated and turned around, and that fog was damp and chilly. And so they're basically freezing on their little aluminum boat, just kind of waiting for dawn and waiting for the light to burn off the water. And so when they did, there had been a debate where my brother was like, cut the engine already. We have 1 oar, and why don't we just wait for dawn? Because what if we have no gas, and that would we might be kind of marooned out here. And so they did. They cut the engine and just sat there. Dawn breaks, and the fog lifts off, and there's the marina like right in front of them. They were right there. My uncle was right, but my brother was like, please, we need to conserve the gas, thinking that they were in the middle of the lake. But Smitty, that's a dark comment. He says, true, but no boater on an inland lake disappears forever. The bottom is there. Maybe in 50 or 100 years, but they show up. That's dark, Smitty. They're really starting to find people missing with side-scanning sonar. That's a different dark topic for a different day. But I don't know about Tahoe. That's really deep. Remember the whole Godfather thing. Frito! Let's take a boat ride. Oh my God. Alright. Let's go and look at camps. See, Tahoe still has that smoke thing going. What? Oh, that's on automatic refresh. We'll look at, do we have Tobias Peak 1? Shirley Peak. It's getting a little clearer down there. King George is getting slightly clearer. Still real smoky at Blue Mountain Kern and everything on the K&P. There's a helicopter. It keeps showing up on Buck Rock. Let's get to its own window, and so we can zoom in on that. That's cool. We can't hear any ops. I wish I could turn on a radio. Buck Rock is K&P, and we've never had air attack radio. It's just not being broadcast online, unfortunately. So Buck Rock 2 is looking almost due east. Can't really see anything. And Buck Rock 1 keeps looking due south, keeps showing a helicopter. Which is kind of neat. Nicole says it's raining hard in Oregon now. Great. Oh, I'm glad. Okay. We could try to see if there's aircraft on the Caldor. We might turn on Caldor radio. There's air attack or observation is still just circling around California Hot Springs, especially. That's where they're going to work throughout the day to try to make everything safe. We'll go to that windy meeting, but I first want to go to today's morning briefing meetings and finish those. I don't think there was a Dixie morning meeting for East Zone. I'd like to turn on a video so I could go get some food from the kitchen. Yeah, we watched that one. And got maps. I read those. There's a Dixie Fire evening update from yesterday, which we could watch. Yeah, you could say that's a washout. That's the bridge over the North Fork of the Feather on a Forest Service road. Yikes. I wonder, that looks like one of the old ones with the wooden decks. Yeah, the Plymouth County is not going to look the same for a long time. Okay. So, do we have a video I missed? We could, going back to, Terry says, guys, I gotta go to bed, have work. Be back Tuesday night, be safe. Yep, thanks. Thanks so much, Terry, for your kind support. Thank you for being here. There's an operational update for yesterday on the Dixie. I think we needed to check the, Tulare County Fire Department sometimes has the windy. I was hoping for a Monday morning update. 5 hours ago, there's a new evacuation warning for the windy. Both sides of the Kern River, from the Gold Ledge campground south of the River Kern, Tulare County at the Tulare-Kern border. It's a warning. It includes all private properties, businesses, residences, structures, campsites, campgrounds, Forest Service roads, access roads, attached roads, and trails. Just basically everything. I'm pretty sure swimming pools are also included. Dang it. Temporary evacuation point where you may find info and assistance is Porterville College, 100 East College Avenue. Individuals who may need assistance evacuating may call 211. Older individuals, 60 plus, may call the senior only hotline at 1-800-321-2462. When preparing to evacuate, please consider bringing important documents, necessary medication, a suitcase, changes of clothing, hygiene items, of course, warm clothing and such. I would add, laptops, chargers, phones, that sort of thing. And snackies. Dang, that's sad. So, it's both sides of the Kern River from Gold Edge Campground south to River Kern. Let's look at the Windy Fire evacuation map. Now, you go to Tulare County to find this, .ca.gov/emergencies. Okay. That squiggle is basically what they are talking about. That warning from here to here. I imagine that will go mandatory. So anybody, if you know anybody in that section, don't assume they know. Please make your phone calls and get people in touch with the resources they need. Myself here, mods and chat are here to help. The video of the Kern, not Kern County, the video from the Windy Fire update last night contains a lot of info for the community resources. It's sad. We can look at the current path of the Windy Fire, and the current heat flare-ups and such are as it's trying to make its way east. Now would probably be the time to actually show the highlights of that video so that you guys understand where they think it's going to be going. I was hoping that we'd have a newer video about the morning update of today, but they had plenty of good info last night about what they expect from today. It's kind of headed straight for Gold Ledge Campground and the other places we were concerned about earlier, Fairview, Road's End. It may be there any moment, really. So we don't have cams up there. Tobias Peak is about the only thing in the area. And, it may not survive eventually, but it's still alive and kicking right now. But it's really local. It doesn't have a commanding view. So will it merge with the French fire? Maybe. It's kind of headed that way. Southerly progress is kind of downslope and backing at the moment because there's two different kind of wind directional patterns. It's a south wind blowing north at the highest peaks, and then it's a southwest wind blowing to the northeast and at the lower elevations. Big House is looking at Google Earth. It looks like the Windy will run out of fuel once it gets into the valley where the Kern is. Yeah, it's a totally different scenario. We were looking at that with Google Maps. This is kind of scrubby stuff to the right. It looks deceptively green, but thanks for the reminder. You get to the dry zone in Nevada on the other side of that river. The thing is, though, it can skip it. If you keep you can see the canyons, it can hop over towards more green fields on the other sides and race up ridges. So that's one of the big concerning things. But it's very scrubby on the immediate other side of the river. It's very tumbleweed. So that makes for a fast-moving but flashy fire, meaning it exhausts its fuel really quickly, but it runs fast, and sometimes they can be dispatched to go protect structures in an area and arrive to find them a pile of rubble already. They kind of have to already be stationed there to protect them in the long and winding road kind of situation, and the whole takes forever to get anywhere because of the going up and down elevations is a big factor in the amount of crews that they're short is a big factor. They will have to pick and choose what they can protect. Aircraft not being able to fly is a huge disappointing factor. So they said they arrived at the Sugarloaf area just to find some structures already involved. In fact, let's just play the dang meeting because that's where they explain it. And I need to go get some blood sugar. I'll go get some food out of the kitchen. So that's the new evacuation warning. We got to keep telling people about that. Let me update my scroll, and so people know. So that was what, 5 hours ago? Gosh, I didn't even notice this. I'm so bad about that. So what was I? 8:30 a.m. I was gonna say it was 8:30 a.m. Evacuation warning. We pencil that in. Both sides of the Kern River from Gold Ledge south of River Kern at the border of Kern County. Okay, easy enough to type. Cut and paste. Both sides of the Kern River. ... From Gold Ledge Campground south to River Kern, Larry County, at the Larry Kern border. Okay. See Tulare County.gov/emergencies for map. Refresh often. Okay. Call 211 for info or senior only hotline at 1-800-321-2462. Okay. Let's see if that is correct. Alright, make that a little bit smaller. Okay, guys, let me know if that's too small or whatnot. Now I'm going to say that what we're about to watch is the highlights, the pertinent parts of the meeting about the Windy Fire. Unless there's some new video from this morning. The Windy is now, well, as of 14 hours ago, estimated to be beyond 82,000 acres in size. 2% containment. Somebody at the meeting asked, well, why did the containment percentage drop? Well, it's just because there's more perimeter. If your circle is bigger, and yet your containment area is still the same amount of space, then your percentage is smaller. So once again, call 211 for evacuation and fire info in the Tulare County area, or the senior hotline, which is scrolling by in the chat. 1-800-321-2462. I copied that down correctly, didn't I? Double check it. 321-2462. So there's also an information hotline, 559-802-9790, from 8 to 8. Okay. Yeah, that was the Windy Fire meeting. So that's the last word we have. We've got some cool pictures. Hospital Walk. Oh wow, that's where there's petroglyphs, isn't there? They're trying to do cut down the tree limbs and such away from the petroglyphs. That's good. And fuel reduction around it. That's good. Firing operation by the Stanislaus National Forest crew using a drip torch along the General's Highway helps the wildfire into our control line, which is the road. It helps stop the incoming wildfire from jumping over that road because of the black scorched earth buffer that they have created next to the road. Here's some bucket work. Splash. Wow, that's a nice one. Mark Garrett photos here. Those are really good. That's a Sikorsky Sky Crane right there. A hose lay protects the General Sherman parking, restrooms, and area. Okay. The wet sprinkler system. A bulldozer line constructed by Cal Fire. Yep. Okay. I guess we really don't have a new video, so let's watch the community meeting video thing. I'm familiar now with the kind of the way the video went, and I'll skip to the important parts because it's 49 minutes long. Yesterday's 6 p.m. meeting highlights. They'll explain basically what they expect the fire to do today.
For over 1 year, that's our so wanted.
Sorry, the intro was just an intro.
Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate that. Next up is going to be our Operational Section Chief, Ernie Villa, with our operational briefing.
Good evening, everybody. Ernie Villa. I'm the Planning Ops Trainee here with California Incident Management Team 5, so I'll give you a quick overview of what we have here currently.
Okay. There's something wrong with my connection. If it just cut out, I'm going to go back. I just noticed there's a red square there on my thing. I may have lost connection with YouTube. Refresh the page and make sure at least 720p or 1080p. I don't know what is happening with my connection, but it's cutting in and out, I guess. Hang on a second, guys. Let me try to fix this. Reconnection successful. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Just try to refresh the page. I just lost connection with YouTube for a second. Shake fist at my ISP and the construction going on outside. But I think we're back. So let me, it might burp again in 1 second. Just hang on. Trying to fix it. Okay. Yeah, if it goes fuzzy or anything like that, just refresh. So let me just type in internet burped, refresh, and make sure you hit the live button by volume. 720p or 1080 if blurry. Well, I'm glad I didn't just set my chair back and go into the kitchen. Okay, let's start this again.
Good evening, everybody. Ernie Villa. I'm the Planning Ops Trainee here with California Incident Management Team 5, so I'll give you a quick overview of what we have here currently. Start off here in the top end and the north end of the fire here. The fire is still relatively hot along the line. We're continuing to mop up and secure along the Western Divide Highway, as well as out towards the 06 road coming out towards the east here. The fire did slop across the Lloyd Meadow Road here on the east side. We were able to go direct along that piece of fire with dozers and hand line, and we were able to mop up and started to secure that area as well. As we come south along the Lloyd Meadow Road here, we have a combination of direct and indirect hand line that go all the way out towards the Mountain 99 corridor near Johnsondale here. Still some heat in that area, and it's about to get wind tested in the coming day, so we're still doing a lot of work in here to secure that edge. As you come back into Johnsondale here, still got a lot of stuff we're working on in the Johnsondale area here along the west side of the community. And then as you come out just south of that there, as you come out towards Spees Ridge here, the fire remains fairly active in this area. The fire is still kind of in a backing and flanking motion depending on the exact position on the slope. So over the coming days, we are expecting that the fire will continue to flank and back towards the Kern River here. As you come around the corner here, back into the 16 road, the fire remains fairly active here on the south end of the fire, all the way back in towards Sugarloaf Village. We were able to we tried to send some engines into the Tobias Lookout here. We do still have communications, and we don't know the exact status of the tower, but we are feeling fairly confident with the information we're receiving that the tower is still standing at this time. We do have a radio communication and cameras attached to the tower, so that's what's given us some level of confidence that the tower is kind of still standing. We will still assess the needs there, or if we can, once we're able to make access, we'll be able to confirm that for sure. As you move back into Sugarloaf Village, we're still kind of in a structured defense posture in here with the amount of fire that's been spotting and burning toward the south there with all the heavy fuel loadings. We're continuing to have a very tough firefight here in this area. Coming back in towards along the Caponero Road in here, the fire is still burning pretty active. Back in towards the Caponero Road, we are using the Caponero Road as a holding feature. So far, from what I've heard, that we're feeling fairly confident we might be able to hold that as long as the weather is gonna behave for us. As we move into Pine Flat here, we were able to kind of get fire line out back behind the community here in Hot Springs, and we are currently getting fired, allowing it to back into the dozer lines that are above the community here, and we're mopping up and securing as it's backing into those holding features. As you come out here on the west side of the fire, we still have an indirect lines, both hand and dozer line, that are going to connect out here to the west side. The terrain in this western side of the fire here is it's pretty much impenetrable. We aren't going to be able to get resources out here due to the terrain, how rough and steep the terrain is. As you move out towards the Tule River boundary here, we do have some more indirect and indirect hand line, both dozer and hand line, that's proposed that'll come out here near the Wheaton area. Out here in the northern part of northwestern part of the fire, the fire crews are currently bringing fire down the 2 1/4 road. They are using aircraft. They had a small window. They were able to use aircraft to support them as they're coming south towards the Wheaton area, and it sounds like that operation will continue through this evening. The fire is wanting to try to push out to the west and try to challenge that line there, so they're trying to continue to stay out in front of it to maintain that as a holding feature. As you come back into the northern part of this area here, we are still holding and mopping up and securing everything that happened the last few days. There are some pockets of unburned fuel that are backing towards the road system, but overall things are looking fairly well. As you work out towards the north end of the fire is moving back towards the 94 road backing, and we're looking at using the 94 road coming out of Coy Flat as a holding feature. Most of this stuff up in the north, kind of this northern corner here, is checked up against the last year's Castle fire. It's still burning, but it will eventually run out of fuel to continue burning out towards the north there. Or if it does have fuel that it can find, it's very limited. Everything in this L-shaped pattern right here was an old burn scar, and everything for about the last week and a half or so has been holding within that current footprint. We do plan on sending crews back in there once we can alleviate some of the structured defense threat down here. We will go back in here at some point and try to check that up, but if it's not moving there, we're feeling pretty confident. We'll let it kind of do its thing so we can address some of the threats that are occurring down here in the south end of the fire. Other than that, kind of the end of the report.
Thank you, Ernie. Appreciate that. And we'll get to some questions for Ernie here in a little bit. Next up, we're going to bring up Jeff Shelton. He's our fire behavior analyst for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Shelton. do fire behavior for the team. And so as the fire behavior analyst, my job is to provide two key things: how fast the fire is going and how intense it's going to be. With the speed of the fire, what we call rate of spread, it'll allow us to understand if we have time to accomplish our tactics, if we have time to get folks out of the way, if the fire is moving with purpose. From the intensity side, that gives us a real good feel for the tactics we can do. We use flame length as our gauge to determine what kind of things we can do. But if we have flame lengths that are less than 4 feet, we can generally go direct with hand crews on that. Flame lengths that start creeping up, we have to do different tactics after that. We have to go line that is indirect from the fire's edge, or potentially use bulldozers, or a variety of different tools we have in our toolbox. So what I'm going to talk to you tonight about are three things. I'm going to talk about the weather, I'm going to talk about the fire behavior, and then the smoke, which is something on everybody's mind for the last several weeks. Actually, the last several months, everybody's been suffering under that. So with the weather, we look at trends. There's several things that really are important to us in fire weather. Thing that fire behavior is very sensitive to is wind. It provides oxygen for the fire, which fire likes, but it also provides a steering mechanism, a way to kind of nudge the fire in the direction that it's going to go. We haven't had a lot of wind on this fire over this fire, and the days that we have had wind have been associated with those large growth days where the fire has moved in a certain direction. It's been more of a function with the wind of ventilation rather than a wind-driven fire. The other thing that we've been experiencing over the life of this fire is low humidity. So the calendar says it's late September.
Okay, at this point in time, the broadcast got really messed up. It's not me, it's, them.
But the fuels think it's midsummer, the way we've had this hot, dry weather over the last several weeks. It's still the end of peak fire season, but the season typically starts dropping off at this time. But we've been experiencing unseasonably dry, unseasonably warm weather for the life of this fire, and we haven't really gotten a break that we need. Looking out into the some values that are important to us. How dry it's going to be during the day, but also what kind of recovery we're going to get at night. How much moisture is going to come into the fire area at night. And why that's really important is the more moisture that the fuels can marinate in and absorb, the harder it is for that fire to move across the landscape. Because for that fire to project across the landscape, it has to drive out that moisture and then consume it. And that takes energy out of the fire. We haven't enjoyed very good relative humidity recovery over the lifetime of this fire. In the next several days, we are going to enjoy some, some fairly good relative humidity recovery. So as we look into tomorrow and the next day, you're going to see a different fire environment out there. You're going to see a different atmosphere over your communities as we have some wind coming into the area, something that we really haven't had on this fire over the 2 weeks. We're going to have winds that are sustained in the teens with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. It's predominantly going to be over the higher terrain, but what that's going to do is provide a steering mechanism and also a way for spotting to happen. So that's going to be kind of where we're going to transition into the fire behavior and what the fire is experiencing from this fire weather. The fire is a fuels-driven fire, and by fuels-driven, what I mean is the fuels are dictating how the intensities are and where this fire wants to go. If you look at the shape of the fire and where the fire has consumed, it's staying along the highest terrain in the heaviest fuels. And when I say fuels, I'm talking about grass, I'm talking about brush, and I'm talking about timber. What I would consider fuels is basically just stored energy. There's an immense amount of stored energy in these fuels that are on the ground in this area, specifically over the higher terrain. for those of you who live in the community and those who are familiar with this, you understand that the fuels are very drought stressed over a long period of time, and that's made them vulnerable to bug kill. And that bug kill has really devastated excuse me, this area. And you have an immense amount of not just live fuel, but dead fuel intermixed with it. And so as the fire progresses through here, it can move unimpeded through that dead fuel, and it's very resistant to control. As much as we would like to get up and get close to it, it's hard for us to fight fire directly when the flame lengths are immense and the intensity is off the chart. And so that's why you're seeing this footprint expand on a daily basis. As much as we would like to go direct, we've had to adopt an indirect strategy from both an efficiency and a safety standpoint. The fire is going to remain aggressive, especially with wind, over the next several days, even though we're going to have a little bit of relative humidity recovery. But what we are going to experience with this wind is a clearing of the atmosphere. And what you're going to see is the smoke start to clear out and be scoured out, mostly over the higher terrain initially. What that will do is it's going to nudge that fire in the direction that the wind is pushing it. We're going to get a west wind and then a combination of southwest and northwest. And so any entrenched heat along this eastern portion of the fire is going to want to move towards the Kern River drainage. We do have a couple good things that are in our favor right now. We have the Cedar fire scar. I was up there in Sugarloaf looking at that today. And it has a lot of the characteristics in the fuels, where the fuels were removed by the Cedar fire, that we're seeing in the Slate fire that caused this little box here to not burn at all. So the same characteristics we're seeing here that are helping the fire to stay put are also, we're going to try to count on that, and we're going to exploit that in the fire behavior here. On this side, where we're expecting some growth, we're into the 2002 McNally scar. It is that fire was so high severity that it converted the fuels from a kind of a loose, widely scattered timber model into a grass and brush model, which is very susceptible to wind-driven fire. So, in the next couple days, there's a high probability of this fire moving into the Kern River corridor. It's going to be aggressive, but after that 2-day period of aggressiveness, we're going to have some higher humidities, and we're going to probably be able to go direct on that fire. So the last thing I'm going to leave you with is smoke getting scoured out. And you're going to have some clearer skies, and the other thing that's going to give us is a better opportunity to use aircraft on the fire. We get a lot of questions on why we're not using aircraft. And so looking at that, we're going to have a better opportunity to use aircraft as the smoke dissipates out. So thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, get them in, and if I don't answer them now, I can get to them the next time we do a briefing.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. Next up, we're going to bring up Charlie Norman. He's the Tulare County Fire Chief. Chief.
Thanks, Nate. So 20, 30 minutes? Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. It's been a tremendous year in the California Fire Service.
This dude is awesome.
And I was hoping that it would dodge Tulare County at this point, and that until September the 9th. We currently have the KMP complex going on that's about 45,000 acres in Sequoia National Park that we have a tremendous amount of resources on. And the Windy Fire has also taxed our resources extensively. We do have the EOC open, our Emergency Operations Center open, if there's any ancillary services that we need to perform, and we will be here for the entire incident. And once the incident is over, the county will still be here to assist in any way possible. First and foremost, our mission is life, property, and environment. We want to make sure everybody's safe, and I want to thank you for adhering to all the evacuation orders and the evacuation warnings. So that minimizes our probabilities of anybody getting hurt, anybody getting seriously injured, and it makes our job easier as firefighters to take care of business. I
think I should kind of summarize, recap what this incredibly important information was. what went by pretty fast was strategies right now. When he I think it was this area he was gesturing to. We'll have to look up the burn scar area. Sorry, I just in the middle of eating here. He was talking about how they'll use the strategy. This is the burn scar
model.
Whoopsie, wrong pen color there. They're keeping it out of the castle slash SQF fire, the one that took out Cedar Slope and a couple of the communities, but they saved Camp Nelson for the most part. The reason it has that wedge shape is they have fresh dozer lines here from that burn scar. That's where they stopped the fire from, spreading in last year. And they had we thought the powder keg here, like this was like the lit gunpowder reaching the powder keg boom. If it reached this incredibly dry, dead, old growth up there. But thankfully, they had a couple of days where they had wind blowing basically like this direction. So from Camp Nelson on, they lit the landscape on fire here, and this was all dead trees anyway from last year's fire. And they burned off the new needle cast and the bushes that had grown up since last year. So that's why they were able to stop it dead in its tracks. It's holding for the moment, and that's why it has that weird wedge shape. It's up against the other burn scar. Hang on a second, let me sneeze. Okay, sorry. And he's talking about how the fire will reach the current area. We already have evacuations warnings going out right now, reaching the Kern River. And so he's talking about how the winds will just kind of push it towards this direction. We've already seen some of that going on down the pipe with the activities on the satellite already. But he's saying that down south there's the same strategy where the French fire and a couple others basically have made a fresh burn scar, and they have fresh dozer lines down here, and they'll be able to hopefully protect places like Wilfred Heights and other places due to the French fire and some others. And he did make the sad comment on one of the previous fires from 2002 that instead of having trees there anymore, there's just a bunch of bushes and grasslands because they didn't grow back. So he's talking about a different kind of a fuel that will be easier to deal with. It'll run fast, but not burn for a long time or burn especially hot. So we can check it out, which fire that was, and get a handle on the situation. Sorry, I'm really super congested today and got sinus problems. I'll do my best to talk. I'm starting to lose my voice. This is day 76 of the fire stream, and so I'm trying to use as many videos as possible. We'll put on, the McNally. So what he's basically saying, this is a sad statement, that the McNally fire here, this is a rough outline, it's mostly grassland because the trees didn't grow back, So Dusty says, when are the higher winds supposed to get started today? You must have missed it. I don't think that was explained well. So we can go back to Ventus Sky and such. Windy now, like right now, 2 p.m. to 8, but with wind gusts almost dead calm throughout the night, but with wind gusts not getting lower than 25 miles an hour, ranging from 25 to 40 miles an hour, and that's not at the higher peaks. That's according to the estimates for the Lake Isabella weather station. Reminder. So this is, remember, the no lands zone of no wind gauges. So it's always a guesstimate on what the wind's actually doing up in there. Big dog? That's kind of a weird statement. So we can look back real quick before we finish more of the video. That's Buck Rock, and there's a helicopter running around a KNP there. Tobias Peak currently looks like so. Let's do a good time lapse. Blue Ridge is sort of looking around. It's a different Tobias Peak lapse. So right now, this is Tobias Peak. We can do last 3 hours. Landscape is still whoa! Open flame at the base of the Tobias Peak. Did you see that? At the base of the tower in those bushes. That was a little freaky. So that flared up. Whoa, right there. At 11 in the morning. Totally missed that. It's a good thing though that as long as it doesn't shower the tower with sparks, if these bushes are burning off now rather than when there's insano roaring massive flames, which may happen again in the next couple of days. I mean, this tower may just be alive for the next couple of days. It's survived 2 days in a row now, but hopefully it will continue to survive. I'm looking at the vegetation to actually see how windy it is. I mean, you can see the smoke blow away. Now, dead trees don't bend, and so that they're a bad judge. Why is that not loading? Hey. Hey. Stupid ISP. The massive construction going on outside is really messing with what's going on. I'm sorry. But it doesn't look incredibly windy. It just looks somewhat windy. Now I want to go back to the little meeting because they talked more about like what was lost yesterday at Sugarloaf Village and what happened. They're working hard to protect California hot springs and Pine Flat and continue to prep structures. But they're talking mostly about the progress on the east side of the fire. We could check out the current the current reds are mostly basically following the pattern they're talking about. It's the eastern flank of the fire. So hopefully they'll be able to save places like Fairview and such today. And the fire's getting pretty close to it. But they expected this, as you can tell from last night's meeting. So looking back at chat, you can tell by looking at the smoke that the wind is blowing pretty stiff. Yeah, at least in gusts. And the problem is that's not a movie camera. It is taking one frame every minute. So if the wind gusts are like gust and then dying down for 30 seconds, then gusting and then dying down for 30 seconds, you can get this optical illusion that the wind's not bending the trees because maybe they did bend, but then they went back. If the gusts are kind of rocking back and forth, like in that pattern of gusting and 30 seconds of nothing. Just depends on when the camera is snapping the pictures. But like Dusty is pointing out, you can tell by the wind that the wind is going hard enough to move the smoke away. So the windy can tell us, and look at the Lake Tahoe. This is probably 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts around Echo Lake, starting about now till 8. This is pretty much currently what's going on with wind gusts in general. As far as what Windy was able to predict, we can do radar and satellite, and we should probably check National Weather Service radar and to see where the smoke is going. Oregon, give us the rain to California. Got some lightning and stuff. Northeast New Mexico. We can turn it on to satellite. Hit the this is a 2-hour time lapse. If it would please load. There we go. So you can see that stuff coming in from the ocean. You can go into visible. See if we can get some action. See if we can see some smoke. Now the windy is around here. Whoops, wrong color pen. Around here, and east of Fresno is the Camp P. And that's infrared time lapse. 6 hours can kind of tell a better story. Yeah, we might have to go to National Weather Service or NOAA weather to get the better animation. Okay, you can kind of see it. You can kind of see the smoke going. There's already so much existing smoke that seeing the plume type smoke might be kind of difficult. So let's go to, what is it, NOAA, Larry County, California. Got a 7-day forecast, and at the bottom, it's currently 81, 39% humidity is good. They've got a little bit better community, but that's Visalia humidity. We were talking about the true humidity being on the windy being in 20-25%. So we can look at the forecast discussion. See if there's any new updates. Smoke for the Sierra fires will be shunted well to the southeast tonight and Tuesday, with San Joaquin Valley getting the reprieve. However, the eastern Kern County will likely get plenty of smoke aloft in northwest flow, and that's basically where the fire is going. Temperatures, blah, 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 blah. Okay. You'd think there'd be a special fire discussion. Yeah, so talking about discussion, satellite imagery shows incoming trough of low pressure now extending across northwest California. Surface observations show winds on the increase from the northwest, with the UC Merced gusting to 19 miles an hour shortly before noon. Winds in the afternoon will continue to slowly increase, with high-resolution models showing the strongest push of the winds in the San Joaquin Valley arriving early this evening. Meanwhile, as the surface pressure gradients increase over Kern County, winds over the windy Mojave Desert Slope Zone, which is east of Tehachapi, I can't even say that, will easily reach 45-50 miles an hour in gusts overnight. 60 miles per hour are likely in this traditionally windy location. That's a bit south, though, where the windy is. As the northwest winds reach the south into the San Joaquin Valley and the upper slope into the Grapevine, to Apache and Fraser Mountain areas, clouds will form and drizzle or light rain will fall in favored locations. Expect that to continue through Tuesday before winds abate and begin to turn to an easterly direction, effectively shutting down the upslope drizzle process by later in the day. Yeah, so blah blah blah. Okay, let's go back to what was I going back to? Cams. They're kind of not wanting to behave right now. The website could be hiccuping, but just check out Lake Springs and Tahoe real quick. See if these will behave, and then we'll go back to our meeting. Daniel O'Brien, rain is coming 3 waves on radar. That's right, I was going to look at the radar. On Northern California coast. Glad to hear that for you guys. What? Tobias Peak Cam died at 1:30. Uh-oh. Oh, but sometimes they die. That says 201. It's alive. It's alive. Yeah. This is 201. Are you okay? That says 201 as well. Maybe you should refresh or something, or they're back? Yeah, they're back. Yay! They're back. So we're watching Caldor where there's high winds. We're watching Windy and KNP where there's high winds. The KNP is complete. We're smoke blind. That's the center strip. Windy is the bottom strip. So, oh, there's that helicopter keeps going by the KNP. That's pretty cute. Bucket Brigade of the Sky is going by. Let's see if this will work again. No wonder I was having trouble a second ago with it kind of burping. It's back. It's back. Okay, let's check out. We still don't have. We don't have any aircraft over the Windy. The Piper PA 31350 might be some sort of a scout plane, I guess. I don't know. We got some aircraft. Still working the area. Whoa, the Chinook is in the house. And it's not an airplane, but it has the airplane icon for some reason. The K-Max is in the house. Well, wherever the K-Max is, fires go out. K-Max is... KNP is now going to run away in fear from the K-Max. The single passenger miniature helicopter thing. So we've got air attack in the form of assistance citation. And the Black Hawk is the one that keeps buzzing around right in front of the the Buckrock camera. Here it is. Let me move over to the rest. So let's watch the rest of the video because they do talk about some very important things.
Into a grass and brush model.
Yeah. So there's the Sheriff. He talks for a bit about things. She talks for a bit for things. But then they talk about weather and what to expect from today, and community questions. So here's weather. I believe. Let me see what he was saying.
Great. Thank you, Courtney. Appreciate that. Next up, we're going to bring our incident commander for Team 5, Rick Young.
Okay.
Thanks, Nate. So we assumed command of the Windy Fire at 0600 on Friday morning with the stated intent of implementing a very aggressive full suppression strategy. Our priorities are, as Chief Norman alluded to, the preservation of life and property and the protection of the natural features that make this area so special and unique. As fire behavior talked about, we've experienced some very challenging days here with fire weather and fuels, and that's led to some large fire growth. I'm confident over the coming days we're going to start seeing some containment on that line. You're going to see that containment number start to come up a bit. I want to thank all the cooperators that have been just really great to work with, but a special thanks to the Tulare County Fire Department and the Tulare County Sheriff's Office. Their coordination, their assistance, and their communications has simply been outstanding. I'd also like to thank the Tulare unit of CAL FIRE for their operational support. As Chief Norman said, getting timely and accurate information is a priority, and it's a priority for this team. So please make sure you're following the right sources. Follow the Facebook page here, and we will provide you with the most timely and accurate information we can from the incident. In conclusion, I'd like to recognize the firefighters, the brave men and women that are out there currently, some very rugged terrain, some brutal conditions, helping us meet our goals here. And I know everybody's got a lot of things to do, so I want to thank you for joining us tonight and your continued support. Be well.
Okay, sorry, I meant to pause it on the chart that was behind him. So he's done with his part. I think there's still more to go that's pertinent to the situation. So it's showing Monday the 27th. It's going to be sunny, which is bad for fire weather. That's why it's pink. And the max temp is 67, which is good. It's kind of cold. That's why it's in the green. Minimum humidity is 32%, which is great. It's in the green. Max humidity is 50%, which is great. It's in the green. But wind speed is sustained is 12 miles an hour, not so good. So that's in the yellow, the critical burning conditions. Wind gust 24 miles an hour. That's in the critical burning conditions. Wind direction is west generally. Now they're talking about tomorrow. It's even colder, which is great. It's partly cloudy, which is good. Much better, you know. Max temps only being 59, which is great. Minimum humidity 44, that's great. Max humidity 80%. Woohoo! That must be nighttime recovery. And then wind speed though, 60 miles an hour sustained. That's extremely bad. So it's pink. The wind gusts being 28 miles an hour. That's extremely bad. So it's pink. Wind direction southwest to northwest winds. So it shifts throughout the day, which is unpredictable, and that's kind of bad. So that's how you read the chart. Like, the green is good, yellow is critical and pretty scary, and extreme is terrifying. So when you have a mix, when you have at least one thing that's red and some that are yellow, it's bad. When you have two reds, that's pretty bad. But when you have solid reds, that's when you run for your life, you know. So it's one of those Chernobyl meme quotes. It's not great. It's not terrible. That is the best way to explain this.
I'd like to recognize the firefighters. Thank you. It's the formal briefing portion of this fire informational community meeting. Next, we're going to answer some of the questions that were submitted earlier online, and if we get some chance, the ones that were submitted. First up, we have Teresa Benson with the Forest, who's gotten some questions. Teresa.
All right, I've got a few questions that I will attempt to give you some information on tonight, but I also want to encourage the folks that had these questions to please follow up with the Forest Service so that we can provide more details and also get some of your input and involvement with some of the questions that you have. And so one of the questions that we have for the Forest Service is, can you assure residents bordering the monument that the United States Forest Service will make fire breaks? The Giant Sequoia National Monument is approximately 320,000 acres. The forest itself is about 1 million acres, and so the monument is about 1/3 of that area. And I'll just walk over here and show you. The Giant Sequoia National Monument is the area that it goes up a little bit further, borders the reservation here, and then comes along here. So a very large part of the monument has burned in the Windy Fire, and then the Castle Fire also burned a very large part of the monument. The monument was established to protect the giant sequoia groves that are within the monument. There's about 33 groves that we manage. But we also have a lot of different mountain communities that live within the boundaries of the monument and on the border of the monument. And so a lot of those communities like Camp Nelson and Ponderosa have been impacted by both the Castle Fire and now the Windy Fire. And so I can definitely tell you that it is very important for us to work with the communities within the monument to work on plans that will help to protect those communities. We want to work with those communities and also partner with Tulare County and other folks that have interest in providing that kind of protection. There are a lot of different environmental documentation needs that we have because it is the Giant Sequoia National Monument, but we have learned how we can do that successfully, and we're committed to working towards that in the future, and that's what we need to do. I won't go into a lot more detail, but I just want to tell the person who asked this question that we should definitely make some time to connect and talk if you're a member of one of these communities, and look at what we can together plan. We have some of our communities in the forest that have formed fire-safe councils. For example, up in the area where the KMP complex is threatening, there's a council called the Oak to Timberline Fire Safe Council. And it's a group of private community members that have formed a group to work together to provide defensible space around their community. And the Forest Service works directly with the Fire Safe Council, and we work with them to get grants and opportunities to bring funds in to help that community. And I think we should be talking with you all and looking at opportunities that we can do similar work together. I think a lot of the other two questions are kind of similar, but I'm going to address them just to recognize the folks that asked these questions. What can we do to get our forest clean of excess fuel? I will tell you that the Sequoia National Forest #1 priority in the 3 years that I've been the forest supervisor has been fuel reduction. That is our #1 priority on the forest. The forest is growing faster and providing new fuels every year faster than we can remove them. But it is our goal and our objective on this forest to remove fuels. That's what we have to do. And we're going to continue striving to do more and more of that every year. We have a lot of plans in place for this next year to remove fuels. We've been able to successfully get some large grants from the state and as well as federal grants that we've applied for, a lot of additional money. In fact, we've increased our fuel reduction on the forest by many acres in the last 3 years, and we're going to continue to increase that. We need to be removing at least 30,000 acres of fuel every year from this forest, and we've been averaging about 10,000 on a good year. So we need to do a lot more. And we appreciate any help and support that you have, that you want to express towards that goal. And so connect with us and reach out to us, and we want to get you on our mailing list for those projects. We have many projects that we've proposed across the forest this year that do exactly that. #1 priority on the forest. Last question, are these fires the cause of mismanagement? I have lived here since 1984 and have never seen fires like this. I've worked on the Sequoia. I started working here in 1990 myself, and I have spent the majority of my career on this forest and have seen my first fire was the Stormy Fire in 1990. It was 25,000 acres. And we've had the Mantor Fire in 2000, 150,000 acres, and the McNally Fire in 2002 was 155,000 acres. So we have had very large fires, a lot more since then. I won't spend all night telling you about every fire, but this forest has a lot of fire scars on the landscape. But I will tell you that the last couple of years, the Castle Fire and the Windy Fire have been in an extremely dry mortality belt. That the drought that has been occurring for the last 20 years have developed a very large amount of fuel where this fire is burning. And that's what you're seeing, and that's what we had our fire behavior analyst, Jeff, was up here earlier, did an amazing job explaining that to all of you. But I will tell you that we need to do more in terms of the management, and we need to remove fuels, whether it be from mastication, from biomass, from chipping, from any kind of prescribed burning, burning of piles. One thing I'll just say that we're hopeful for is that the Long Meadow Sequoia Grove, where the Trail of 100 Giants is located, I personally visited that area on Friday. We have done a lot of management in that grove for the last 10 years. There was a lot of mortality of the trees that are not sequoias in that grove, and there were hundreds and hundreds of snags that we felled, we piled, and burned. Last year, between the Castle Fire and probably May, so about a 5-month period, we burned over, there were probably 2,000 piles that we burned. Thankfully, we were able to burn those piles, and when I went to the Trail of 100 Giants a couple days ago, we saw very limited effects, very low intensity fire that came through there. We did not lose any of the giant sequoias, and it is because we were in there removing fuels. And so that is what we need to do for our giant sequoia groves. With that, I could probably talk about this a lot longer, but I want to just let you know that we're available. The Forest Service is committed to fuels reduction on the forest, but we need the help of our partners and you. And so thank you for your support on this topic. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Teresa. So we just have a few more minutes here. We're going to bring our...
Okay, I heard they lost one tree at Trail of 100 Giants. I saw a pretty compelling image of that, so she might have misspoken. Or that image that I saw could have been from a different grove, but I think they did lose one. But that's good that they only lost one. It's pretty cool. When we looked at the Trail of 100 Giants on our Google Maps, trying to figure out, just how safe or unsafe are these areas, looking specifically at what kind of fuels are in the area, it looked pretty bad. But that's pretty awesome that they did that amount of work and saved the day there, so that's cool.
Ernie, you have to address some of the operational questions that you had, and then we have to prepare to brief our troops here at 7 o'clock. So we only got a few minutes here. Ernie?
Okay, so real quick, the first question I have here is why are aircraft not being used on the fire? And I think Jeff kind of touched on it there. Even though the air may be clear up here on the top end of the ridge lines, down here where the helicopters are positioned, the smoke's been settling down on the valleys there. So we do try to use them any chance we get. We'll definitely push them out there. If the fire grows, how safe is Pier Point and Camp Nelson? Could it cross 190? It can cross 190 with the southwest wind that we're projecting for tomorrow here, as you've seen on the charts. This firing operation right here has potential for these upper end right here. We do have some potential.
Okay, this is the meat and potatoes we're here for. He's talking about what should be happening as we speak. This is a 6 p.m. meeting of yesterday.
We'll definitely push them out there. If the fire grows, how safe is Pier Point and Camp Nelson? Could it cross 190? It can cross 190 with the southwest wind that we're projecting for tomorrow here, as you've seen on the charts. This firing operation right here has potential for these upper end right here. We do have some potential that the fire could push out in that direction. So up here high, it's still hung up in the burn scar from the Castle fire. There are some stringers of fuel that could reach down into the community there, so we're still keeping our eye on that, and we have a plan in place should that occur. Why is CAL FIRE absent from private lands within the Forest Service? They aren't. They are actively engaged down here in the Sugarloaf area. We are working together, and with Tulare County Fire, we have, I think Chief put it best, we're working collaboratively in this area to protect all the values at risk, with life and property being number one. Next question, if the threat is minimal to Camp Nelson, can you change the evacuation order? I know I spoke to that the other day in the briefing. I meant minimal, meaning that we do have natural features like the burn scars we have here. It doesn't mean that the threat's not there. I think there's potential with the wind that we're getting, the dry fuels. There's a chance that it could happen, and we have to be prepared in case it does occur. And yes, we could change the order, and we will do so as soon as we can. We understand what it is, what you're going through. Air resources, why is air support not being used? I think I touched on that one. What is the status of the Pack Saddle Grove? Did the fire crews prep ahead of in time? During the transition, when the team first came on station here, the fire had made a big push across Mountain 50, and by time we actually took command of the fire, we received phone calls about 5:30 that morning that they were going to be pushing a mandatory evacuation for California Hot Springs. At that point, our priority became life property threat mitigation down here in this community. We did try to attempt to use the one of these roads that came out here, I believe the 64 road coming across below the pack saddle. At that point, we started receiving spot fires, multiple down here in Tyler Creek. So it was tried, but by the time we got folks in there, it was too late. Status of the Deer Creek Grove, fire has hit the Deer Creek Grove there. Don't have an exact assessment, but it did flank and push through that area. We will have a group of people that will be assessing that with the giant sequoia specialists that are in here now. We have a plan to put a group together that will go back and assess the damage with them. The status of the Black Mountain Grove fires only touched a small portion of that grove, probably right here in the west or east corner right here up near the boundary there. So far, the fires pretty much stayed out of it. It does have potential to cross into it, but as of now, nothing. What is the status of the Spear Creek cabins? I don't have any information on that. We can gather that, and I think that Tulare County Fire spoke to that. We have folks that will be coming in doing a full assessment of what all the damage looked like from the fire. We'll get that out to you so that it is accurate. What is the condition of the Boney Wit area south of Pine Flats? I don't have the information currently, but we will get that information back out to you as soon as we have it. At the previous meeting, you have repeatedly said you would let the fire burn down to the 94 road, then stop it. It looks like it has jumped over the road, moving towards Coy Flat, Campground, and Camp Nelson. So I know sometimes the view on these maps are kind of deceiving, but it is actually backing into that road in some areas, and we do have fire resources on a 24-hour staffing. So we do have people out there at night. They're watching it continually, and they'll definitely sound the alarm early if it does make any kind of push down into the community. So other than that, that was the last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, he speaks really fast. I was just typing. So I missed the last one.
Moving towards Coy Flat, Campground, and Camp Nelson. So I know sometimes the view on these maps are kind of deceiving, but it is actually backing into that road in some areas, and we do have fire resources on a 24-hour staffing. So we do have people out there at night. They're watching it continually, and they'll definitely sound the alarm early if it does make any kind of push down into the community. So other than that, that was the last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Appreciate that. So, folks, that's what the time we have for this evening. Appreciate everyone joining us. Thank you. We will let you know when we're going to have another virtual public meeting. Should be coming up here pretty soon, and we'll make sure if we didn't get any of your questions addressed, we will reach out to you via email and/or if you were on Facebook or Zoom, make sure we get those questions answered for you.
So he doesn't say when the next community meeting is. I went through some of the comments. Some of them were really sad. A lot of people are just not informed about what they're talking about, what they mean. We try to educate as much as we can, and I admit I was once in that boat where they'll say stuff like fuel reduction, and she talks about burning huge amounts of fuels in the national forest, but she started getting hate in the comments the moment she was speaking, when she was talking about something that was really good. What she forgot to do was explain what fuel is. And so environmentalists in the chat went ape on her, and we're saying, "Lady, animal habitat in old growth forest is not a fuel that you could burn down." And they didn't realize that that's to save the habitat. Too many people think fuel reduction means burning up the forest. No, it means saving the forest. The fuel is the dead stuff. The pine needles, the pine cones, the sticks, the stumps, the dead trees laying on the ground, and the snags, the dead trees standing up. You only need like one snag in a square mile radius to provide, an eagle nest or something every once in a while. But if you have more than that, you have stacked up bonfire ready to happen. You will have the destruction and the end of the forest. Sequoias were protected from burning down for thousands of years because the Indians did fuel reductions. They burned off the pine cones. They burned off the pine needles. They burned up the fallen trees and the bushes. Bushes grow back every year. They're supposed to die by fire and grow back every year. That's the way it works. And when Mother Nature is cooperative, that's what lightning strikes do. It burns up the bushes. But that has to happen like every year. If they grow up too thick, if there's 16 years that goes by, or even 3 years that goes by, the bushes are so thick that they're stacked up like kindling at the base of the sequoias. That's what kills them when they go. And so, unfortunately, that's the problem with communicating to the public, is when they say fuel reduction, fuel this, people think the entire forest is the fuel. No, it's the dead, dying stuff. The diseased trees, the leaning trees, the dying stuff, the dead limbs, the sticks. That's not habitat. That's, okay, it's just, if you think of an animal's habitat like the forest is a house, fuel reduction means getting rid of the stacks of newspaper like in a hoarder's house, that if it were to light on fire, you would have a gigantic inferno. You know, hoarders like stack newspapers 10 feet tall in their homes. And if they have a fire, they usually get trapped in there and die. And that's one of the worst kind of structure fires ever, because there's too many fuels in the home that are just unnatural. And so, if we're going to suppress lightning, you know, when the dry season happens, which we should, a lightning strike fire, we should immediately put it out, because we're in a mega drought. That's not the time to let anything burn. The time to let something burn is when we choose, when it's a nice wet area, wet time, you know, so we can control it, keep it nice and easy instead of the tree killing stuff. Now, if you do a nice and easy minor control burn, which is a fuel reduction burn, it just fertilizes the land by getting rid of the bushes and getting rid of the pine cones, and the ash fertilizes it. That keeps the forest healthy. So, unfortunately, just not enough people know about that. The sequoias will die if you don't do fuel reduction, because they're fireproof at bark, except where it's missing, like at the base, where many of the old giants have missing bark at the base. And if bushes are growing at the base and those light on fire, or smaller trees, it's called a ladder. It can go up and go into the old sequoias and kill them. You need to do it real carefully and really slowly. And unfortunately, too many people just don't know what this is. Too many people think that Mother Nature takes care of herself. No, we have old sequoias because the Indians took care of it for like 10,000 years. The Indians managed their own land because they starved to death if a mega fire destroyed it. You know, if you're a hunter-gatherer, you have to manage the land. You can't allow a mega fire to destroy the landscape and just say, oh, we won't eat for the next 40 years. No, they took care of it. And so the bad thing is they're not here anymore to do it. And so we better learn the lessons and go back to practicing what they did to keep these forests safe. Otherwise, we're going to lose them. The fact that we didn't do enough fuel reduction and other factors is what's making this worse. So these communities, the areas where they did the fuel reduction, she was happily talking about saving the grove of 100 giants. It's because they did it. Fuel reduction does not kill the big trees. It removed all the pine cones and the stuff at the base of them, and she was happily reciting that for a bunch of people in the comment section to like rip her apart, screaming at her saying, fuels are not there for you to burn, and confusing habitat with the dead stuff on the ground. So with education we'll bring everybody together to know that we're all on the same side here. it's easy to see why, like, loggers and such are hated, and why the Park Service and such are hated. If that's what they believe, they're just not understanding that that's how you keep a forest healthy. That's not. That's exactly what you have to do. So she's looking for help and support, and so great. What she's talking about is that federal policy was don't do any fuel reduction and basically suppress all fires. And that means that for the last 95 years, we've had fuels building up on the forest floor, which is not natural. Not natural at all. In the past, the Indians and, yearly lightning strikes used to get rid of that stuff. And what they did is suppress all fires and then just let it stack up on the landscape. So it's an extremely bad thing. And she's asking for the public's help to help basically let her write and demand that fuels reductions happen, because they worked. They saved a grove of 100 giants. They may have lost just one of them, but for the most part it worked. It's proven to work. But unless federal policy won't change, and they won't get the money they need to keep doing it, and to do it as much as they need to, unless the public doesn't support them. So she was inviting the public to support him. And with a little gentle education, we can bring everybody together, because we're all on the same side here. Nobody wants to see the forest burn. Now, I want to look at what's going on the KMP. We just got very little in the way of... we could see a plume, actually. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. This is the Buck Rock Lookout looking south of the KMP. Yeah, exactly. Sanity is in the center. No clear cutting, except, well, when you want to make a meadow, which would be good habitat. Look at that ominous plume over there by Buck Rock. Sanity's in the center. Don't clear cut, but don't leave the forest too thick on the other side. Sanity's in the center. Reduce it, thin it out. And many of these trees would live if you sacrifice some of them to this drought. There's not enough water for all of them, so they're all weak and they're all dying. But if you thin it out a little bit, then that gives the others a chance to live through a drought. Sanity's in the center. I don't think anybody really too much argues against that. Clear cutting was super destructive, and it causes erosion and a whole bunch of problems. It's appropriate down in the little areas that should be meadows, like the flatlands. When you create meadows, you create a lot of habitat for the deer. The deer do not eat anything in the forest. They don't digest it. They don't eat tree limbs. They move through the forest and they eat grass. They eat some flowers. And in the past, when lightning strikes used to happen, natural meadows would show up, because that part of the forest would burn up. It would fertilize the land, and grass would show up. And they were like, yay, this is great. But when the Forest Service and other policies for federal firefighting happened, we pretty much suppressed every lightning strike fire period without allowing meadows to show up. And so we've actually hurt many creatures that depend on meadows. Many animals, their only habitat is a meadow within a forest. Things like creatures like the Oregon meadowlark, the Oregon state bird, is starting to go extinct because there's not enough meadows. They're either all developed or they don't exist anymore in the forest. Prairie, an endangered kind of habitat as well, and grassland. Some creatures depend on that completely. You don't want just solid forest. You want forests dotted by meadows. So that would be one of the very few times when you would want a clear cut. But for the most part, you want it thinned out. And in the past, there's still been a whole lot of resistance to that, because you would have to build a road, and the traditional logging is dragging trees across the landscape and screwing up the environment to do that. However, new technology is here. where these new types of machines can walk through the forest without making a road, carefully walking past very delicate areas. No road necessary. Very minimal damage to the environment, which can grow right back because you'd basically be flattening a couple of shrubs. But the spider walking logging robots, instead of a track or a wheel vehicle, it has like little spider legs, and they would pick up a tree without letting it fall on the ground. Just a little robotic claw comes out. It grabs the trunk and it cuts it off, and it holds it up off the ground. It doesn't let it fall. It doesn't smash the ground. It doesn't hit the bushes. It doesn't destroy other trees on the way down. With that kind of new technology, we can finally do it in a very environmentally sensitive way. So don't think about the old way of doing things. That was pretty dang destructive. But we have new technology for a new era. And if we put money into it, but we've got to push for change. And the forest can't wait. We have to all come together to do that. Now, it looks like we got a lot of smoke clearing a little bit. The Blue Mountain Kern cam, but I don't know about a lot. We keep checking the cams. Let's check the Caldor. The whole pointing fingers at each other and screaming and saying, "You suck, you're bad, you're evil," doesn't work. That's why we don't allow it on the channel. We tried that for a century. Where did that get us? You know, where did that get us? Now let's go to Leak Springs. Okay, let's do a 3-hour time lapse of the Caldor because we are experiencing pretty strong wind gusts over there. That's of concern. We'll be flitting back and forth between Caldor, Windy, and KMP as the areas of most high concern. Wow, that's a lot of smoke. We have several areas that are kind of whipping up. There's Leak Springs. We'll go looking for a couple more videos as well. Exactly, Daisy Mae. So how about taking up the ladies' offer of assistance, like grants and grant writing for education of the public regarding fire? That's a great idea. I'm thinking of not only property maintenance, but fire safety. Well, the idea, Daisy, was I would pick up the slack for free. I could make a whole bunch of videos and all people would have to do is share them. That's the cool thing about YouTube. Get out your cell phone, go interview some fire crews, and make some public education videos. And that's kind of what I went to school for. I didn't complete the education. But the cool thing is that the grant money, too, that they would get, they could reach more of an audience. But yeah, the Daisy, I have that planned for my own channel. And then once those things are ready made, hopefully they just kind of go viral. Because I think what people are sick of is the fighting. No side's gonna win. Extremist, environmentalist, extremist, logging types who want to clear cut everything they see. Those big businesses are not going to win against each other. They're in a stalemate. Nothing is happening except disasters. The whole hate machine thing prevents progress. And what we need to do is stop giving extremists our money and our attention and any microphone and saying, "Shut up! Sanity's in the center." Whatever it is you're on about, shut up. The whole pointing fingers and screaming at each other does not. Where did that get us exactly? Yeah, Daisy Mae, that'd be cool. We should. You should definitely give me an email and we'll collaborate. That's one of the things I wanted to do when I ended the fire stream. Is we need to educate people not only how they can save themselves, but now we need to save the environment too. In fact, we shouldn't call it the environment. It's our environment. We only have one, and it's where we live. It's not the environment, it's our environment. And we should definitely make a bunch of videos about, hey guys, there's some hope here. If we do stop the blame game, You know what blame is not taking responsibility for yourself. That's one definition of it. The thing about responsibility, saying, well, part of what we did wrong on our team was incorrect, and the other side could say, well, yeah, part of what we did in the past was incorrect as well. But let's work together to fix that. Wow, look at the fast-moving wind and the clouds going by. So this is Sierra Tahoe looking north to the northwest a little bit. That is some serious fast-moving clouds in the background. Upper elevation wind. I hope their firefighting is going okay there. We just don't want to see a whole lot of new smokes in new areas. It's okay to see smoke within its little boundaries. We just don't want to see new ones. We just don't want to see it leave its little container. And hopefully that will be okay. Let's try Hawkins Peak. But we're here to collaborate on how to bring people together, because no one side's going to win. And no one side is right. And we don't have the same goal. That's the way compromise works and moving forward, building bridges. Cool, yeah, thanks, Daisy. I have other people too, like Barbara Cohn, emailing me. The last year I wanted to get right on it and write the, basically like a report, like a manifesto of the 35 reasons for these mega fires. We can immediately act on 34 of them to make the situation better, even 1 year later. Well, now it is 1 year later. And, well, situation isn't completely better, but it's some lessons have been learned. There are some bright spots. I think people will gravitate towards a hope message, because I don't know about you, but I'm just kind of sick to death of the screaming matches that politics have begun, and there's just the corruption. I think it's time that we realize that the fire situation is like our World War II. That's when the left and the right didn't exist. We were all Americans, and we just wanted to save the day. The fire situation in California is a bit like our World War II. If you look at fire history and current fires, how much of the state did not burn yet? We're running out of places in the state that haven't burned up in the last few years. You see the red? The red and the orange is the fires of the last couple of years, and that's a massive amount. It's time to take action right now and realize whatever the heck we were doing didn't work. Time to really rethink things. Go back to what was proven to work, and go and rely on new technology to make things that were just dreams in the past start working. We can go back to the good plans that were abandoned, like by FDR, the Great Ponderosa Way fire break. Boy, would that have protected so many communities like Paradise if it was completed. It's funny how they predicted a lot of what we're experiencing right now in the 30s, because 30s is the last time that this stuff happened. And that's when I was studying the Tillamook burn of the 1933 and 1936. In 1939, there was 3 of them. Kind of some others if you kind of got loose with the definition, but they learned those lessons. But World War II got in the way of creating these huge public works projects of ready-made, pre-made fire lines. I think we should dust that off and go back to that kind of wisdom. If only FDR had lived to see it through, and the war didn't interrupt it, we'd have a much more robust network of interlocking of fire access roads and fire breaks that were on the drawing board, some of which got made, but they were abandoned. Well, time to dust it off and bring back the CCC camps. That's one thing we could do. CCC camps for fuels reductions and salvage logging. That would be a good idea. So, yeah, what was a good quote there? If you, Cynthia Mansfield, if you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got. There you go. I like that. That's catchy. Now let's see our current heat detections. We may have new videos. We're going to check Facebook for like Sequoia National Park. we see a lot of flare-ups, but we don't see a whole lot of movement actually at the moment, which is kind of unusual. Let's check and see if the evacuation orders, oh, what? Has it gone mandatory? Or what's happened here? I'm confused. I don't think, okay, yeah, it's not mandatory. Okay, that's kind of strange. It's still an evacuation watch. The information I have scrolling by on the screen. But that was funny. I had to refresh to kind of show this. We're going to keep checking on that with Tulare County Sheriff's Office and see if we have any more little videos as we continuously observe what's going on here. Buck Rock 2 had that helicopter. Is it still hanging around? It still is, yeah. It's hanging around. The K-Max. The K-Max is hanging around, and so there's that Sikorsky that keeps showing up as a cameo in front of the Buck Rock. See, there's the Buck Rock Tower, lookout tower, and it keeps looking that way. And some of the aircraft keeps going in front of it. We do not have comms. I'd love to listen to them. I'd love to stop talking and take a nap, actually, but we don't have any radio frequencies unless there's a new one. But we can see, at least on the KNP, they got some aircraft today. They got a Super Chinook, a Super K-Max, a Sikorsky Sky Crane, and the Eye in the Sky, the air attack there. Now, let's see if Wendy's got anything. No. Unfortunately, no. But with that amount of smoke, we weren't really expecting much. See if the Caldor has any. Has it? No. Yeah, we weren't expecting too much. With the crazy amount of winds seeing in the cams, you know, it's kind of, yeah. Got a Bell 407, took off from Susanville area. Other than that, nothing going on. There's a flurry of helicopters and such going around to help finish up the great progress they've got. They don't expect, even with the winds today, they don't expect the Fawn fire to do anything, to go anywhere. They think their lines are going to hold, which is awesome. We can go up and check the Fawn fire real quick. But it was hard to even see any bit of the fire after daybreak. Throughout the night, it was cool as a cucumber. And they're kind of in a pocket of fewer winds. In fact, that camera's still dead. Island Trail, you just don't see anything. It's smoky because there's not that many winds, which is a great, awesome result for them. They got really lucky with the wind out of the south pushing the fire mostly to the north up against the lake, but not being strong enough to push it over their lake, which is just good fortune. So the Fawn is looking better than the others, and the monument and area. We should probably look and see if there's any video updates there. I want to check on the Sequoia to see if there's a KNP update. But you see what I mean? You can't even see the Fawn. A little minor event that happened, what was it, the next day? That may have been arson too. We have no idea. When they called it the river, we were like, what the heck? Which is over by east of Shasta, the town. That was put out within a couple of hours. Is that rain? Looks like rain clouds. Nice. Nice. We'll continue to monitor that. Wendy can kind of show us the weather radar. That snapping sound is lightning, but that's down by Albuquerque and Flagstaff. So here's the last 1 hour. I'm going to put it on the last 6, though. That's when the moisture's going. Come back. Come to Oregon. And if we did a 12-hour, this is what's been going on in the last 12 hours. Let's see what I'm doing there. Yeah, Dusty was saying helicopter logging can be used. There's no roads and skid trails. I observed some of that at the Moonlight Fire. And I used to watch that show called Axemen. And it was a fascinating show. Actually knew some of those guys. The helicopter logging portion of Axemen was explaining how dangerous it was. For example, the amount of static electricity the helicopter was whipping up. Whenever the cables went down and the guy on the ground had to grab them to attach the log, he'd get a huge zap. He would get shocked each time. And in a storm, he was like, ow! It was like zap. And then they explained just how dang dangerous it was. And unfortunately, when I looked up where's the cast and crew of the Axemen now, the pilot died. He's dead. I mean, he died on the job. Helicopter logging is extremely dangerous. That's why it's the expense. It's rolling the dice with your life every time you get in the chair. For helicopter logging to be safe, it would have to be remote control. But that's coming. That's coming down the pipe, remote control aviation. But until that day happens, I can't, knowing that, just how deadly it is. And of course, the expense means not practical. We have to be practical. We don't have infinite money to spend on this. Once robotics kind of become a little bit more mainstream, which will happen very rapidly now, that's the thing that makes everything cheap. Robots don't need to sleep. They don't need logistics. They don't need their lunches and their 27 Gatorades and their 2 milks delivered at night. And they don't need their tents. And they don't need, a whole lot of things. They don't need, a specific driver's license and a CDL and a motel to stay in and all that stuff. And when there's a lot more robotics involved, you will have it'll change everything to make it cheaper. So, but until the name of the game is efficiency, do it fast, do it inexpensively, and then it'll become feasible. But that's what new technology is going to give us. We're just in an awkward time in between technological innovation and we're in a mega drought, so we're in a hump, but we're almost at the top. So the idea is this, of difficulty, fighting wildfires. We are here at max difficulty because we're in a mega drought and we still have pretty much old technology, in some cases 1930s technology, to fight fires. Meaning hot shots are still using shovels and rakes. That's what they're using in the field. But it's all downhill from here with easiness fighting fires because we have new technology coming out. You want a good result in firefighting? There's this easy little triangle. I'm really super proud of my drawing skills. You have rapid response, early detection, and adequate response. This is the triangle of we put out fires in 24 hours or contain them within 24 hours with early detection, rapid response, adequate response. And oh boy, do we have easiness. So what's coming down the pipe? Why are we in the hump right now? Because, well, it's mega drought and the technology isn't right there. We are at the most difficult stage of firefighting that we could have. But it is downhill if we invest in the new tech and embrace it like ASAP. Because the FLIR, we watched the miracles happen on the Dixie. Seeing through smoke. We can actually see where the hot spots are with this new tech. I mean, here it is. Here's what's going on at Heavenly Ski Area right now. And the fire is usually the bright yellow. It's not calibrated right now correctly, but you get the idea. You can see hot spots on the landscape. You can see through smoke. You can see the danger a mile away. Crews can just look at the ground and know, hey, there's a hot spot. Squirt, squirt. Okay, we go. Whereas before, if you would look at it with your naked eye, you wouldn't see it, and the fire might blow back up in the wind. There's pretty high winds going on at the Heavenly Ski Area. Here to the right's Placerville. Now, pretend these were calibrated correctly. If they were, everything in yellow would be open flame, but they're not calibrated correctly, so that's actually just regular vegetation for the most part. But this, if pilots can see this, or, well, we can remote control planes, we could fight fires in the dark with aircraft. That will change everything about firefighting. That will make it so easy. Drones going across the landscape to do early detection. That's the main thing we need. You see how we see the lightning strikes here on the landscape? Well, okay. Yeah, right there. Everywhere there's a little flash. These are all lightning strikes. We can detect them from space now. Imagine if we had, again, on the landscape like we once did, here, all over the place, little fire lookout towers, and we had little drones. Every time there's a lightning strike, we dispatch a drone. Then over here, the Mule Peak lookout, well, which that just burned to the ground, but say we rebuild it, it goes out and it looks. One of those drones is equipped with FLIR. It goes out and looks. And it can check out. It can fly up and down the individual tree, looking at it to see if it's on fire in a hidden way deep within the bark. It would be able to detect it and see right through it. We would have early detection. All the drones would leave from the lookout tower, like say dispatch 30 of them to go check out 30 different lightning strikes. We'll go and make sure that everything was okay. You know what we're doing right now is we're flying over it with aircraft and the naked human eye. In this, and we're supposed to figure out where the hot spots are. Well, the infrared is FLIR is a type of it. If you go back to 12 hours at nighttime, well, it's in daytime camera mode. I would have to use a different camera. But at nighttime, when the infrared is going, you see the white, and that's all the heat. But pilots can't fly around in the smoke, and sometimes it's just too bad or the fire's too fierce. We go back to a cam that actually has the infrared at night. Yeah, Blue Mountain Kern, I think that was... No, Buckrock. Buckrock is the one I had FLIR last night. Hang on a sec. Well, Lake Springs did. See this? This is infrared. Now imagine drones flying and having vision like this. Low to the ground. Because right now, the procedure is fly around up here and look down, and if you can't see through the clouds, the smoke, the fog, you miss it. And we sometimes detect fires a week later, a month later, after they've been sitting in a tree for that entire time, even though we know exactly where lightning struck. We can't see it. We keep flying over it. We keep wasting money. We keep, and you only fly over it for a moment. We are reliant upon seeing it at the time, but everything will change if we can keep dispatching little drones and it can get up close, right up to the tree and think, yep, we know whether or not there's a fire there. So in the future, we're going to have so much easier of a time. We'll be able to slam with aircraft, remote controlled, no pilot deaths to worry about. Nighttime firefighting with the tankers at night, or even during smoky times during the day. Doesn't matter. They'll be able to see through it. They'll be able to see like this, remote controlling the aircraft, and that'll change everything. Aircraft turn the tide. Yeah, Malcolm Marzo, hey, welcome back. Large drones could be converted to firefighting purposes. Now that we are not spending $300 million a day on our recent fiasco. Yeah. That's the thing. Swords to plowshares, right? You can use military stuff for civilian use. And the funny thing is that these fires are burning up more, destroying more than the country than any foreign agent ever did. Or any war outside of Pearl Harbor, of course. But what's our military for? Protect the country? Well, that fits the bill. Hey Desiree, hello. What's the latest? I just keep doing that. If you want the latest, rewind. Honestly. My poor voice can't keep doing this. Every 5 minutes somebody says, what's the latest? We just checked the cams, we're looking. Now we're going to go to video time so I can rest my poor voice. It's ragged. Sorry, I'm just teasing you, Desiree. Yeah. RJ says, can you realize that the firefighters did not have air support until 25 years ago? Firefighting would have been so much more difficult. Exactly. Every time we get a new piece of technology, firefighting becomes much easier. Much easier. I'm just kidding, Desiree. Frank says hopefully tech will be able to keep up with the growing intensity of wildfire. This is about it. There is not much more intense than this. This is about as bad as it gets. That's why I'm talking about this being the hump. Forest fires really don't get worse than this. A mega drought with 80% dead fuels in a old growth forest. You don't see that every day. We haven't seen a fire this bad, like the Windy, since around 1930s, 1940s, because we, frankly, don't have that much old growth left in the world. So just being hotter and drier doesn't mean the fires get any more intense or any worse. Yeah, Frank, you don't. I gotta be clear about what I mean by drones. Drone just means a pilotless aircraft. That's it. Like the Predator drones are gigantic. They're huge. If you're thinking little dinky helicopter civilian drone, that's just one type. Okay, drone just means remote controlled, no pilot aircraft. Like Predator drone size, they're huge. They're 27-foot long wingspans. That's what I'm talking about, drones. You can have, these are the ones that could carry the payload of retardant or whatever you want to do. They come in various sizes. But regular 747s can be remotely controlled too. You could have the 747 global supertanker without pilots. The only reason they don't do that kind of thing is they can't be sure that they're not going to lose signal down low in the elevations. But there's an old video. I think it's not copyright. I might be able to show you where they remotely controlled a passenger jet and crashed it on purpose to see to test safety, this or that, right? And when I'm talking about this type or whatever, it would just be there to observe, to do the recon. And you want a payload, you send that thing. If you just have a 20 by 20 acre fire begun struck by lightning, and you dispatch 30 of these with a payload of retardant, that thing is out hours after it's begun. So yeah, then ground support can make its way there if it's necessary to make sure everything's cool. But it could put things in a retardant cage. We'll also have chemical suppressants in the future. Things that'll just deprive fires of oxygen, not just kind of put them out with water. We just need them to be a bit more environmentally friendly. They can actually be super toxic as long as the fire was small and a small amount of them was allowed, and then we could go clean up the environment immediately, and it wouldn't be that bad. It wouldn't be as bad as a mega fire. But have you ever seen the chemical suppressants at the gas stations? You know, that old white powder stuff? That puts immediately out like a gas station fire. Now, we're going to check the cams because we don't want to be talking about technology too much. Well, we're missing something, but right now the cams are kind of not showing anything. But you're right about current limitations on small things, but that's why we would have so many. We would revitalize and even build new watchtowers. Because the drones would need to hopscotch between them. So if you had a fire lookout tower, they would zip between each other to reload batteries or hydrogen fuel cells. And each one of the lookout towers is a drone landing platform where there's a fleet of them and constantly recharging whatever they use for their energy source. So you have a hopscotching sort of situation. So in the future, even, can you imagine this? If we had fire lookout towers like that, modular, transportable by air fire engines. Sikorsky Sky Crane picks up the fire engine and takes it to where it needs to be. All we'd have to do is create little landing platforms. And then the next helicopter delivers the crew. We could design new fire engines that are just meant to be picked up by the Chinooks and Sky Cranes. And we can have pre-made water towers, pre-made water stations around the area too. And off they go. So new technology, there's all kinds of options we have that only new technology will allow us to have. So we're going to check on Tulare County. We don't see any new evacuation orders. Looks like the map is basically the same, but that's what we want to check on. That's our old video. Now let's see if we have any sort of new thing to look at. Yeah, 7 hour at the Sheriff's Office had a new evacuation order, or warning, excuse me. 10 minutes ago for the most up-to-date information on evacuation warnings, road closures, and assistance. Please call 211. And that's pretty cool. I'm going to share that. Tulare County continuously impresses me with their good communication to the public. They make hotlines for seniors. They have websites. They have a one-stop shopping website. I think I'm going to use them as a model of excellence as an example. John Darling says, or just start managing the forest better. Both. Why not both? Why not both? What was that? What was that meme commercial? It's not like we should stay with 1950s technology. That's not really good for anything. Why not both? The taco commercial, right?
How do you decide?
Suave, suave.
How do you decide between crunchy and soft tacos?
¿Por qué no las dos?
Old El Paso.
She says, why not both? You can have soft tacos and you can have crunchy tacos for dinner. Why not both? Okay. So, Kyle C says the fair is fine. Cool. Yeah, Frank, that's cool. But I'm actually talking about a new invention. But what I'm describing is not a mobile engine, but a portable tank and pump. Well, either or. What fair is fire? What's that? Let's see. What? Don't tell me it's a new start. Don't tell me that. We don't want that today. That's not allowed. Red flag day and new starts. No. I'm gonna develop a facial tic. No. Calusa? Oh dear. Okay. Do we have a cam? Do we have a cam? I need to patent it? Yeah, I do. I think I will. God, no, please say there's not a new start. That would be the Greater Tahoe region, wouldn't it? Where's close? Manager, close up. Sacramento. All hardest to Woodland. Now it's okay. So do we have any? The Center Buttes cam would have to turn around and look at it. No, just no. Desiree says, I concur, no more fires this season, period. Yeah, they're banned. That's it. It's time to start issuing fines. No more new fires. I'm sure, let me check the Twitter. CA Fire Scanner would probably be in the house and tweeting about such a thing, and that dude is a Kiwi and follows California fires better than anybody else does in the world. Northwest NWS Sacramento says 56 seconds ago, we are experiencing gusty winds late Tuesday into Wednesday, 20 to 30 mile-an-hour gusts. Possible throughout the area. While tonight's system will bring some moisture, please continue to practice fire safety. Amen. Cal Fire Butte Unit, 8 minutes ago. Firefighters at the scene of a vegetation fire, approximately 40 to 50 acres. It's off Calusa Highway and Ferris Road. Butte Unit. Gotcha. Okay, thanks for alerting me to this. Let's find out where that is. So, okay, Flatland. West of Gridley. Yeah, Butte County. So we don't have a heat detection down there. By Gray Lodge. Now that's of concern because Gray Lodge is the duck and goose and waterfowl. It's the premier habitat preserve. Now just north of it is the rice fields. Remember, rice fields, they used to burn the stubble off of it post-harvest every year. And so all these squares and canal systems were designed to contain the fires. So these are of very little concern to me unless there's something crazy going on. Unless, the power lines are involved or something. But I'm a little bit concerned that it's next to Gray Lodge. Turn on the winds, it would be blowing away from Gray Lodge south to north. So, yeah, RJ says rain, 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 more rain. Yeah. Looking back, did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Ew, I guess that is a roundabout way of saying that it's very windy in Reno. The cow chips are starting to skip across. Ew, across the meadow in Reno. Ew, that's such a guy thing. Oh, okay. All right. Now let's check out the Wendy's heat detections. We still don't see a lot of movement on it. We see intensity and continuous flare-ups from where it's been, but not a lot of movement. Hopefully we can just keep dodging bullets today and have a lot less activity than we were expecting, just like bullets were dodged last night on the Caldor. What's that? It's a cool, nice image from the Southern Buttes. Let's just do a 3-hour time lapse so we can watch the sky and get an idea of, whoa, there it is. Get an idea of the wind intensity. Well, that was answered. That's pretty intense wind. But why does it stop looking at the fire? Why did it go back to looking at the buttes? Yikes. That's under power lines. Remember how I said I'm not too concerned unless it's under power lines? Yeah. So, yeah. Last 1 hour time lapse. But the Twitter thing was 8 minutes ago. And that was 3 hours ago in the time lapse, so I'm a bit confused. Was that just dirt? Or was that a fire? Because in the last hour, the camera's not looking at it. Yeah, RJ says the firefighters will definitely attack the Ferris, all agricultural land with pathways and irrigation. Yeah. Oh, you have, Frank? Well, thanks for help protect Gray Lodge. I know that it's like in the rice fields, but it's not a rice field is what I want people to know. It's flooded area with the canal system to make a bird refuge. It's like wet year-round, whereas the rice fields are drained after the harvest as a refuge. Okay, sounds good, Desiree. Sounds like you guys had fun last night. Is this what is in question, though? because that was at 150. Is that something else? That looks like a structure fire almost. Kind of, it's at two different angles. It's two different things. Now that looks like dust. That looks like a structured fire. That could, but it looks like a fire too, actually. Okay. Yeah, it's a fire. Under high tension power lines. What's going on today? It must be the signature here that you're seeing further to the north, or maybe we don't know where it was looking. It can be. It can be black, but the dark gray, that can be the kind of smoke they have too. Oftentimes what makes black in a structure fire is that horrible pink fiberglass insulation. That becomes that black turbulent type smoke that pretty much causes a lot of flashover. And we're beginning to understand that. Yeah, it's definitely just some. It almost looks like a fertilizer fire. It's half with dust. But the initial stuff, that was a really dark gray. That could be definitely a structure fire. The dark gray smoke. You can read smoke colors to kind of figure out the danger. And when I was trying to study structure fires and the turbulence within them, that can tell you a lot about what's going on inside. Daisy May says, is the refuge an extension of the Orville Dam runoff? Well, the Thermoleto Afterbay kind of is the holding pen for what's going to go down into the canals. But yeah, it comes from the Orville Dam, which is the Feather River. Most of that stuff does. The canal system's pretty elaborate. If you take the highway, was it 70 south? You'll run past it south of the Afterbay. I just don't know but that just looks like a structure fire, but this looks like a different incident under high tension power lines. So where is the heat signature there under power lines? Wait, that's not power lines, that's the highway. Where's the dotted there? Isn't that them? I thought I just saw them there. That's the power lines. So do we have a heat signature underneath them? Could have been a different set. Don't know. Well, I still don't see a heat signature for what's supposed to be going on here at Closer Highway. I mean, those are the lines, right? It could be that that's what we're looking at, but it's smoke sign language. It really is. It really is. 40 to 50 acres off Closer Highway and Ferris Road. It was 19 minutes ago, tweeted by Cal Fire Butte Unit. They have a Facebook. I haven't been there since the start of the Dixie guys. Remember when it was a Butte County thing? Wait a second. They changed their little logo. Incident fact sheet. Structure and vegetation fire. That was a day ago on Irwin Avenue in Palermo. Sad. Oh, and they participated in the elephant toothpaste. Oh my God, what a fad. Somebody else did that for, wow, I'm sure that'll be on YouTube immediately. If you don't know what elephant toothpaste is, it's a stupid thing where they, okay. So, more structure fire stuff. They don't have a release for it on this new incident yet. We'll continue to monitor it. Let's look and see. There's a new video from 46 minutes ago. Community meeting 7 p.m. at Three Rivers tonight. Please wear masks. It'll be live streamed on Facebook. Hopefully not in that stoppy-starty way. There's a KNP complex weather update video from 3 hours ago.
Good morning, this is Jason Straub, incident meteorologist on the KNP complex, and this is the daily weather briefing for Monday, September 27, 2021. Well, we are expecting a cold front and trough to move through during the next 12 hours. The trough will move through during the day today. It is expected to bring some increased northwest winds, mainly aloft over the fire. This will help to push a lot of the smoke that is stuck over the fire off to the southeast during the day today. The cold front itself is expected to move through between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. tonight. This will bring a much needed push of more northwest winds during the overnight hours tonight, pushing a lot more of the smoke out of the area for both the San Joaquin Valley and the fire complex itself. By the time we get up tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning, we are expecting most of the smoke to be gone from the fire line and from the valley. We are expecting the front to bring some much cooler temperatures to the fire as well, with lows tonight across the fire dropping into the low to mid 40s in some places during the night. With this is the daily weather briefing. I hope you have enjoyed it and have a good day today.
Okay. That's I was hoping for a bit more of a operational update from this morning on the KNP. Let's watch.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Clint Remington. I'm one of the Operations Section Chief's trainees with Dave Bell's Southwest Team 2. My job is to kind of go around, talk about the fire, all of our priorities, and what we're working on. So I'll kind of give you guys a good roundabout around the fire and walk you around and really explain thoroughly our plan going forward. So had a really good transition with the Southern Area Blue team, the team that had the fire prior to us coming in. So it's really our first day shift today. So a lot going on. It's very busy. So a lot of intelligence gathering and things like that for now. But I'll start out here in Branch 1, which is kind of the northwest piece of the fire. We have Division Sierra, and as you can see, a lot of the purple on this map around Heartland, this is all contingency line, so there's a lot of dozer line, hand line, different pieces that have masticated line, which these are all in place really. If the fire pushes A, then we can fall back to B. But a lot of work happening up here in Sierra in the northern corner. So the past couple days, they've done a really good job working with heavy equipment, dozers, lots of hand line with the crews, going in and trying to pick up this northern fire edge direct. They are having to go indirect in places here and there, which means they're not right along the fire's edge, but having to back off a little bit just because of the terrain and safely getting people in and out of access to the fire. So that's all going to continue moving kind of west to east, coming around as best they can until we get over in Division Papa. So Division Papa coming down that General Sherman 180 highway. A lot of focus on securing anything across the 180 road right now that's already across, and looking at if we have to down the road and we get pushed, coming up with a firing operation plan if we need to along the highway to kind of connect the dots and firm that fire piece up. But a very busy division over in Papa as well. Coming over into Lima, you'll see a lodgepole group and a giant forest group. we've combined that into what's called a structure group 1. And really the purpose of that structure group is they work within a geographical area on the fire to protect values at risk, which could be the structures, it could be the giant sequoias themselves, but really our main priority right now is ensuring that we've got structure protection in place for all the infrastructure, buildings, and things surrounding the fire. But they do kind of dual duties, really checking up on the giant forest and the stuff in lodgepole. So you'll see this black line here, which is containment line, and in Division Lima, they're going to start working north, trying to bring containment line with a mix of hotshot crews, engines, things like that, working with heavy equipment to go right along the fire edge and look for opportunities to engage that and work around Apapa to shore up this northeast end of the fire. Oh, the structure group 1 I did talk about, they're going to have a very large presence in here in the giant forest group. So they will be in here checking structure protection, looking at opportunities if we need to put some fire down and ease it through some of those giant forests, the giant sequoias. We'll have a good solid plan for that if we need it. This middle fork has been what we've really been paying attention to the last couple days. Fire's still on this kind of southern side of Middle Fork, but we are watching. There was a little bit of activity up in here last night, so we're going to keep a good eye on that. We will have a division supervisor in there today from our team, really looking at plans in place to make sure, A, if we can hold this, B, if we can't, what it looks like impacts coming up in here. And so that these folks will work together in Gulf and the giant forest group to make sure they're talking to each other and really have a lot of good intelligence there. So coming around into Division Echo, a lot of this is more of a monitor type deal. There's been a lot of prescribed burn fuel treatments the last couple of years, and that has been a huge, huge help, really limiting fire spread on this southern piece out to the east. And it's a lot of rocky, kind of broken country, not real conducive to large fire growth. So this is more of a monitor show while we're really working to secure all the structures and keeping an eye on the giant sequoias. So a lot of good work happening in there. Coming down into Mineral King, we're still going to have a handful of vigilance presence in there. We have been working hand in hand with CAL FIRE, doing some great work, a lot of communication back and forth with our resources. So Mineral King will still have a presence in there, making sure structure protection is taking place, and we've got good plans and place in there. You're going to see we do have, I think, over 75 like Mark III portable pumps pumping water, and we've got engines all over the place. So there's a lot of equipment and supplies being delivered throughout the fire to make sure the resources have what they need to implement those structure protection plans. Big focus today is going to be Mineral King Road. There's going to be a lot of effort going forward the next couple days to really make sure this road is, lack of better terms, as bomb-proof as we can get it. We're going to have a lot of equipment, crews. We do have a bunch of water tenders that are spraying retardant along the road. So really, we have every intention of using this as a primary holding feature. If fire were to come down towards Mineral King, in which it has in a couple spots, you're going to be able to see where it's kind of coming down, touching the road. So we're picking that up as it's coming and just making sure we're keeping fire north of this Mineral King Road all the way through. So we do have, you're going to be able to see some multiple check lines here in case we do end up needing to do some burnout operations. We will have places to hang the fire up if we need to, reevaluate and continue if we need to. But Mineral King Road is a big deal for us. It's a major, major priority. Coming around to the west into Division Alpha and Zulu, you're going to see it looks like a very busy map, a lot of lines everywhere, but the purpose of that is, like I said, in the north, a lot of contingency line to give us multiple options. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket, so that's what contingency line is. We really make sure if push comes to shove, we have multiple options to try to engage the fire. So continuation of that work, especially with Three Rivers, very, very important. We've got a bunch of engines and equipment and things happening in there. So Three Rivers is a major, major focus for us, making sure we're stopping any fire spread as best we can coming down Mineral King to limit any threats over into Three Rivers. So that's why a lot of focus is happening up here to ensure Three Rivers is good. But you will see a lot of equipment, engines, lines being put in around the community there. Coming around into Zulu and X-Ray, CAL FIRE's done an awesome job. Lots of contingency line and options out to the west if we need it, but still a major priority is using these old ridge lines, old skidder roads, things like that they're going in with heavy equipment opening up. In some of this country, we're not going to be able to get real direct in there. It's just very tough to get folks in. If somebody were to get hurt, it's going to be very, very difficult to get them out. So a lot of intelligence gathering here still, but they do have a good plan if the fire were to start moving out to the west. Multiple options to pick up the fire spread moving west. let's see, what else can I tell you guys? That's kind of the update for today. Hopefully we have some clearer air. I know it's been pretty socked in with smoke, and that's really limited our aircraft availability in the past, really being able to utilize a lot of helicopters, retardant operations, things like that. So hopefully we'll have a couple days of clear air, be able to get some operations folks up to really fly the fire, make good sense of it, using drones, UAS, and doing heat signatures, coming up with ignition plans. There's a lot that's going to happen the next couple days to give us the best amount of real-time intelligence we can gather. So that's the update for today. Appreciate it.
Okay, yeah, Gail, you kind of walked in an awkward moment there. I was saying keep it family friendly. The people are starting to get risque a little bit. Just remember, it's your friendly reminder. We have 8-year-olds here. We have 101-year-olds here as people in the chat. I can see people's age groups in the statistics of the videos. And so I made an agreement with YouTube to mark the channel as family friendly, and thus we can't talk about, federally illegal substances, violence, and that sort of thing. Cursing and adult type jokes. So I'm just putting it out there. I'm not accusing or saying it was going that way, but I know how things can progress. So let's look at that's looking better. That's looking better on the KNP. We know they have some aircraft out there. They've got a K-Max and a Sikorsky Sky Crane. Every once in a while they go in front of the camera. And, J. Cat said that might be a tractor fire. I wonder, does it have fertilizer or something? Because that orange smoke is something you'd kind of see with the nitrogen type fuels, like the Beirut blast. I mean, that can be an explosive deal. I hope there's not something like that on fire. If you have a weird smell, you get the heck away from it. The whole Texas City disaster / Beirut blast. The big lesson is firefighters, if you're responding to something that's an orange smoke with a weird kind of a fertilizer, kind of almost a dead mouse smell, get the heck away from it. It's a bomb. It could just be some sort of a normal type fire with a dust component or something that's just or non-calibrated kind of a camera making it look orange, but that's just really kind of chemical fire kind of ring to it. So let's see here. We have a new cam to look at. They're saying it was the China cam. Looking at the new Ferris fire. Whoops, wrong button. The China, is that Greater Tahoe? Or is it Shasta Modoc? Chinese wall cam was looking at it. But it's supposed to. I didn't think it was near Palermo. The Ferris fire was supposed to have been back where we were looking at west of Gridley. I'm all kinds of confused now. That's what was tweeted by Cal Fire Butte Unit / Butte County. Firefighters are at the scene of a vegetation fire 40 to 50 acres in size off of Calusa Highway and Ferris Road. And that's west of Gridley, according to CalTopo. Did CalTopo take me to the wrong spot? Yeah, Desiree says an outbuilding could have gone up. In Sonoma County, there's a lot of ag and older outbuildings storing stuff like that. That's kind of what I was wondering. Somebody said it could have been a tractor fire, but I just don't think that they fertilize right now. Yeah, there is a fire. I don't know if that is the Ferris fire. Was it by Palermo? Did Cal Topo take me to the wrong spot? Hi, Havoc. Good to see you. Fisher's Lysol says, Kathy, ever ride a motorcycle? Yep. Kind of small, dinky kids' bikes, but yeah. I always wanted to have a Harley Davidson and do a custom paint job on it. This is Kathryn Davidson. That would be pretty sweet. But corny all the same. In pink, of course. But more than a Harley, I've always wanted a classic Indian, like a nice 1920s flathead or something. That would be kind of sick. When they made the reproductions, I just begged my dad to get one. Said, Dad, this will be the most collectible thing ever. Buy it, buy it, buy it. I don't know, sweetie. Oh man, they appreciated, I don't know, like 25 grand since. The other day he was like, we should have bought that Indian. Yeah. I saw one at a pharmacy the other day. Thing of beauty. You know, it could be the same spot. It could be super zoomed in way past Palermo. Yeah, I think you're right. Thanks for the tip. It's just a super zoom, but it's the same thing we were looking at. So I'm not concerned for spread too much. I mean, that's a lot of unless it is, you know, fertilizer related and there's an explosion. But here it looks like more of a gray traditional smoke. Smoke color. It could have just been, you know, camera lighting temperature off on the Sutter Buttes cam. It's past a huge granary. Now a granary fire, that would be something. You hear about those in the Midwest where the corn goes boom and the grain silos go boom and become little miniature Titan missiles. So that's the last image we have from 339. Don't we have any later images? Because it's now 3:43. Yeah, it's really smoky and hard to see. Sturgis Raleigh. Smoke in the upper center of the view. Yeah, let's do a 15. Yeah, it's still going. We'll come back and look at that. I was hoping to watch more videos because my throat hurts pretty bad today. I don't have to speak too much. Try it at home. Take Coffee Mate and drizzle it over the sink and apply a lighter to it. I don't know about that. I told you guys the story of my really eccentric chemistry teacher, didn't I? How he lit a cigarette in the class. Did I tell you? Were you guys here for that? These videos, fire suppression and repair in the West Zone, but I want to know new and pertinent fire info. Okay, that's auto-playing, I guess. Wait, are they going to show masticators?
% containment.
Let's see if they show masticators. Those are the best new things ever.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Bramlett. I'm one of the public information officers here on the Dixie fire, and just want to let you know that the Dixie fire is at 94% containment. Starting off early on, the fire started off small and grew fairly quickly. And some days it grew very fast, really fast. A lot of fire growth. So the fires did a lot of suppression, and right now we're at what we call suppression repair. In fact, behind me you can see some crews that are doing what we call suppression repair. They are taking vegetative debris, logs, twigs, and in fact sometimes big boulders, and they are putting that across the fire breaks and contingency lines. What that does, it does several things. It helps to cover up the old fire breaks. It makes it look more natural. It will provide homes for small mammals, insects, and other things. And over time, it will break down. Now, early on, it may look a little bit rough. Give it some time, because that organic material will break down and it will actually provide more nutrients and things for other plants to grow up through there. In other places too, especially if there's a little bit of slope, it'll produce water runoff and will actually improve water quality, especially where there are streams. So one thing just to remember, firefighters and the firefighting community want to leave the fire in a better shape than when we got here. So these crews take pride in what they're doing. This is happening here and in multiple locations around the Dixie fire. They'll go through, and when this is done, over time this will look very good. So as you see these crews around, you'll see a lot of heavy equipment. Just give them some space and let them get in and do their work, and over time it's going to look great. So thanks, and wish y'all well. Take care. Goodbye.
Well, they showed masticators, and it's not when I say masticators, it's when they do. That's the whole point of the drinking game. What in the world is this crap that Facebook thinks I want to watch? I just made this Facebook account. It just disturbs me what it thinks, what's suggested to me. So we had
here on the Dixie.
That was just that was uploaded 1 hour ago. Did you notice the winds buffeting the microphone there? Now, ironically, a masticator is shown. Here's one. See, it's got the big claw thing, and then it's got a wood chipper kind of at the end. In this case, they're just laying them down to create like runoff kind of breaks, and like he's saying, kind of filter water, help the situation. And they usually do that where there's a road, and they don't want it to wash out behind them. But I did notice this. This is also tantalizing. You see that these rocks are rounded and smooth. Now, a gold miner would be quite interested in that. Quite a lot of gold in Plumas County. Where you have round boulders, that's because they have been worn smooth because of the action of tumbling around in a creek or being sifted around by glaciers. But usually it's because they're part of an old creek or riverbed from the ancient geological past, if it's totally dry like there. And that means that nuggets and things have also come down to the same area in the geologic past because water eroded them from wherever they came from. So it could be the remains of an old riverbed where dry diggings might be very profitable, and so they just kind of disturbed these rocks, and it's like, ooh, is this a suitable place where you might want to go sift? But anyway, we didn't see masticating in action. That sucks. So, but that kind of is what they are. They have the grab claw, and then the wood chipper is kind of attached to it. And they could wood chipper a bunch of the stuff to break down it quicker and create more topsoil for the land to heal. So I was trying to look for other videos. We could go look at the McFarland and McCash, but I thought that there's something I'm missing. Whoa. Yeah, that was the Scoopers in Action video. That was a sweet one. We already saw that. Let's watch it again. Interestingly enough, that one doesn't go around. It aborts the water collection deal. Not sure why. But remember when the Dixie was an insane monster? I just wanted to point that out. That was no rain cloud. That was the enormous Dixie fire. That was September 1st. Well, this was posted September 1st. And I think it actually was from days earlier. But remember, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. I'm going to just save the video. There we go. I'm looking for some more. I can't remember what it was we were going to do. Yes, we were going to see what is the satellite showing us. I was going to do this quite a while ago, actually. But that'll show us where smoke plumes are going to try to figure out where these fires are headed. And give us an idea about, current wind conditions. So, looking back, Fisher says, riffing on the geology. Kath is riffing on the geology. Well, I'm female. We all like gold. So, it's shiny. Let's look at, am I missing something? Usually it says, over here, radar and satellite image. Turn over to the right. Animation loop, the geocolor. All right, now. Go. Animate. That doesn't really show us a lot, except what's kind of coming off the coast towards the Dixie and across the river complex and the monuments and such. Trying my best to kind of peer at the Windy and the KMP. We've got a little bit of the smoke actually going into the valley from the KMP. You see how it's moving to the right of the arrow? But it's also moving to the south. In fact, it's going to the south and to the southwest. So, heck if I know. The fires are supposed to be moving towards the northeast, driven by a southwest wind, but as you can see, the upper atmosphere is not playing along with what was exactly called for. It's a land of treacherous winds, so things can change. Now, hopefully, this is the rain bucket coming to dump rain on Quincy. We hope so. So, Smitty says the first scoopers like that were converted World War II PBY patrol bombers, much bigger than those. Neat. I always liked the Catalinas. I thought they were neat, similar aircraft. Okay, so Shasta Lake. Let's see if there's any moisture moving across here. We saw a lot earlier. It's kind of coming in from the ocean. There's a 6 hour. Would there be any video of what a masticator looks like? Yeah, I should have bookmarked those. But every time I show those, I continually get copyright challenges. It's perfectly legal for me to show a video and talk over it and pause it and explain what it does for fire. That's called fair use. It's educational. It's not like I monetize these videos anyway. However, I have to explain that every single time. So I was hoping that one day I could get a kind of like a commercial for masticators, in which case there'd be no copyright because it's meant for the public to view. But we'll look at that later. I'm kind of at the point of exhaustion here. What kind of videos do we have? Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office uploaded photo. Okay, I guess that's not related to evacuations. An armed and dangerous person, that's from yesterday. What? Okay, so weather update, fire suppression video, Lassen County. Cal Fire Lassen Modoc. Dixie Fire area closure has been reduced. Okay. We read the zone updates. We might want to go over and look at the monument. I'm hoping for great news over there. Hopefully they get some good rain. Earlier, 6 hours ago, yeah, we saw that. That was the 2-minute update.
Good morning. My name's Jay.
Okay, so the fire train video, that was from 5 weeks ago. All right, let's go look at, wasn't that Trinity, Shasta Trinity? It's Cal Fire Shasta Trinity, and then there's Siskiyou, Fawn Fire, 6 p.m. meeting tonight. Okay. 3 hours ago, there was an update to the evacuation orders and warnings for the Fawn Fire. And a lot of mandatory stuff remains in place, and so does a bunch of warnings. Click on Zone Haven, which is in the description of this video. The map that says multi-county evacuation map. They updated the fire damage assessment map, which I'm not going to go into. That's just going to show a bunch of burned up structures. But that does exist. If you want to go to here on Facebook, there's a link to the fire assessment map for the Fawn Fire. I don't want people to find out that their home is gone on my channel if I can help it. So I always delay any sort of a broadcast or looking at that sort of thing. So if somebody requests me to look at their home photo and tell them by address and tell them if their home is still there, I do that. That was one of the things that I realized people wanted me to do when I was covering the Paradise Fire. People came in and said, I don't want to see the picture. Can you look at it and tell me what's there? So I'll do that if you wish, if anybody wants me to. So that you don't have to look at. So Kern River Conservancy has some photos of the Windy Fire. Let's go look. Was it Siskiyou? Gosh, guys. Monument, Shasta Trinity. Monument Fire Community Meeting is tomorrow at 1 p.m. Okay. It's at the Hawkins Bar, Volunteer Fire Department Station 71, Trinity Court in Burnt Ranch. Representatives from the Forest Service, Southern Area Red Team, and assorted cooperators will attend this in-person outdoors meeting, give an update about the fire, and answer questions. It doesn't say that it will be broadcast. Held face-to-face, live and outdoors tomorrow. Okay. Oh, a recording will eventually be put on Facebook. That's good. Cool. Monument Fire Daily Update. Posted 6 hours ago. National Forest closures near the monument and others remain in effect to keep you and firefighters safe. They recently updated the closures near the monument to reduce the closure area, etc., etc. Current situation. The monument fire started on July 30th near Monument Peak in Deloma, California. It is burning in brush and timber, mainly within footprints of previous fires. The 2006 Pigeon and the 2015 Happy Fire. The 2008 Cedar, Eagle, Miners, and Buckhorn. It's now approximately 222,323 acres and 69% contained. The increase in acreage today is due to incorporation of internal unburned pockets. Yesterday, in most areas of the Monument Fire, firefighters continued to mop up, patrol, remove unneeded equipment, cool remaining hot spots, and conduct suppression and repair. In the northeast area, the fire was active in the Stove Leg Gap area, which is rocky with strings of timber. The fire is not expected to move much there due to rocky outcrops to the north. Firefighters patrolled hand lines and the north edge of the fire on Hobo Gulch Road to the Backbone Ridge, and southern lines from the east fork of the North Fork Trinity to the Backbone Ridge, securing the fire edge. Along Backbone Ridge, from northern hand line to the west towards the North Fork of the Trinity, and they are mopping up the eastern fire edge along the east fork of the North Fork Trinity River and the Hobo Gulch Road. That needed a whole lot more in the way of punctuation. A masticator, take a drink, helped improve fire lines along Backbone Ridge. In the southwest area, crews completed removing hazardous trees and clearing Lamb Palm Road in coordination with Caltrans, but much woody debris is in need of chipping. Crews continue to chip up and slash along the 08 road to Grassy Mountain and patrol and mop up. At northwest, firefighters focused on structured defense around Trinity Village and began retrieving unneeded equipment. Crews installed hose along Denny Road and are mopping up. Masticators take another drink, and chippers continue to grind up vegetation from along the roads to Jim Jam Trailhead to reduce the fire hazard and widen defensible space along the roads. Oh, there's another page. Today, firefighters will take advantage of the weather and moderated fire behavior to improve fire lines and cool the hot spots. Regarding fire activity on the monument, fire behavior analyst Greg Titus said it'll be a quiet day, a good day to get some work done. So they'll run around doing things. Now in the northwest section, light rain began falling in this area this morning, and more is predicted throughout the afternoon. Crews will continue to improve secondary fire lines north of the Trinity and defense structures on Trinity Village. They'll monitor areas where tactical firing was done along the Trinity River last week. When possible, they'll be patrolling by air on the northwest side of the fire from Cedar Flat Road to the new river drainage to Five Waters. Firefighters will continue holding along Denny Road and will keep Denny and by-off roads free of fallen and hazard trees to maintain access for local residents. Crews will work on secondary containment lines to the north of the Daly Ranch and continue structured defense around that ranch, the Denny, and the New River Trailhead. The north side of the fire has been held in check in some areas by the footprint of the 2015 Happy Fire. What kind of sick name is Happy Fire? I guess it's happy now that it held the new fire in check. A burned area emergency rehab team will be working in the Monument Fire today to assess the long-term remediation of some areas. The southeast side of the fire is cold and is being monitored by the ground and with aircraft. From the ground, excuse me. California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection will respond to this area if necessary. There's currently 743 personnel, 7 hand crews, 49 engines, 6 copters, 10 dozers, 6 tenders, 11 masticators, take 11 shots, and chippers, 4 excavators, and 3 skidders on the monument. Milk. Don't die of an overdose right now because you're taking 11 shots. Okay, weather and fire behavior. Gusty westerly winds will increase today as a cold front pushes across Northern California, bringing rainfall to the fire. While showers are possible in the morning, the best chance is in the afternoon. Most rain will fall on the fire before 8, with lingering rain showers overnight. Yes! Southwest winds will be 15 to 20 miles, shifting to northwest winds around 10 miles after the rain passes. Forecast amounts of rain are between 0.2 and 0.4 inches at the northwest side of the fire near the Trinity Village, 1/10 of an inch at Weaverville and Hayfork, High temps will be near 70. Relative humidity 45 to 55%. That is sounding awesome. Higher relative humidity, extensive cloud cover, and chance for rain. We'll keep fire behavior to a minimum today. Logs and stumps in sheltered areas with heavy timber or overstory will still have the potential to retain some heat. Areas of concern include the northeast portion of the fire by backbone, west of the backbone ridge, where fire will still smolder, and back towards the north fork of the Trinity. The northwest part of the fire will creep and smolder towards the southwest, towards the confluence of the Trinity and the New Rivers. On the southwest portion of the fire between Hay Fork and High Palm, large logs and stumps and interior pockets of unburned veggies will continue to smolder. Burning material rolling downhill and snags along the line continue to be a concern along the containment lines, but ignition will be minimal. With gusty winds, firefighters will be on the alert for falling fire-weakened trees. So it's looking great on the monument. I don't see any videos. Well, 7 hours ago we had a weather update. Let's check it out. It's a minute and a half.
John Keys, and we've got two things coming today. We've got some wind, but more importantly, we do have some rain coming our direction. As we go through the day, these winds will eventually switch out of the southwest, sustained about 10 to 15. We'll see some gusts by the middle of the day, noon hour time frame, running at about 20 miles an hour. Those winds later this afternoon, late afternoon, will be eventually switching to the northwest across the entire fire by the time we get to sunset this evening. What will happen is we have a cold front that will come through. When that cold front comes through this evening, those gusts will peak right around 25, but they'll quickly be dying off during the overnight hours. We mentioned some rain. There will be some rain coming. Most of it will be over on the northwest end of the fire. This area, generally looking about 2/10 to 4/10, depending on which data set you want to look at, what model you're looking at, all the stuff that we look at out there. Once you get to the middle part of the fire, about 1/10 to 2/10, but it looks to be a pretty common theme of about 1/10 once you get over to around Hay Fork and Weaverville. So pretty much a gradient and a gradient. We have the gradient from the northwest end to the southeast end of the fire, and also the gradient and how much rain falls, where we're expecting most of the rain with this particular storm event. So that's the story for today. As we go through the rest of the week, we do have a few showers possible. When we say morning, we're talking before sunrise in the morning, some showers. Not much rain with that, but the bulk of the rain comes this afternoon, this evening. We do warm up as we go through the rest of the week, and we do dry out a little bit. There still might be an outside shot of a shower on Thursday. We're on the very southern end of that storm coming through. It's looking less and less likely we will do that, but we still are maintaining just a small chance of showers by the time we get to Thursday. Have a great day, and do stay safe out there, everyone.
Oh my God. They need to be told to talk slower. People, having a short update doesn't matter if there's no pauses in between what you say. Because then, as people try to kind of absorb what is said and reflect on it, it's already going off to a new thing. So the amount of what the audience can absorb is greatly reduced. Not to mention, just a pro tip for video production. The audience will breathe at the same rate as you speak. It's a subconscious thing. So speak really quickly. They kind of hyperventilate and get exhausted. So you can add 30 more seconds to the video and have people absorb a heck of a lot more. All I got out of that was rain is a coming. Okay, cool. Sounds good. It's going to be windy, but not too windy, and rain is a coming. Alrighty. Okay, so 7 hours ago there was a morning update on the Monument and knob fires. We continue to look back at the new thing. The what is that? The Ferris fire. And I'm looking at the Twitter. Cal Fire Butte unit keeps tweeting about it. We've got a couple of different cameras looking at it. Mostly the Chinese wall has a good image because the Cedar Butte cam stopped looking at it. An update on it 36 minutes ago was they're making good progress on it. Strong winds from the south have pushed the fire to 75 acres. No structures threatened at this time. And it's a bunch of rice stubble that's on fire. And at the Twitter pic, I'm going to retweet that so you guys can check it out. And there's some tractors kind of running around. Yeah, that's just rice stubble. Not a big deal. They used to do this on purpose all the time. It's not a giant bunch of fertilizer like I expected. But you know what? In the picture is a big harvester. So it may be related to something going on with the tractors, just like you were saying, J.E. Cat. We see basically a half harvested field. I think that's rice. Looks like rice. It's kind of a blurry pic. So, vegetation fire, just, it's a field fire. So, there's an outbuilding that was damaged. What? Okay. I gotta be careful with that. It's not today's Ferris fire. So, guess what? On the 29th of April, there was another Ferris fire, and I scrolled down and didn't see the date. Stop naming fires the same thing the same year, for the love of cars. So back on the 29th of April, there was a structure fire that burned up a barn or a lean-to for animals. And that was also called the Ferris fire, but that was in April. But if you click the hashtag Ferris fire, it goes straight down to April, and I wonder how many people are getting confused by that. Oh, and October, for the 7th of October in 2018, there was another Ferris fire too. Okay, they really need to stop that. Okay. So, speak of the devil, 19 seconds ago, here's another update on the Ferris fire, which is just west of Gridley, a little rock throw. The forward spread is stopped. The fire is primarily burning in rice fields and is holding on the roads. Firefighters will remain at the scene for the next few hours to continue mopping up. It does have that weird dirty color. It's kind of orangey. But, heck, who knows what that's about. Alright, I will retweet this latest thing. You heard it. It's hot off the press. Less than 1 minute and I'm already reporting on it. Guys, am I great or what? I'm pretty sure I just read that out faster than any news media outlet. Straight from CAL FIRE 29 seconds after it was released to the public. I brought it to you live. Oh my gosh, okay. Never mind. So, I'm just going to call that a done deal. Thank you so much, Kyle, for coming in and letting us know what had happened. The Sutter Buttes were over it a long time ago. They're like, whatever, that fire doesn't interest me. But there is a time-lapse from earlier. That was kind of weird. Oh. I cannot show them on the live stream, exactly. I can't basically show KCRA unless, because they're copyrighted. Unless I have some fire education thing to show people. So when they were covering the Caldor and such, I was explaining tree torching and crowning and spotting, and I was explaining how aerial firefighting was working, and I barely got away with that. But when it's just like a grass fire, rice field stubble fire, there's nothing really to educate anybody about. And so people can always look at fire info, go watch another source if they need to. That's totally fine. Come back and see us. KDoc says they're streaming the Rio Linda fire. It looks like firefighters are getting control. Well, where's the Rio Linda fire? Because is that what it's called, KDoc? Oh, it's a house fire. Okay, Thunder Valley Casino Camp. All right, let's switch to that. That sucks. Whoops. That would be. I thought that was Shasta and Modoc. Is it Sierra Foothills? Greater Tahoe. Okay. Today's not a good day to have a fire of any kind. It's a red flag day. It's not technically a red flag day in the valley, but good enough. It was on Cedar Butte's cam earlier. Okay. Well, the Cedar Butte's cam was actually on the Ferris. Oh, you mean? Oh, sorry, mate. I think I know what you're trying to say. That was the first two frames that was showing a structure fire. Gotcha. Sorry, I'm slow right now. Kind of need some more blood sugar. Is that a bird? That's a bird. Guys, we have a bird. See, that's a good luck charm. Whenever a bird flies in front of the cam, things generally improve. So, that is... I mean, it could be a raven, but I think that's a crow. Definitely good luck. Definitely good luck. Oh, sad situation anyway. Smoke column going almost straight up, so do a 15-minute. Now, is this the casino? Oh, it's at Roseville. I didn't know there was a casino at Roseville. I don't think I've been there. Okay. Caw-caw, says JD. Caw-caw. Caw-caw. I don't know what show that's from, but my friend does it all the time. Alright, thanks, K-Doc. So, Rio Linda is by Sacramento / Citrus Heights. Gotcha. And Roseville, sort of. Okay, so we need to check on a cam roundup. What is that? Oh, it's a lens flare. Okay. Tobias Peak is still alive. It's been scary every night checking on Tobias Peak. Alright. Current situation down by the Windy. Whoa, Buck Rock is showing some activity. Let's check out Caldor real quick before we go down to Buck Rock and the K&P. We have some pretty insane winds going on at the Caldor fire, but I guess we have to figure out the 5 o'clock meeting if anything is going well or going wrong. Local weather, Frank says, is reporting 36 miles an hour at Susanville. Yeah, but the rain might come in tonight, hopefully. Hopefully. Yep, rain dance we definitely need. Yep, going back up to look at the chat. Going back up to chat. The grapple. Yep, it's grapple for a masticator. Okay, I think I'm caught up in chat. Alright. Caldor. That's our look at the Caldor. Now let's figure out what's going on with the situation. Okay, that's Sierra at Tahoe. Let's check it. And then we'll go down to K&P. 3 hours here at Tahoe time lapse. Look at that camera shake. It's breezy. Look at the clouds go by at the windows, the speed of sound there. Cindy P says my internet is sketchy today. Every time I switch windows, it freezes, so I'm slow to respond. But hi, everyone. Hello. ACK says it's raining in Shingletown right now. Pretty good rain so far. Excellent. Yeah, Desiree, give me some tea. I'll take on some lots of sugar, please. Okay, so Caldor's looking okay. What's going on with Buckrock? Also, Fawn Fire looks great. This thing looks great. It's a non-factor. Somebody's poor house is on fire by Roseville down there. But the Ferris is looking great. Now, Buckrock here. Oh, there's a Chinook running around with a bucket. They keep running around in front of it. Buckrock 2 is the wrong location, but Buckrock 1 is kind of getting uglier and uglier. Let's do a 3-hour. I wish we could kind of pivot, because that smoke column off to the right is of concern, which is the west. Right side of the screen is the west. It's getting quite active there. And we keep seeing the Chinook with his little bucket going by. I haven't seen the K-Max so far, but once we see the K-Max, wow, the KMP is over. Once a single-seater helicopter of miniature size arrives on the scene, look out. Look out, fires. Okay, we always make fun of the K-Max. It's just a tradition here. There it is. There's the K-Max, I think. Okay, let's do the last 15 minutes. Okay, that's getting wild. Now we're looking to the southeast, right? Almost due south, and so the wind is kind of fiercely going. It's not really due east, it's to the southeast. At least it's away from this lookout tower, but it's wind driven. I'm looking at the vegetation in the foreground. It's kind of not moving too much, but you can see something is shaking the actual cam. Now, if it's gusty, sometimes you get that kind of optical illusion with the if the vegetation is flexing and then like still flexing and staying still. Sometimes the image is in between the wind gusts, but you can tell from from the smoke we've got some serious wind. So Desiree says it's right where all those highways and SAC come together, the 599, the 80 just west of Roseville. Yeah. I want to keep the slow mode on, actually. Helps me keep up with things a little better. But I'm kind of swaying here. The earache thing is kind of bothering me. I would like to put some alcohol in my ear and kind of try to dry it out. It's still in there from the shower this morning that didn't really kind of go away. And I really kind of need a crash in general. Well, we have 5 p.m. is the Caldor meeting. I would love to just lay down for like 20 minutes. Ouch. This ear ache sucks, and I'm wearing the headphones. Do we have any kind of radio to look at, listen to? I can wander over and put on the Caldor meeting at 5. but I want to lay down for a minute. Let's see, looking off screen. There's Cal Fire Tulare. Sequoia Kings National Park is not on right now. But that is looking fairly nasty on the KNP. We've got a Madera, Mariposa, Merced Counties fire. I don't think that has anything that we want. Let's just take a look for a second. We could listen to pilots working on the Fawn fire, I suppose, but let's check and see if there's any new evacuation info. From Tulare County Fire Department. They have a meeting at 7 at Three Rivers. There was a monument fire. Video update we already saw. Their morning ops update was 3 minutes. Let's watch that for a second.
Keeping a close eye up here on the North Fork of the Trinity River. There's a little bit of heat and smoke up in here, a little bit of fire. Has been the past few days. It's real rocky terrain up there. And there's stringers of timber, and some of those stringers are burning. We're just keeping a close eye on it. It's really not going to go anywhere because above it's all rocky terrain and very little fuel, so we don't expect it to move much at all, but keeping a close eye on that. Down here on the Backbone Ridge, continuing mopping up, keeping a good control on this. I caught a slop over a number of days ago. We're making sure it stays where it has been. It's all looking very good. We'll continue to keep crews working on that, making sure we're mopping up. And all this is all around the horn here is all in patrol status, keeping a little eye on it. We're getting some interior smokes. I'm not too worried about those if they're interior, but we do go look at them if they're accessible. Down here west of Hayfork, mopping up and patrolling. The big effort here is the High Palm Road, making sure we're getting all the danger trees and cleaning up the debris from the fire that's impacting the road, trying to open it up for public access. Around here by High Palm Mountain and up into Underwood Mountain and up into Burnt Ranch, all that is in patrol status now, looking very good. Still keeping an eye on here on the Trinity River, east of Trinity Village, where they did a firing operation to bring the remaining, clean up remaining of the fuels down to the Trinity River. It's keeping a close eye, making sure nothing adverse happens there. This side of Trinity Village is actually getting a little bit of light rainfall starting early this morning, so that'll help out a lot. Around Happy Camp Mountain and continuing up toward Trinity Mountain and Denny and that area, trying to do that contingency line just in case something was to come out over here on the north end. This whole north end is run into old fire scar and real light fuels and a lot of rocky area, so it's not doing much at all. If anything, there's a few heat sources occasionally, but it's all just keeping a close eye on it. And our objective here is to start cleaning up the fire suppression efforts, trying to make sure things don't wash away with the winter rains, and finish putting this fire to bed. So that is what we're planning on doing.
Yeah.
Mariposa engine 4295 at 10.
Oh, there's a radio. Hopefully this will be something. This is Madera, Mariposa, and Merced County Fire, but I was really hoping we could hear something about what's going on the KNP, like maybe some aircraft, but there's a poor structure fire going on. by Rio Linda. We've got lots of aircraft on the KMP. A couple of helicopters, one of which is a Chinook. A Super K Max with the most interesting paint job. It's appropriately hideous and matches the completely vomitous nature of its overall structure and design, so I'm going to give that a thumbs up. This is a Sikorsky Blackhawk. I keep forgetting where I put the little... There it is. Move it over to the far left. Move that to the far left. Okay. So that's our Buckrock cam. We're seeing quite a flare-up on the KMP. Move away from the windy. Even though the windy is active, we don't see the heat detections moving anywhere, which is a little bit of a head scratcher. That's cool. We'll take what we can get. So what we're looking at, I believe, with the Buckrock cam would be somewhere like this. So if we go to Buckrock, okay, I was close. So it's looking almost due south from here to here. And so that would explain why this massive smoke plume is off to the right of the camera. But we can't exactly see it, it's just not focused on it. So what they're working on is the North Fork of the Kauai. Way up. Sorry guys. Now, the wind's blowing to the southeast. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's kind of splitting off and, yeah, okay. It's all over the place. The wind is kind of doing this. And then some wind is coming up from the south and swirling around that way. And that, okay. So I'm going to say erratic. It lines up with what we're seeing though in the cams. It's getting smokier. Okay. Well, they are working at it with helicopters. Any suggestions on a radio when I take a slight nap and come back and turn on the Caldor at 5? JD says hideous, it's beautiful. Yeah, like a ugly baby bird is kind of beautiful. Oh, it's so ugly that you can't even describe it in English. You have to resort to German. Only they have guttural and harsh enough sounding languages to describe what the K-Max and the air tractors look like. Something like der hässlich, you know, and I can't even do German. So don't use alcohol, use peroxide and a cotton ball and lay on that side so it drains. Did you know that hydrogen peroxide damages living tissue and not just infected tissue, and that's why they decided to medically advise the world to stop putting it on your skin in general, like, period. It's kind of a last resort. What's wrong with alcohol? It'll evaporate. I don't want to fry my eardrum. You know? That will clean and dry it out and not have the other side effects you don't want. What other side effects? Like, do you think my ear is going to get drunk? Oh man. I thought that was hysterical, and I just realized it isn't. Okay. So, but yeah, do tell us about the rain. Quincy's supposed to get some decent amounts, and I can't wait for that. Let's look at the current radar that's going on here. Whoa, that's lightning happening all over New Mexico and Arizona. Wow, that's basically live. Wow, over by Flagstaff, they're getting quite a bunch. Okay, so let's do a 6-hour time lapse of precip. Here it comes, going over.
Mariposa, copies, return to Raymond Station at 1636.
Yeah, decent amounts by Eureka and such. Maybe they'll even get some sprinklage of significance on the Fawn.
465 has been released from the third one incident available. .465 Mariposa, copies, you can return to TC at 1637. I copy. Interrupt TCU.
Yeah, see you, Gail. That copter is sweet. You know, I gotta admire the 1980s fair ride, kind of a paint schematic. You know, it's making a comeback. It's kind of like the airbrush that they used to paint the sides of vans. You know, it has its own mystique. You know, a bit like the velvet bullfighting paintings. You know, it has their own tacky chic, much like an Elvis Presley lamp. You know. Desiree says, I still see hydrogen peroxide being used in medical charts for ear lavage. Problem is I don't have any in the house, so that doesn't help me. I mean, what is wrong with the alcohol? What are the side effects supposed to be? I was about to insert this in my ear. A whole bunch of scuba divers just told me to do that. So, like Scooby-Doo van, yes. That was a stencil, but yeah, very similar. I mean, hippie stuff was pretty classical. But the 80s kind of shake, shake, shake. That had its own kind of tacky, you know. At least the 60s, it was actually in vogue, you know, and not just a horrible trend like the mullet, you know. So, here's that poor structure fire. Just what do we want for? See, now I only have 20 minutes to lay down. What's wrong with alcohol in the ear? Should I be worried or concerned? Don't diss the 80s. Oh man, some good things came out of it, like the Viking ride at the fair was cool. The zipper was completely cruel because, you know, like they put you in there and that little bar across your lap that held you in place. What if you were next to a person who was portly and you were a skinny dude? That meant that you were going to bounce around inside of the zipper like some sort of a quarter in the laundry in the pocket of some sort of a zip-up sweater. You know, the Gravitron was neat. What else was good in the 80s? Okay, New Wave. New Wave was pretty good. Like, you know, I can dig One Night in Bangkok. You know, that was pretty good. The Goonies was decent. Not much else. Not much else. Really, not much else. Smitty says it'll dry the skin too much and cause it to crack with the flu and complicate your problem. I have the best sound effects. I don't know, they're mediocre, but thank you for the praise. Try vinegar. Vinegar is an acid. That may just be extremely painful. You know what my mom did once? She said, try heated mineral oil, because I had an earache. And so I was like, okay, Mom. So I leaned down and I brushed my hair back. I'm like 6 years old. And she goes, and what we do now, and she puts the mineral oil in a spoon and starts freebasing it with a cigarette lighter on the other side. We heat it up, and I'm like, okay, Mom. And she pours it directly into my ear canal. My screams woke the neighbors, and they summoned the police. She didn't check the temperature before inserting it into my ear. Oh my god. Oh my god. Then I find out that was one of the ways they tortured witches in the past. Oh man. Music? I don't know. Much of the 80s music was abysmal. It was really cracked out. Like, it was really cracked out. Things like my babysitter was into that stuff. And it was retro even then in the 90s, but she was really enamored with some really awful stuff. And I'm going to tell you what I hate, because then you would taunt me with it. You can't trick me. But, oh man. Oh man. Okay, the Ghostbusters was really good. That was a really good movie and song. Must admit that. Bonnie says that's what my mom did, the mineral oil. Natalie, Richard, it happened to you too? The same thing happened to you? I know. Smitty says cut the vinegar 2/3 of water. The thing is, I don't have any vinegar either. I put it in a spray bottle for cleaning. KCRA says shot of toxic heavy black smoke. Uh-oh. Yeah, if you taunted me, I'd never forgive you. I just have to take extreme measures. I don't want to have to exile anybody else. Yeah, it is really black and toxic. Must have been the couch ignited the polyurethane foam, and or I'm guessing it reached the insulation, like that Pink Panther insulation type stuff. It turns into toxic black mess. Or it could have been a heating oil tank, car in the garage. It's bad, you know. New Wave was awesome. Devo, oh yeah. I'm the kind of odd person that likes disco, so I don't expect everybody to agree. But I do think that New Wave, like One Night in Bangkok, was pretty much perfection. It had just the right amount of cheesiness, cheesy synth. It's just two types of synth. Like, they're really exceptionally cheesy stuff. That's great. Or the stuff that doesn't, you can't even tell it's synthetic, right? The really melodic type stuff, like Giorgio Moroder, like the progressive type that was led to, was like the beginning of techno. That kind of stuff is great, but a lot of it was just awful. Just like poor Paul McCartney allowed, for some reason, Linda to do something.
Stand by for weather observations and dispatch levels.
That was bad, you know.
stations, Mariposa, Los Banos, ignition component 39, spring component 100, burn index 39, relative humidity 30%, dispatch level high. Mariposa, ignition component 62, spray component 39, burn index 123, relative humidity 23%, dispatch level high. Cafes Valley, ignition component 48, spray component 130, burn index 45, relative humidity 26%, dispatch level high. Metcalf Gap, ignition component 52, spray component 20, burn index 98, relative humidity 17%, dispatch level high. Break. So repeating on tone 3, Los Banos, ignition component 39, spray component 100, burn index 39, relative humidity at 30%, dispatch level high. Mariposa, ignition component 62, spray component 39, burn index 123, relative humidity at 23%, dispatch level high. Cafes Valley, ignition component 48, spray component 130, burn index 45, relative humidity at 26%, dispatch level high. Metcalf Gap, ignition component 52, spray component 20, burn index 98, relative humidity at 17%, dispatch level high. This concludes weather observations and dispatch levels. Mariposa clear at 1646, KBZ 24.
Okay, that looked like really somewhat mild stuff, but then again, Mariposa County is not exactly where the KNP is at. We don't have any radio comms for KNP because the Sequoia is down. I'm hanging on for the 5 o'clock meeting at the Caldor. And then I'm probably going to nurse my poor ear, and I'm not sure what the heating up the oil thing is about. How is that supposed to help the ear dry out somehow? Does it matter if the oil is warm or not? What is the tactical advantage of heating the oil before pouring it into the ear canal? And say my ear does get dried out by the rubbing alcohol. I mean, can't I just moisturize it? I'm sure they make ear moisturizer somewhere. We could Google it. Yeah, we will. How to moisturize the ear. Calm ear. Organic ear oil. Really? That exists? It exists. Calm ear, ear oil, ear itch MD, ear gene. Pro ear. Cool. There you go. Warm oil helps to loosen the wax. Is that why my ear won't? Is that why it won't drain the water? Because the wax is in the way? Like a plug? Is that the concept? Auctioneer? Lori. Knuckles. Okay. So we have two very interesting cams to watch. The airplane, the KMAX. We're looking for a KMAX cameo on the KNP. It's kind of concern here how fierce the KNP is. Come on now. There we go. Susie is the best with an X. Ah, okay. Oh, Susie. Okay, sorry. For a second there, I thought you were talking about eardrops. Susie soothing eardrops. That would be a very, very nice little jingle. But now I know that you're talking about music. I got you. Adamant and the Rockets. Yeah. Hey, sent me an email. Cool. Thanks, Daisy Mays. See you later. Thank you. Big hugs. Okay. Bonnie says I have some drops. I would pass them through if I could. I think I'll just freebase some olive oil and call it good. That might be moisturizing and do the job, right? That would work. The heat is supposed to separate and pull out bacteria. All right. Sounds good. Maybe I have a big essential oils collection. Maybe one of those would be appropriate. But boy, the K&P complex is eating something good here. Lori says I'll check back around 3 CDT. Hope things improve. Okay, Lori, yeah. Come back and see it. Oh, a tiny bit of Vaseline right after the alcohol. Okay. Well, you know, it's when you. I was using that sarcastically. Don't look that up, kids. Big Al says try a hair dryer. Tilt your head and hold the dryer 12 inches from the ear and tug on your earlobe. Oh, okay. Airhead 716, I have that problem. Doctor prescribes medicated eardrops and has me take antihistamine. I can also buy Debrox. Okay. Now, what is that little squeezy thing? You know, you ever have that little bulb thing with the little tube? And you're supposed to insert an ear canal and kind of do a squeezy? What are those things called? Because if I go to Amazon search ear squeezy, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get the results I want. Cedar and olive oil can be good. Okay, I may have that. Probably not. Wonder if something like a lemon might work. Because, man, wearing these headphones right now with the earache is rocking my world. In 8 minutes, the Caldor meeting starts. Let me adjust. Okay, Caldor. 5 p.m. Community meeting. Waiting for it to start. Okay. Now I've got Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time in my head. Now that we're talking about cheesy synth. Oh man, why did they letting Linda around a keyboard was just as bad as giving Yoko a microphone. It was just a terrible mistake. She was cool at the tambourine. But why? She was good at cooking. I even bought the Linda cookbook. I get a eucalyptus oil. I'm actually allergic to some, so I'd be wary about that. I mean, there's like 600 varieties or something, but I'm allergic to some of it. Turkey baster for the ear. It kind of is. I think everybody had one of those in their childhood cabinet. Is iodine bad for the ear? It is, right? That's what my grandmother wanted to do. You have a cut? Oh, let's put iodine on it. Okay, Grandma. Ah! A suction bulb. You can find it in the baby aisle at Walgreens. Okay. Now, I've seen these new inventions. They are supposedly safe instruments you can insert into the ear with like a coil spring at the end, almost like for now that makes me want eggs right now, but ew, earwax. No, I don't. You know how you scramble eggs with a little coil thing, a kitchen utensil? It's like a little spring. Supposedly they make that for the human ear and you can jam it in there all you want and remove wax safely. Is that a scam? Is that a scam? Whoa, look at that big puff up there of the Buck Rock on the K&P. It's getting poofy.
Position 4295 available.
Yeah, just remind me that in 4 minutes there's a Caldor meeting. Should probably set it up. We're simply having. Oh no. Oh no. I want it to be Christmas though already. Do you guys? You know, I could use with some Yuletide cheer and some heavy snowpack and some glaciers, some penguins, a couple of reindeer. That'd be good. Oh, did we miss a short video from earlier on the Caldor? Well, we don't have enough time before the new one starts, right? I mean, they're going to have it at 5, right? Wings was pretty good, except there were some bad Wings albums. The first Wings album was complete and utter trash. Can't believe it was published. Meanwhile, George Harrison was making the masterpiece of All Things Must Pass, and Paul was I don't know what he was doing, but you know, Live and Let Die, just oh my God. Just wow, you know, you gotta throw a shout out to the wow, and it actually is a good song, but once it enters your head, it will never cease. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. I kind of liked someone knocking at the door. That was awesome. I'm convinced there's a secret code in that. You know, it's a tradition among rock and roll stars to have secret code nicknames for each other. So, like in Oasis, Sally was like Liam's nickname, and Liam had a nickname for Noel, and it was like God, I can't remember what it was. It's usually they'll switch sexes and they'll have a female name for like friends. So like. You know, to make it all funnier, you know. So like, Don't Look Back in Anger was actually maybe Noel was Sally, kind of about himself. Where is our video? Where are my dragons? I mean, they're talking about the operational updates. Where's the community meeting? Almost have to be there to know. Okay. Jason Parker in I Believe in New Zealand. Do they know it's Christmas after all? I know. Jason Parker, they found a penguin skeleton the size of an adult human, estimated to be 170 pounds. Wow, Jason, you remember my penguin story when I wandered into the kitchen that night? I had to speak randomly in order to let people know that that the video wasn't dead. Where is our video? It's 5. So I just kind of randomly made up a story about a harebrained scheme of a captain to go down to Antarctica and rope a glacier and tow it back towards California to get enough fresh water to extinguish the fires, and yet the penguins rebelled and attacked. Are you here for that? That was a somewhat funny story I made. So, you talking about there being fossil penguins that huge? That's pretty insane. They found mummified penguins and they carbon dated them to the medieval times. It was crazy. They're just laying out in the open in the Antarctica, but they're freeze dried. 2001 Tribute to George, best album ever. Yeah. Flaming Pie was pretty dang cool, with Ringo on it too. Beautiful Night and such was really sweet. It was like, no, give us more anthology, Flaming Pie, and we could suck our thumb again in contentment. Crying babies needing more Beatles stuff. Oh. Guys, is there something wrong? There's no video. Where's our community update? I mean, where? Where is our video? Blur? What, you're a Blur fan over Oasis? Get out. I'm kidding. Blur had some good things, but it was kind of hit and miss. Oasis was like having some new Beatles. That was what was so cool about it. Some so heavily influenced. It was just on purpose. It was great. Oh, it's on the U.S. Forest Service? Well, whip-de-doo. Thanks for telling us that they now have it on a new thing.
Al Ward.
This is our almost live video. Sorry, guys. We are 3 minutes behind. Come on, where is it? Where is it? We should have a countdown so we can go right to it, guys. What the? Come on, what the?
Southwest wind. If you have, as that wind.
Oh, for the love of cars. Okay.
And welcome to the daily community meeting for the Caldor fire. It's Monday, September 27th, 2021. My name is Corey Morgan, and I'm a public information officer currently serving California Interagency Incident Management Team 12. Today in the numbers, the fire is currently at 221,774 acres. Containment stands at 76%, and we have 1,490 personnel serving on the incident. Today, we're experiencing high winds across the fire area. As that wind blows, it's knocking needles and leaves and introducing new fuel. This fire may look innocent, but still presents a threat. So, we got several important updates for you today regarding our fire operations and weather. As a reminder, like in our previous community meetings, if you have questions, please put them in the comment section of this live feed, and we'll look to answer them before we close out the meeting. We're going to jump right in. I'll introduce some team members here. First up, we have incident meteorologist Sean Palmquist, who will provide an update on the current red flag warning and what you all can expect heading into this evening and tomorrow. Mr. Palmquist.
Hi everyone, Sean Palmquist. I'm one of the incident meteorologists here on the Caldor fire. So currently we do have a red flag warning in effect for the fire, and that goes through 5 a.m. on Tuesday. And that's for the increased southwest winds bringing critical fire weather conditions. So far over the fire today, we've seen southwest winds gusting anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour and even up to 40 miles per hour on some of those most exposed peaks. This is associated with a cold front that is approaching the area. As we go into tonight, as that cold front starts getting closer, we're looking for southwest winds to increase further. We're looking at southwest winds gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour over much of the fire, with gusts potentially up to 60 miles per hour over the highest peaks. Now, as the front is coming in, we should see relative humidity increase very rapidly here this evening. Currently, we're looking at a frontal passage between 3 and 5 a.m. on Tuesday, and this front could bring us a few rain showers. Now, we're not looking at a lot of precipitation, as this looks to be a fairly dry system, but we could see 1/10 of an inch or less over the fire area. Behind the front, we're looking at much calmer winds and cooler conditions for Tuesday. Temperatures on Tuesday could be anywhere from the upper 40s to 50s over much of the fire. And then beyond that, we're looking at calmer and drier conditions returning. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sean, for that weather update. We now have an update from Operations Section Chief Al Ward, who will provide updates on how today's wind event is affecting fire behavior and how fire personnel have been responding.
Good evening, everyone. Al Ward, part of the ops team, and I'm going to take you for a lap around the fire. Most importantly, the breaking news was that red flag alert. So we'll talk about what we're doing in response to that weather. So obviously, the southwest wind creates a higher degree of concern on the northeast end of the fire. So our number one priority has remained Division Quebec in the center, followed by Division India Mike up on the upper end or north end of the fire footprint, followed by Division Romeo down on the south end. And so we'll break down Division Quebec as our number one priority. The good news is that is relatively sheltered from the wind. So when we get the reports from the people that are out there on the line, and we've surged resources and reconfigured people to put surge resource and capacity, because that was our greatest area of concern because of the values at risk downrange from that. We still have evacuation warnings downwind from that. But right now, everything is holding. Everything has been looking really good. One of the things that the weather does affect is our ability to fly aircraft. So that all of the helicopters, because of the wind velocities and the actual readings out there, have met the threshold to ground the rotor wing or helicopter aircraft, but we still had air attack up. And this was later in the afternoon as the winds increased. But in the morning time, we were able to get some bucket drops in, and I'll speak to that up in India Mike. But currently air attack says everything is looking really good. Everything is holding, and the ground resources are validating in that area where we did the firing operation that is sheltered from the wind. We're getting reports of much increased wind on other areas of the fire, but that's a success for us. Right now, we're holding on to that piece. One of the questions I got from one of the participants online has to do with up in India Mike. So around Echo Lakes up by drop point 62, we still continue to have heat near the line. We still continue to have boots on the ground, people tactically patrolling in all of those areas. Everything that you're seeing is a flare-up, which is something that is interior. Nothing has crossed over our perimeter. So everything is interior, is a flare-up, and we're continuing to work those flare-ups. I'll point to just above the India Mike break, we have the Smith fire. That was a new start fire that we had. We still have some areas of concern with that fire because of snag mitigations and the ability to communicate with people we put out there. But prior to that wind increasing to the point where we could not work bucket ships, we did in fact today put helicopter drops on that fire, and air attack is continuing to look at that, and it's minimal growth at this time. Moving down into Division Romeo, that's around the lower half of the fire down in this area. If you look at the map today, it looks a little different. All right, we're starting to gain ground on that as the IR signatures become less and less. There still is a small little pocket of hand line down there that continues to be stubborn and give us heat near the line. And we still have people down patrolling in that area to try and get us through this wind event. All of our lines are being challenged by the wind, but the responders are meeting that challenge. Additionally, the rest of the fire, suppression repair, those activities to repair the lines that we had to put in to fight and suppress this fire continued, but we kind of mitigated or suppressed some of that today. We lessened those activities to surge the resources to get us through this wind event. And one of the most hazardous in that is the tree removals. And as you could imagine, that would be pretty challenging in the wind. So we curtailed, just due to safety, some of those activities today. We only will even look at or attempt to put things on the ground, and only if there's an extreme life hazard. And then once we get past this wind event, we'll go back to that hazard tree mitigation. Continue with your service calls. Your eyes help us out. We can't be everywhere all the time, but if you see something, say something, let us know. Remember, flare-ups inside the green, spot fires are outside the perimeter. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much for that update, Chief Ward. I'm sure folks at home really appreciate it as they're all experiencing the high winds throughout the day. To close out, we'll have Incident Commander Michael Nobles, who is going to provide some remarks for folks tuning in from home.
So, good evening, community. So once again, we are faced with another windy day. And as Chief Ward has spoken to, everything is still inside the perimeter. We do have a little bit of active fire due to the winds interior, but crews are aggressively mopping up and securing those lines. So I won't speak too much further on that. I will speak to the strategy that we have collectively between CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service, California Incident Management Team 12, and Cal OES, where we have a number of resources that are staged and in a tactical patrol in response to the red flag warning. For two reasons. One, to be able to respond quickly to any additional need the Caldor fire may have, but two, also to respond quickly to any new starts in and around the fire area, whether it be in the Tahoe or Placerville area. So with that, we also are going through a transition period. Tomorrow will be Team 12's last operational shift, and replacing us will be another California Interagency Incident Management Team 13 with the IC of Michael Wachowski. This team will be shadowing us tomorrow, and they will take over the incident on 0700 on Wednesday. They are a great bunch of folks, highly skilled, highly motivated, and very personable, and they will carry the same torch that we have and then some. So with that, we really appreciate your support. We appreciate the support from the community and all the cooperators. So with that, we will talk to you tomorrow.
We will now bring members of the incident management team to answer questions from the viewers. First up, we have Chief Ward, who's going to come in and talk to the map.
Okay, so we have one question. The question has to do with Division Quebec. The question is, are you able to run hose lines into the more remote areas of Division Quebec along the fire perimeter? So once again, the fire perimeter along Division Quebec is now along this stretch of red line that goes from drop point or from Sling Site 18 all the way down into Lake Margaret. That is the new fire perimeter as it goes around. If you look at Sling Site 13 and Convict Metals, this red area right here, that is now like an interior island. And in that interior island, if you go back to 2019, there was a burn scar there. That burn scar has a lot of snags in it. So all of our decisions are based on a risk versus the gain. This area right here will still be dealt with. We're using a lot of aerial assets to still put water on the fire in that interior island. But we do have crews all along here. They're going interior, deeper and deeper every day to secure that active edge. But today is a windy day, so we're worried about fire weakened trees. Once again, we do everything with risk versus gain. Along this stretch, we have people 100 feet to 300 feet in, and we've been doing that in preparation for this wind event. Once we get past this wind event, we're tactically patrolling, looking into the green to make sure we don't have an escape, and then we'll switch back on to going in deeper as we mitigate those trees on the way in. We have to mitigate those snag hazards because they can fall. They're called widow makers. They'll fall very silently and hurt the responders. So today, because of the wind, we curtailed that activity. We're doing everything by risk versus gain. Hopefully that answers your question.
Chief Ward, we've got one more question for you from the audience. What is the threshold wind speed for aircraft and VLATs?
So fixed wing aircraft is a lot higher than we have for rotor wing aircraft. 40 miles an hour. Once we get to 40, the water dropping medium helicopters have to be grounded. Around 30 miles an hour to smaller helicopters, 40 miles an hour is for the heavies, and the forecasted wind is sustained 40 with gust up to 60, and we've met those thresholds, and that's why. The air attack is a fixed wing, so he can go up in higher degrees of wind, but VLATs in that amount of wind become ineffective because when they drop their load, the wind blows it, and it's harder for the pilots to hit their targets. And we did a bunch of treatment with VLATs prior to doing this fire, but that's not the application that we need at the current time. If we had an escape, we would look at those options.
Thank you, Chief Ward. Not seeing any more questions coming in. That is going to conclude the English language portion of today's community meeting. Thank you again, Chief Ward, Mr. Palmquist, and Incident Commander Nobles for providing these updates to our viewers. We will now have the esteemed Adilene Negrete, who will provide a summary of our meeting for our Spanish-speaking audience. For our English-speaking audience, we'll see you here again tomorrow. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Estoy aquí para darles un breve del incendio Caldor.
Okay, so that was pretty good. The question and answer time was pretty clear. I think that's one of their best meetings yet, where they just kind of explained to the public what the heck's going on. Bravo, that was a big improvement. It was explaining the VLATs can't fly, and I mean, they could fly, but if their retardant spray is just going to go all over the place, it's not going to be a good thing. I'm kind of wondering to myself, when he says that, is he talking, reading between the lines, could he be meaning that if you can't control where the VLAT dump goes, it could accidentally hit the crew and kill them? Unfortunately, the 747 Global Supertanker killed someone. And we saw those Hellfire videos. I don't know if anybody else, I don't know if everybody here has seen them, but the demonstration of a VLAT is a very large aerial tanker. So if you go to the Cal Fire, what was that? Retardant drop on the car video. It was a good example of why they have to be really careful and tell the crews to get the heck out of the way. This is a pretty small plane, a Marsh S2, and they made this really fancy and everything. And here it is from the air, what it looks like, and it's like, oh, they just painted a car red. How neat is that? Oh, okay. And then, oh, it's a Ford. It's a, oh my God. It's total. Oh, yeah. That would have killed anybody inside. It's a lot of weight, you know. It's like having the equivalent of several swimming pools dropped on your head. And so if the wind is going to blow that back on the crew, it doesn't just kind of paint them red. Imagine, now that's a VLAT. The thing that just dropped was a small little S2. That's a very large aerial tanker. That's, what was that, a 737? So they could have trashed about 20 cars in a row, because that's just the S2, the little bitty plane. It's about one of the smaller tankers. You see that little guy? You know, And then the VLAT. That's the VLAT. Wait, is that an Airbus? Anyway, you get the idea. They could fly in more than 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's totally cool for them, but not cool for the poor people underneath that would get squished. So, reading between the lines, I think that's what he kind of means. You just can't do that around the ground crew. That's going to be bad for them. So, Smitty says, any good news from there is terrific. Yeah, I think it's awesome that we're looking out on the Caldor. There's some rain up by the Dixie, I hear, on the monument. Hey, now there's our Chinook with the Bambi bucket at the K&P. I wish we could hear them talking. And we can't, though. We don't have a radio. Antoine says it could rip the roof off of a car. Well, yep. It could. If you need a new sunroof, just ask for a March S2 to get you one. And hope you like the color red. They'll pimp your ride or kind of destroy it. So, but unfortunately, the wrong drop can kill the crews below. And so that was a good meeting. He said exactly northeast of the fire is what could be in danger. Nice, that's nice and clear. He said what their priorities were. He answered the most important questions. And they had a great stroke of fortune that last night the winds weren't as bad. So the winds are pretty bad out at the K&P and on the windy fires, but we just don't have good eyes on the windy. We can check back on things. That's Tobias Peak. Now we're not going to be able to see the invisible fire that's down in there in the smoke until it flips over to infrared, and hopefully Tobias Peak will survive another night. According to the satellite, it's really not moving as much as we thought, but we have some pretty fierce wind gusts, so you don't see the reds and the oranges too much on the Cal Topo. We have to continuously look and see if there's any new evacuation orders from Tulare County Sheriff's Office. We have the warning, which is still scrolling by there, so we can go to Tulare County Fire Department and Sheriff's Office to make sure we're not missing anything. There's a 2-hour ago update posted 1 hour ago by the department because it was shared from Sequoia Kings. It said as of Sunday night, Southwest Area Incident Management Team 2 assumed command of the K&P. They'll be working closely with Sequoia Kings National Parks. I love that Southerner guy, Mr. Wallace. We don't have him anymore. He was only temporary, but he was amazing. I wanted him to be my boyfriend. Dang it! But he's gone home wherever he belongs. So he rode off into the sunset, but hopefully he'll come back when we need him, like King Arthur. So fire managers will continue to use full suppression strategies in an effort to protect the surrounding communities impacted, natural resources, and critical infrastructure. Firefighters are using a combination of direct and indirect suppression tactics by constructing containment lines with heavy equipment, hand crews, engines, aircraft, and miscellaneous personnel. Okay, that was the wordiest thing I've ever heard. Resources look to also utilize natural barriers to seek areas of opportunity to conduct backfiring operations to establish containment lines where conditions are favorable. Along the northern perimeter, firefighters help to protect the Muir Grove by utilizing fire ignitions to move the fire through the grove to minimize the impacts, meaning they burned off all the duff and the pine needles and the sticks on the ground really carefully. so that when the real fire came, it didn't do much. Crews also focused efforts on building hand line, putting in hose lays, and constructing contingency. Firefighters on the north side scouted for opportunities to construct containment lines, looking to progress east and connecting to existing containment lines. Resources on the eastern flank of the fire will be securing established containment lines near and within the giant forest, as they were successful with the help from fuels treatment projects and prescribed fire that has been done in and around the national park. Yeah, they were explaining that on the videos. That's pretty good. On the southern flank, and this is where I was very nervous for Mineral King and Silver City and such. On the southern flank, resources along Mineral King Road will monitor it and continue to provide structure protection to Silver City, Mineral King itself, as the fire moves down the slope towards the holding features. But on the video, they were very confident that it would be holding. Firefighters in the western perimeter remain engaged with structure protection in the Three Rivers area, Ash Mountain, and critical infrastructure nearby. So we see that very, very red hotspots. We kind of see a glimpse of what they're looking at. It's over in the North Fork area. Air ops will continue to support the ground ops as smoke conditions allow. There have been no new evacuation warnings or orders for the KNP in the last 24 hours. But everything that was done is still active. Areas currently under EVAC warnings are urged to be ready to mobilize and leave should it escalate to an order. Explore the map of the areas at tulare-county.ca.gov/emergencies. There's a link in the description of the video. The Red Cross EVAC Center is at Woodlake Community Center at 145 Magnolia Street, Woodlake, California. Blah, blah, blah. Now let's see. Yeah, we don't have a new video or anything. That's Tulare County Department. We could go to Sequoia Kings National Park. 22 minutes ago, they had a update. It's some pictures. Now this is what they do. They burn off the pine needles and stuff in the bushes on the ground and see how safe the new tree is. It's safe and secure. No longer stacked at its base is a bunch of flammables. Okay. So yesterday, firefighters hiked into the Mirror Grove of giant sequoias located in the park to look at what proactive actions they could take to protect that grove for the high-intensity wildfires they battled the KNP. They observed the fire had backed into half of the eastern edge of the grove, meeting the edge of the Mirror Grove trail. Due to the amount of smoke, air assets were not an option. In coordination with the park's fire management program, the fighters strategically dotted the area with low-intensity fire in the grove to eliminate the extreme fuel loading, reduce the overall intensity and the rate of spread, much like we do in a prescribed burn. At the time of this writing, it is our understanding that due to these actions, no extreme behavior was observed. No extreme fire behavior was observed. We're grateful for the work and coordination to help protect this iconic sequoia grove. Cool. So that just came down the pipe, a 24-minute ago update. And 2 hours ago, they have a map. They've got a lot of, well, this kind of outdated the moment they published it because it's so active right now. We still see a whole lot of activity south of Buck Rock. Now, they never moved the camera, but off to the right, which is to the west, we see some incredible plumes kind of developing. Tanker 944, a modified 747, was also known as the Spirit of John Muir. Okay. So, Zeke Linder just posted a YouTube video on the Lookout channel where he visits Juniper Lake, Drake's Bad, portions of Warner Valley. Wow. And surveys the post-fire reality of the Dixie fire. Cool, thanks, K-Doc. Yeah, people can look at his YouTube, but I can't for copyright reasons. I usually read his blog whenever I can, but rehosting YouTube is another matter. So let's go back up to Antoine says red cars make me want to drive faster. That's why I had a white car for my first one. They say cops don't pull over white cars as often as others, so it was a strategic move. Okay. So, do we have any other video? Was it a 6 o'clock meeting that they're having with the community, but they're going to upload it later to YouTube? I am done with the whole trying to watch live the YouTube video, the Facebook videos of the Windy. They don't have a Wi-Fi signal in Tulare County to save their souls. It cuts in, it cuts out, cuts in, it cuts out. But once a video is on YouTube, like later, it won't do that. So that's something we're going to explore later, like way later. So, let's see. Do we have a river complex update? There is a virtual community meeting for the Fawn starting at 6. I miss Dennis, who would give us our monument updates. What about the McCash in the river? Wasn't that Siskiyou? Forest. No, it was the Trinity, right? Wait, that's monument. Where's the river? Here we go. Klamath. I remember now. So there's River, Antelope, and McCash. There's no Klamath. So they're talking about repair and mitigation for the Antelope fire. That's a 10-minute video. Talking about Kathy McCovey, Karuk, I don't know how to say that, tribal member, and cultural resource specialist, identifies and harvests black fern and elk clover. She says, they basket weave with ferns. Oh, that's cool. And elk clover is a medicine for arthritis. Oh, I need that. That's pretty cool. We'll watch that soon. Do we have an update? What is that? Oh, there's a mobile chipper. There's got to be something really satisfying about wood chipping. Mostly the smell. That lovely pine smell. And the sound too. Gotta love it. Okay. 6 hours ago, a cooling trend will help our crews get some good work for the next few days, but a warming trend quickly behind it. Oh, he gives us an update. That's 3 minutes. Let's watch that.
On the Shasta, Trinity, and Klamath National.
Sorry.
Good morning. My name is Nick Elmquist. I'm the Fire Behavior Analyst for California Incident Management Team 15 here on the River Complex on the Shasta, Trinity, and Klamath National Forest. Today is Monday, September 27th. Going to give you a little operational update and weather and fire behavior prediction. Starting up to the north, the Croton Fire, no news to report. Everything continues to look good there. On the main fire, the Haypress Summer, Division Union, Kilo, and Lima are all looking good. Continue to monitor from the Cecil Hill Callahan Road and backhaul any equipment that was out there in the last couple months. Turning around the corner here, the first major piece of heat is that flank coming down from Craggy Peak Ridge down to Little Mill Creek. That continues just to slowly back down towards the control line, which is along the trail system up Little Mill Creek Road. That's all looking really good. 2 days ago, had a little bit of unburned fuel pockets that picked up and increased the fire behavior, but that was all well interior on the lines, and that we don't anticipate any concerns there. Coming further south, the good news is the crews out in Tangle Blue spot fire were able to successfully complete all the hand line on that 300-acre spot fire at the end of shift yesterday. So they'll be continuing to control and mop up that fire, and then they'll progress out to the west of the main fire and pick up the hot edge and continue with their direct line construction. Going further to the south, the main concern the last couple operational periods has been what we were calling Division November, and we included a new division up there, Division Oscar, today in Minnehaha Creek. The crews were able to be heavily supported with aircraft again yesterday. They put additional 300,000 gallons of water, mostly concentrated in that creek area. Crews were able to successfully anchor off the creek and go both to the south, tie back into some colder black, and then they're progressing to the north and making really good progress. They're getting close to the wilderness boundary. We got an additional crew in, so there's a couple hot shots and a couple Type 2 IA crews up there, and we're going to continue with that direct line construction. Everything else is looking pretty good. Around the south end, there was a report last night of some pocket of unburned fuel that was heating up Coffee Creek Road. So the night resources went in there and confirmed that was well interior and no threat to anything in there. So we're going to confirm that today with the helicopter and an IR flight. Everything continues to hold in Division Romeo. There is unburned or continued burning out on the south end, Division Sierra on the Trinity Alps Wilderness area. Little values at risk. We continue to monitor that by air, but don't anticipate any concerns out there. The big news is the transition from the hot, dry, and windy pattern to the cold front we've been talking about, and that's approaching currently. You'll see if you go outside that we're getting clouds, and we're starting to get precipitation on the very west side, not on the fire, but on the west coast, and it's starting to progress eastward. It's probably going to get, maybe 1/10 of an inch on the east side on the Highway 3 corridor, but the cooler, wetter conditions for the next several days are going to be very favorable for the crews to continue their direct suppression tactics. That's the end of my report. We'll give you another one tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Yay. That was a little bit fast and there was some background noise, but just good news all around. On what's going on in Northern California, we've got confirmed rain, KDOC says, on the Shasta cams. We were unable to even see the fire today on the cams, which is all kinds of cool. There's a McCash fire update. That one's 8 minutes. Let's take a look at that one.
Team here on Monday, September 27th for your update. So rainy morning, light precipitation here in Orleans, and also some light precipitation over in Happy Camp, and expecting more of that through the day, kind of on and off. And we're looking at accumulations anywhere from 1/2 inch of rain on the west, 3/4 inch of rain on the west side, maybe down to 1/2 inch of rain on the east side. So as able, we'll get the firefighters out today and get some work done, but considering the conditions and the slick roads when we get off the hard pack onto the dirt roads, we'll see what we can get done today. Hopefully you'll notice on the map today we added black line up in the Huckleberry Mountain area. That's where we have the smoke jumpers inserted, and they're hot spotting up in that area. And we were able to fly our drones up there yesterday with the infrared technology to assist with blacklining this. So as they flew around and took a look at all that area, no heats and no anticipation of forward movement on that fire to the north. The smoke jumpers will continue in this area today, trying to pick up any additional heat and really using Mother Nature to help in the mop-up efforts there. We stood up a repair group yesterday in the north end, or for today, and what they're going to be doing is looking at all the different repair work needed out there. And so there's a couple different phases to repair and rehabilitation. There's two phases. Repair is what we do as firefighters, trying to put in dozer lines, hand lines, those types of things in order to stop the forward advancement of the fire. So we have contingency lines not only on Frying Pan Road, we've got contingency lines up in China Grade area, and then so all those lines need to be repaired. And what that entails is pulling the debris out of ditches, off the barrow ditches along the side of the road, cutting hazard trees as we've talked about before, pulling all of our equipment and supplies out, pumps, hose, the pumpkins that are out there, any flagging, all of that kind of stuff is all considered repair work. And so a lot of that has started, but we're going to continue with that and have a good solid plan to work efficiently, basically from north towards the south. So a lot of that kind of work is going to be happening today, mostly off the hard top, like I said earlier, all based on conditions. As we move down into November and Juliet yesterday, everything is looking as it should and where it should. So continuing to mop up along the Chicken Ladder Road in the Bishop Bowl area. This rain will help also put the assist firefighters if they can get in there, mopping up and really putting that to bed. So we're anticipating black line in the Bishop Bowl area possibly tomorrow. Let's see, everything else across the fire area to the north, still tripping the hazard trees in the Elk Creek and opening that up so repair work can go in and get their work done. Moving around the fire, standard mop up and patrol. Fewer and fewer smokes as the days go on, but we're still finding some now and again, mostly in stump holes. No cause of concern, but certainly something we want to address and put out. Crews continued yesterday on the Black Mountain Road, finishing masticating the prep work that they did. So they cut a lot of brush and they were able to masticate it, kind of turn it into more woody debris. So that's easier to deal with and less fire prone for the future. Also looks a lot better. So today they're pulling ditches if they can get in there, and then just along Camp 3 Road also to the south, pulling ditches and masticating where able. Still extracting a lot of pumps and hose out of the whole fire area. Yesterday we still had crews down in the Ishi-Pishi area doing a little bit of brushing around the structures. A couple of things you'll notice on the map is we've got lines that have that are roads that have an R in it, and those are lines that were prepped as a containment line. They obviously got burned over if they're in the fire area. And then we've got these cross-hatched lines, and these are dozer lines. And what we do with the dozer lines in the repair phase, oftentimes, is if they're on a slope, we put water bars in so that water will drain off and the slope doesn't slough. So those are some of the things that we'll be looking at doing. We also could place woody debris back on the dozer line so that it helps with the dissipation of water, so we don't get sloughing off of those slopes as well. So those are some of the things that we're doing on the dozer lines all across the fire, whether they're inside the fire area or outside the fire area, such as this area, and then the points along the north on Frying Pan and also up in the China Grade area. So working outside to inside, as we continue to mop up, working outside to inside is an efficient way to get our equipment and personnel lined up to move. The second phase is called rehabilitation, and that phase is going to be coming up in the next couple of weeks. And what rehabilitation is trying to stabilize the fire effects of what happened on the land. So in areas where the fire burned really hot, they'll be looking at soil stabilization. That's a totally different phase, and I know folks on the forest are getting ready to start that phase and determine what that takes. And what that is they bring in what's called a burned area rehabilitation team, and they come and they do a survey, and they'll do a flight survey as well as a ground survey and determine the severity of burn across the whole fire area, and then determine the needs to rehabilitate that, whether that's seeding or stabilization, different things that can be done to help stabilize the forest. So the forest is getting ready to start that process, and as we've talked about in some of the photos you've probably seen from the fire area, not everywhere burnt really hard. So there's a really nice mosaic burn across most of this landscape. There are pockets where the black was, kind of moonscaped, and those are the areas for the rehabilitation part that will be coming over the next couple of weeks. So that's what we've got going on today. Again, it's all weather dependent. We want to make sure that we're not putting our firefighters in any unsafe situations, given the slickness of the roads around here when it gets rained on. We're certainly happy for the rain. It's going to be kind of a musty day for us, but we're going to get out and do what work that we can. And just looking forward to seeing perhaps some black line over on the northeast corner, and then perhaps in this area. That's all I have for today. You guys have a good, safe day out there. Be mindful the firefighters still out there. Obviously, rock falls on the roads as you're traveling around, moving around, but real happy day with the rain. See you tomorrow.
Well, feel the happiness. Don't just say it's a happy day. Feel the happiness. See, I'm the director coach. This is what I would say. See, feel the happiness. Like, be happy. Yay. Okay, that was a terrible idea. But I was trying to draw a happy face. Remember, guys, we've been under a lot of stress. And even when we get good news, I sometimes just stare like, remember, allow yourself to feel it. It's okay. I sometimes feel like, oh no. I don't want to get happy. I don't want to get sad again. I don't want to get hope dashed. We could celebrate every little victory. Just keep it on the level. Don't get too ecstatic. And don't get too despairing either. Just but appreciate every little bit of good news. Does she need a hug? I think so, Big Dog. I think she should report to Big Dog for hugs. That was supposed to be the red pen, and it was black on accident. I was supposed to make it like a clown face, and that backfired terribly. But I know it's so hard for firefighters. They all need hugs. They need the puppies over there. I hope the puppy, they literally had puppy therapy for the Dixie firefighters. Dixie firefighters. And I hope they travel around to the different units. They're so stressed and overworked. They really need all of our support. We should always say thank you, thank you, thank you. And speaking of puppies, there's one outside. You could even go to these little things and just type thank you, during the update, which I should have done. Where did it go? The video went somewhere. You want to know why they call it pumpkins? Well, they look like pumpkins. They're inflatable swimming pools for firefighter comfort. I'm just kidding. No, I wonder if they do take a bath in these every once in a while. I think I would. I'd just be like, dang it, I'm getting in. But no, this is for, they could set these up around structures for structure protection. And there's a good thing of wrap there, example of wrapping. And pumpkins really help out. Here's some canister. Here's some engines. So I'm glad that they show us how it's done. Well, that's one way to get structure protection is graze hard around the property. Then you get defensible space. People are talking about, they don't even need weed whackers. They could just put goats grazing around the fire lookouts to, help them out. So that's our update on the river. Let's go back and the McCash. This was the situation that's still pretty nasty winds on the KMP. It's over in the North Fork area of the Kaweah. I keep forgetting how to say that. We've got some good heat signatures, got some heavy, fierce winds going on. The fire is, the windy is kind of being driven towards the east, towards the south. They've got that under evacuation warnings as the red text is going by. We need to check that and make sure it hasn't gone to mandatory. It really might, by tonight, tomorrow. It's hard to say, but if anybody is in the Kern River area, I would just say expect it to go to mandatory, because there's really nothing stopping the windy fire to the east or to the southeast. That's just the state of things. They'll go and do structure protection, but they won't really be able to stop the main moving seat of the fire. Not while it's wind driven, that's for dang sure. So they're mostly just trying to protect communities, and they're waiting for winter. And the lines and such, they'll have good success in bits and pieces, but it may not be possible to just sort of rope in, corral, and contain the windy fire or the KMP without extreme Mother Nature intervention, such as AKA the arrival of some torrential rains or just straight up winter. They're making good progress on the western half. This wind event is mostly protective of the California Hot Springs area. We have a gray heat detection by Sugarloaf. That means it's been more than 6 hours since the last flare-up was detected. It doesn't mean the fire's out or not there. We know that it's there. But remember that the GO-17 satellite, its job is to detect new heat sources, like significant flare-ups and brand new fires. So the most active area has been here. Red's last 15 minutes or 20, and orange's last hour, yellow last 1 to 6 hours. It hasn't really moved much. That's the surprising thing, but any moment it could move right over into another area, like by, oh no, Baker Lookout Tower, not another lookout tower. And risk. I'm scared for that one. Look at the hard driving wind gusts of 40 miles an hour, currently going over the fire, going right up to Baker Point. So we can only hope that structure survives, and that the Kern Valley drainage areas like Fairview are going to be okay. It's been at risk most of the day. This is a new heat detection from when I looked at this last. I don't remember the last time I looked at this. We've been watching some videos. So, but they've known about it. They've known about it since yesterday. They were talking about how they're going to go in there and try to do structure protection. Hopefully they'll be all right. This has bought the area around here by the Sugarloaf area some time, precious time. The wind isn't blowing like directly to it, to the main area of structures. Unfortunately, we know that some structures were lost yesterday. They said that at the meeting, and I've been waiting today for some sort of a community meeting. 5 minutes from now is 6 o'clock. I was hoping they'd have the 6 o'clock meeting. They're saying it's going to be broadcast live, and that's kind of a mistake. To try to tune into that, because it just cuts in and out every time we've seen that. So let's see, what was it? The Sequoia National Forest. I believe, is where they have their meetings. Well, maybe it'll be better. It's a 7-hour ago current weather situation thing that we already saw. On the KNP, the flare-ups are in the North Fork area, and they're pretty significant. But there's a lot of helicopter activity, so we still don't see a whole lot of movement like new fire squares. It's just really cooking in the North Fork, right up in this area right here. General Grant Grove section of Canadian National Park, right? But well, I don't see any structures whatsoever. But you know that it's very important for them to get a handle on the situation. Because downstream, you know, there's inhabitation. So the smoke in general is going to the southeast. But whatever it's cooking on right now, it's really been producing a whole lot of smoke. It really is going. So we'll be able to see magically a whole lot of a different situation once the cameras go into nighttime mode. This whole area is going to be absolutely ablaze, and we'll see the full extent of it somewhat soon. Now, I thought this is where the community update was, or is it at Sequoia Kings Canyon? Does anybody know which one it's on? I thought the Windy was at this page. Was I confused by another fire? Was it KNP that was going to have a 6 o'clock update and have it update, or I swore it was here. They're saying we'll have one soon on yesterday's video. Yeah, they were talking about the 6 p.m. one yesterday, but I'm starting to get deliriously tired. Yeah, there's the there's that picture of the poor shed that bit the dust. The poor tough shed. That's when we thought the Tobias Peak Lookout was going to burn down. And the camera turned over, and I think that was a snag. Here's the snag here. I think the upper half and lower half is there. I can't imagine them just letting a log sit next to a building. But then again, well, can't imagine them letting bushes grow up right next to the building. But anyway, and when I think it was on fire, like so, and then it crashed down and kind of doomed the building. It just showered the entire area with a flaming shrapnel, so to speak. And that's what snags do. But we'd have to go back to some previous cam views to see if that was indeed a snag or what. But it was just a shed that died. Heck, I don't even know if there is an update tonight. Maybe I'm confusing it with another meeting. We can try to check out whether or not Lassen East Zone has a meeting. That would usually be around 6-ish, right? When we had this 4 hours ago update, an interactive map. 3 hours ago, there's the West Zone Fire Suppression Repair video we watched. Oh, it's the Fawn. I'm sorry, friends.
I'm a public information for CAL FIRE incident manager.
Okay. We're only behind by 1 minute. Here we go.
Live from the Shasta, coming live from the Shasta.
Okay, sorry, here we go.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Rubenstein. I'm a public information for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. Today is September 27th, and we thank you for joining us for tonight's press conference and virtual community meeting. We're broadcasting live on Facebook and YouTube, and we are coming live from the Shasta District Fairgrounds in Anderson, California. As in previous broadcasts, you will be hearing from various subject matter experts, providing information on fire suppression operations, weather, fire behavior, and recent evacuation updates. If you have questions for our speakers, please submit them in our comments section at the bottom of the page, and we will do our absolute best to answer those at the end of the evening. Update on statistics. The Fawn fire is currently at 8,559 acres with 50% containment. There are currently 2,048 personnel assigned to the incident, which include 211 fire engines, 52 hand crews, 46 dozers, and 12 helicopters. Fixed-wing aircraft, as we have shared with you in previous evenings, fly when conditions and weather permit. I would like to now introduce our first speaker, our Operations Section Chief.
Good evening, Shane Lauderdale, Day Operations with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. Today, firefighters focused their efforts on the entire fire perimeter, aggressively mopping up any hot spots that they found, looking for hazard trees that they would remove, and identifying and mitigating any other hazards that were in the fire area. Just to illustrate the reason we have to do this mitigation work before we can repopulate, today, as we would expect, and because this front was coming through, what we call a sleeper spot, or a spot fire that was in receptive fuels, just needed the air to make the fire grow. And we had a spot fire reported outside the fire line, and because of the vigilance of the firefighters there, it was contained to a 30 by 30 spot. So we'll continue to do that through the night. Clearly the weather's helping us right now, and we're preparing the fire line for the threat of a north wind event, which will bring dry air that could further cause us to have spot fires found outside the line. Thank you.
All right, good evening. Incident meteorologist Ryan Walbren. So just to kind of go a little bit deeper on the weather. So right now, depending on where you're watching from, we've got a few rain showers in the area, mainly west of the fire right now. Do expect it to pass over the next couple of hours or so. Still expecting just a couple hundredths of an inch. Of course, that's favorable, but in the grand scheme of things with the big drought, not enough to have a big impact on the fuels, but nonetheless favorable conditions with the higher humidities as well. Right now, the winds are shifting as we speak from that southwest to more of a west and northwest direction. That'll prevail over the fire throughout the overnight hours through tomorrow morning. And we do expect much better humidity recovery, basically a measure of the moisture in the atmosphere. That'll work in the favor of the firefight as well. So we're on to the next weather event, and that's a north wind event. You'll feel that tomorrow with cooler temperatures, only about 70 degrees or so, probably one of the coolest days we've had since last spring. But as we get into tomorrow evening, Tuesday evening, we do expect another north wind event to kind of push over the fire area and again test the containment lines in different parts of the fire. So that's the next thing we're going to be looking out for. Wind speeds on the order of 25 to 30 miles an hour Tuesday night. And then what that means is, as people around here realize, is much drier air and eventually some warmer temperatures. So as we get into Wednesday and Thursday, we'll be back into the 80s, humidity values as low as 10%. So that'll kind of be the next point of emphasis in terms of the fire weather. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Pangburn. I'm the Fire Behavior Analyst with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 4. Following on what you just heard from Ryan Walbren, our meteorologist, the weather is just a temporary reprieve that we're seeing right now. This is certainly playing a part at moderating fire behavior temporarily. But we are still not 100% done with this fire, and as you heard from our operations section chief, Lauderdale, there is some heat out there that has the potential to get outside the lines and continue to spread. So we are going to keep doing our part, fighting the fire aggressively. I want to remind viewers that weather is only one part of fire behavior. The fuels or the available vegetation to burn is extraordinarily dry. It's all at critical levels. And this is only a very temporary reprieve for the small material that helps start fires. The larger materials that carry fire and smolder for days are not going to be impacted by this. And so I want to remind viewers that even though you see a little bit of moisture and you can feel it, or you're at least hearing about it right now, this is a very, very short-lived duration event, and firefighters are preparing for the wind shifts that are going to be coming, especially with the north wind event that is on the horizon. Thank you.
Good evening, Caleb McGregor, Shasta County Sheriff's Office. Over the course of the last 5 days, a lot of great progress has been made on this fire by our firefighters and cooperators on this incident. The Shasta County Sheriff's Office is committed to the public and especially those individuals that have been negatively affected by this fire. We're moving forward and progressing into the repopulation stages of this incident, and we ask that the public remain patient with us. This process takes a lot of behind the scenes work that a lot of you probably don't see. There's a lot of questions that arise when repopulations occur as to why and when am I going to get back in. We're working on doing that, and we're focused on getting folks back in as soon as we can. The primary focus for us in these type of incidents in repopulation is safety, the safety of the citizens that we're serving. So be patient with us. We will work with you. We're working with all the cooperators in this incident to get you back into your homes as soon as we can. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Pemberton. I proudly serve as the CAL FIRE Incident Commander for Team 4. As you've heard from operations, as well as our other subject matter experts, we've made great progress. The weather has definitely been in our favor over the last 24 hours. We still have active evacuation orders, and there is still a threat, as you heard from our fire behavior specialist. Don't let the weather fool you. Tomorrow we're expecting a north wind that will be much drier and will increase some of those hot spots that we've been trying to mop up over the last few days. We continue to repopulate all areas that have been made safe. As you may have heard this morning, we have nearly completed and we're at 99% on our damage assessment. If you have any homes that are in the fire area, you can go to shastaready.com, go down to the tab for Wildfire, and there is a damage assessment tab there that will take you to a viewer that will allow you to view if your home has been damaged and the percentage of damage. I want to thank each of you for staying engaged with these nightly meetings, and we believe, as your public safety responders, an engaged community is an informed community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Many of the questions were asked tonight were answered during our presentation. We will now take a few moments to answer additional questions that you viewers have submitted to us.
One of the questions received from our online audience is, if there is a fire line around the entire fire, why is it considered only 45% contained? This is a very good question. When we have a fire line around the fire, as I've described last night, that fire effectively stopped the forward progress of the fire. But as you can see, the red line, those are areas that we have not fully mopped up and cannot give you a guarantee that the fire is not going to either cross the line, or that we do not have spot fires that, as I described earlier, are sleeping there that we haven't yet identified. And so until we're able to mop up in these red areas, all of the heavy fuels that are there will continue to have a threat that could potentially cause us problems. So as we mitigate that threat, we put black line on the map, and we increase the percentage of containment. Another question, please explain why some areas on the map and some are red. So the areas of the map that are red are the areas where we continue to need to do heavy mop up and just as I just explained, ensure that there is no ongoing threat to the fire line. And with the north wind we have, you can see there's a considerable amount of red at the bottom along Bear Mountain Road, and that is because with the north winds we have coming, we need to ensure that all that mop up is completed before we can put that in a black zone.
Okay, one question we had was how can we be escorted in, or if we can be escorted in to get medication. So typically in these type of incidents, if you reach out to your pharmacist will refill your medication. If by chance that doesn't occur, you can contact the sheriff's office. We can make arrangements to go out and get your medication for you if it's a medication that's very important that you can't live without. Thank you.
So the question is, will there be any additional repopulations since this morning? There will not be any repopulations this evening. This is an ongoing effort that we're constantly working with our operational folks to evaluate whether the community, the street, the access has been made safe. This is not something that we as your public safety responders take lightly. This is an ongoing process throughout the day, working with our partners in law enforcement, as well as the road department, as well as Pacific Gas and Electric. We do not take getting you back home lightly. That is one of our #1 top priorities, but we have to make sure that the community is safe.
Do we have another question for operations?
So this question is, what is the criteria to change an evacuation order to a warning or to open an area? The answer is it's a process. And the process starts first with the firefighters identifying that the area has been completely mopped up and there is no continued threat of fire spread that would impact or threaten anyone that is repopulating an area. And this is especially the concern in areas that are unburned where the fire could spread, and then we would have to re-evacuate those areas. And so that's what we're considering, working with fire behavior, working with our weather behavior, our weather forecast, we determine whether or not that threat is mitigated. Once that threat's mitigated, we work with our cooperators in 2 meetings a day, one at 8 o'clock in the morning and one at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And in those meetings, we go through a process to identify what all of the hazards existing are and whether or not they've been mitigated. Once we've determined, yes, they are mitigated, it's safe for everyone to go home, then that announcement is made. And typically, when a order is lifted, we put that area under a warning. Once the warning is lifted, it is open as it would usually be. Thank you.
We We would like to thank all of you for joining us this evening. If you would like to find the evacuation maps for Shasta County, you may find those listed on the CAL FIRE and Sheriff websites, as well as zonehaven.com. We will continue to provide incident updates daily at 7 o'clock in the morning and 7 p.m. Our Facebook and YouTube press conference and virtual community meetings will continue every evening for the next couple of days at any rate. That live stream may be found on the CAL FIRE Shasta Trinity Facebook site, as well as CAL FIRE IMT4 YouTube. You may also go to the CAL FIRE homepage at www.fire.ca.gov. Please continue to follow social media platforms for the latest information. At the end of this presentation, we will have for you on screen QR codes, which will link you to live presentations and email updates. And before I close, on a side note, we would like to thank you, the members of this community, for all of your continued support throughout this challenging fire. We know many of you have suffered loss and many of you have been displaced. But as I read over 100 comments last night after our press conference, many of you took the opportunity to say thank you. You shared with us the fact that you took the time to shake a firefighter's hand and to send in thank you notes. I can't tell you how much that means to us. The men and women that are working on this fire have been gone for a very, very long time from their families and from their homes, and that really resonates with them. So thank you very, very much for taking the time to do that. It really, really means a lot to us. We sincerely appreciate you joining us this evening. It's a privilege to serve you, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Fire Captain Amy Head. Returning home after a wildfire can sometimes be difficult. I'm here today to share some tips on how to make that transition easier. Let's start off at the edge of your property. Make sure that your driveway is clear of any debris, downed trees, limbs.
Did that autoplay, or is that the end of it? It may have been tacked on to the end of it. Sorry, I admit that I was a bit distracted by chat from watching everything. They did look a little bit concerned about the north wind, meaning the wind out of the north blowing the fire to the south. Very surprised that they had a spot fire problem today. But I mean, it was pretty windy. They pounced on it. Sounds like they got it down. I'm not going to replay it for what I missed, because that would kind of waste your guys' time. We need to monitor the situation and what's going on. I do hope everything is cool and everything's fine and in chat. It's very hard to understand tone of voice. I adored the sign language interpreter. I'm a director, not of anything of any consequence, but that's kind of what I did in some, high school and college settings and student films. So I'm constantly looking at people's facial expressions and critiquing them and thinking, oh, that's cool. Or that person has, a career in Hollywood, and her facial expressions were just awesome. And I was remarking on that when the sad guy was expressing his remorse, she is putting it on her face because nobody can really hear the sad punctuation in his voice, and that's skilled, And so when he was super morose, she was kind of letting it be known. And when this guy was upbeat, then she changed her pace to be a bit more upbeat, and it was kind of cool. I always love looking at the sign language interpreters. A lot of them are really, really skilled. She can have her own TV show, Like every frame is really cool. But I was just accused of bullying, and no, I wasn't making fun of her. I think she's awesome. I just want to make that excessively clear. But anyway, it's really, I just typed it instead of commented, and I'm sure if my voice was, I wouldn't have been misinterpreted, But it's okay. Everything's cool. We've still got tons and tons of wind on the KNP, and we've got kind of a sunset situation. We can see if there's still any aircraft I think they're basically leaving K&P, and once the K-Max goes home, then the fire can do what it wants, because the K-Max, of course, was the only thing holding that fire in check, and it's unleashed now. I'm kidding, we're just making fun of like the world's smallest helicopter. So air TAC is still buzzing around looking at the situation, but when you get deep shadows in the canyons, they kind of tend to leave early because they can't see, what they're doing anymore. And hopefully that helped turn the tide at the K&P. It's in the North Fork right there, the part of the river, and it's away from structures where that major hotspot is. But it was really going and produced a ton of smoke. With the K&P, we of course can't hear anything. Wish we could have tuned into radio for either of the fires, but the Sequoia channel is down. Not that it ever was very active, but it's down. We gotta keep checking with Sheriff's Office to see if there's any new evacuations. With what's going on in Tulare County, because we did have the new warnings for the Kern River area. Straight from the horse's mouth is the best way to get that info. Well, that's cute. Okay. Is that McGruff, the crime-fighting dog? Dude, that one came to my school and scared me. What the heck is that? Okay, that is apparently their most popular video that Facebook thinks is critical for me to see. Okay, that's terrifying. Well, how do we just go to the main page? Okay, Facebook is weird. Oh no, a retired deputy just died Friday afternoon. Okay. There's a Windy Fire update. There's a hotline, which is going by in the red text. For anybody who needs help with evacuations or information about the Windy Fire or the K&P, can call 1-800-321-2462. That's the senior citizen hotline, or anybody 60 plus. Everybody else can call 211 for info on evacuations anytime. You don't need to look anything up on the internet. You can just give them a call. So, mascot madness. Okay. Is that a beaver ranger? Okay. All right. So, hopefully that was a kid reach out thing. We don't have anything new. So it looks like the same evacuation warnings for the Kern River drainage area are in place. And they have a really cool website. I keep praising it. Tulare County has done an excellent job of communicating with the public, like one-stop shopping. This is the elaborate website that every county should be like this. In fact, every county and every state should be like this. That's a running gag, is why isn't there just one website for everything about fires? Anyway, so the county line, I want to remind people, this isn't a magical safety line where the fire can't cross. It's that every county, and so here's Kern down here, and then Tulare above. Every county has its own procedure for declaring evacuations. Don't think that, oh, well, it's not as bad or not as dangerous across a county line. It's just a stupid way, that the old way, and I hope it changes, that they make evacuation decisions. It's basically with the sheriff's office of each different county. They can have different procedures and different ideas about what's safe and what isn't. when in reality, I think a fire-educated individual, such as a fire chief or maybe the incident commander, should be calling the shots and just paint the whole general region with a brush and ignore county lines. But we see this horrifying thing again and again, where there could be information about evacuations. There could be evacuation warnings or whatnot down there across the state line. But if you're looking at a specific county's map, because we are at Tulare County, .ca.gov, you won't see Kern County stuff across the line. You have to check that separately, and it's the way that fires work. And it's given people a false sense of security. Like on the Caldor, Alpine County was not on the same map as El Dorado. What just happened? Okay. Looks like we have an incident going on here. I'll take care of it. I think John Stoker may have put his phone in his pocket. Or maybe a child has got a hold of it. Hang on, guys. Thank you for flagging me. John Stoker, is your phone in your pocket? Yeah, thanks for unhiding them, guys. This reminds me of the day that a cat jumped up on a laptop and began banning people. And one of our mods had a child get a hold of the phone. Yeah, thanks, C-Probe. Yeah, sorry, Big Dog and Alan and Desiree. I don't think he's hacked. I mean, I know John's a good guy, so I would like to know what's going on very much. Report in, John Stoker. No, I'm not sure he hasn't been hacked, but I want to try to figure out this before I go ripping away mod powers. This happens with an unsettling frequency. It turned out that two of my mods actually were hacked. John says, sorry, I put my phone in the pocket. Ding, 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 do I win a prize? John, you just blanket banned a whole swath of the chat. That's a new record. I think you banned more people than the cat did that day. John. Now, the butt banning was the funniest one. That was when somebody put their phone in their back pocket and sat down on the couch and then kind of wiggled around. That one was hilarious. Now, there's a tie between the cat banning and the butt banning. I don't know. I really, it's a dead heat. I can't figure out which one is more hilarious. But yeah, John walks around with the phone in his pocket. Now that has happened before. Be sure to screen off there next time. Wow. Wow. Okay, apologies, Big Dog and Alan, and hopefully the chaos has subsided. So, all right. Where were we? Yeah, I was on a super serious topic. Thanks so much for the interruption. Jeez. Kidding. But yeah, back to what I was saying. If you're in Kern County, don't rely on the Tulare County map. For God's sake, California, just have one evacuation map. That's just, I'm going to tear my hair out. I ran out of actual room in the description of this video. I used to have like 16, 20 links for 16 to 20 different fires in different counties. I can't tell you how frustrated I am that El Dorado County and Placer County, even though the river fire was straddling both of them, had two different evacuation maps, and the people trying to get information, I had to keep telling people, oh no, well this one isn't visible here, that one isn't visible there. The only one that eventually was better is that Dixie fire eventually had all 5 counties on Zone Haven. Just don't ask me why it's not all on Zone Haven. I don't know. But beware. Then if you're on a different county, you have to go to your own county's map. So that's just a big lesson here. That could be deadly. I mean, even I was confused when I said that Alpine County wasn't under an evacuation during the Caldor crazy days. And somebody tapped me on the shoulder and said, actually, they're just not a participant in that specific evacuation map. And I had to go to alpinecounty.gov, and I went, oh my God, and it was under evacuation. Is there somebody else we need to unban? Hang on. No, Desiree's been unbanned. But here's the problem, is everything that they just typed, like in the entire stream today, was just deleted. And we won't be able to see it when this video gets archived. So unless I go back up and read out loud everything that they just said, it's kind of gone forever. So, oh well. Yeah, Big Dog was saying we sometimes use humor on this channel to deal with the stress of dealing with the ongoing fires. Right, exactly. Yeah. Jeff Jones says that Alexander lady, the person accused of starting let's look at Rocky Point here. Any minute we're going to get night vision. It's kind of a beautiful sunset thing. And we'll see the full extent of the Windy and the KNP, I'm sure. Most of the fire is invisible to our eyes. So Alexander Surneva, or whoever's bear urine in the water story is a whopper. That's her story and she's sticking to it. What are you talking about, Jeff Jones? Is she actually claiming something ridiculous like that? That seems weird. Is that part of an actual... Is that an actual... like an article? That's okay, John. Yeah, just be sure to screen off the phone. Oh, I know. I have to blame YouTube on this. I'm going to write them a horrible letter. I know why that keeps happening. YouTube won't let you keep playing with the screen off. I had to subscribe for $15 a month to YouTube Premium in order to turn my screen off my phone and keep... See how it says Premium up here? In order to turn off my phone at night and go to sleep with YouTube playing because the dang screen was blinding my eyes. So, unless you have YouTube Premium and you pay them $15 a month, you can't even dim the screen and turn it off and put it safely in your pocket. The stories at CNN, pretty sure she was on drugs. Could be. Okay, let's read this. I gotta hear this. We're waiting for the cams to change. Woman charged with starting California's Fawn fire while trying to boil water. A woman who is attempting to hike to Canada is facing charges connected with the Fawn fire, which authorities say she started while trying to boil drinking water, according to a criminal complaint for the Shasta County District Attorney's Office in California. Alexander, whatever her name is, age 30, faces a felony arson charge with an enhancement of committing arson during a state of emergency, which means basically near red flag conditions and mega drought. Says District Attorney Stephanie Bridget. She's got her hand full with the whole charging PG&E with, what was it, reckless homicide or something, or manslaughter. I never even got the clearance on that in last year's Zog fire. It So this lady faces felony arson charges. She could face up to 9 years in state prison. What's up with that? You know, mandatory minimum sentencing on rape used to be more than 10 years. Start a fire which could kill people and takes out entire neighborhoods. It could erase entire towns and you only get 9 years? That is the most ridiculously lenient kind of sentencing I've ever heard. Okay, so she could face up to only 9 years in state prison. Although she could face more charges as the fire is still burning and the investigation is ongoing. So it began on September 22nd, and as of Monday, it was only 50% contained. According to CAL FIRE, it's burned more than 8,500 acres. We're aware that there are possible additional fires here in our county that she may be linked to, as well as other charges in the fire statewide. Bridget said in a news conference Friday. My office will not hesitate to prosecute any persons who would either intentionally or recklessly start a fire. She pleaded not guilty, though. The district attorney's office said she was appointed a public defender at a court appearance on Friday. The county's public defender's office says she did not comment on any pending cases. She had been hiking to Canada on September 22nd and was seen in the Mountain Gate community in Northern California, according to a narrative written by a CAL FIRE officer. She was told she couldn't be on the property by quarry employees, but she kept on walking. She then became thirsty and found a puddle of water in a dry creek bed. What? She's next to a town and the marina and a lake. She became thirsty and found a puddle of water in a dry creek bed. But the water allegedly had bear urine in it, so she tried to filter the water with a tea bag. You cannot make this up. She said that didn't work, so she attempted to make a fire to boil the bear urine. She stated it was too wet for the fire to start, so she drank the urine anyway, and then continued walking uphill from the creek bed. Okay, the article says water, but it just implied urine, so I'm going to go with that. It reads the complaint, so this is actually filed. So she drank the urine-tainted water anyway and continued walking uphill from that creek bed. She got stuck in brush. What do you mean she got stuck in brush? And she's not a truck, she's a hiker. And she called the fire department, the complaint read. She was evaluated for dehydration and then questioned by CAL FIRE authorities when she allegedly told them she tried to light a fire. She was then taken into custody, the complaint read. She was found with CO2 cartridges, a cigarette lighter, and a white item containing a leafy green substance. Her bail is at $150,000 and her next court appearance is on October 5th. What? Just, what? Okay. Does she think she's Bear Grylls? Is she confused that she's stuck in an African savanna where she has to drink urine? She's next to Lake Shasta and the marina and the neighborhood and a million garden hoses and roadside rest stops with vending machines and water bottles and okay. Alright, okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we can't exactly talk about that, Ellen, in the chat because it's an illegal thing. We can read an affidavit, but we can't exactly speculate on what the CO2 cartridges are in a family-friendly channel. But you know, it's not. I'm willing to bet she doesn't have a pellet gun. I'm just gonna put it that way. Evaluated for dehydration. What, the bear pee wasn't hydrating enough, I guess? I'm gonna make a mental note. Okay, hang on a second, guys. Okay. Okay, wait. Oh no, my pencil isn't sharpened. Hang on a second. I can't take this note. Okay, now I can. Okay, I need a blank sheet. Let's get to it. Okay. Taking a note here. Bear urine, no good for hydration. Seek out spring, or hell, even a vending machine of water. Water equal better. There. Now I know what not to do when I'm hiking. Okay. Now I took that note down, guys. I'm going to put an Evernote, and I'm going to make sure I share it with you guys. In fact, I'll share it on Google Docs so that you guys can know also not to drink bear urine while hiking. It doesn't hydrate you enough. You could get stuck in some bushes and have to light the landscape on fire, and you wouldn't want that. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. You can't make this up. Can you imagine being the officer? I want the body cam footage. That would be the most hysterical thing. I mean, apart from the raging inferno behind, you know what they thought they did? They thought they were saving a victim at first. Oh my god. Okay. People almost died. Remember how we heard the elderly people trapped on the dispatch call? Flames approaching them with no way out? People nearly died. Okay, that snapping sound is live lightning strikes happening in the southeast. Oh my god. When you said that in chat, I thought you were making it up, Jeff.